Hello, everybody. Good evening. It's a good one. It's going to be a good one. We've done it a lot. We've done it a lot in the past. I don't know how many of you have been here with us. I'll tell you, we've had some incredible memories over the years. The first election we ever did together was in 2012. First time I said, well, are we going to do an election night? And I'll tell you, tonight, it is bringing me back to those days, to that night in 2012. And I'll tell you why. Because on the other side of the room right now, I've got John Carroll, and I have got Jay Gulinello here with us. Gentlemen, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Frank.
Outstanding.
Absolutely.
Now, you guys, in front of you, you have your laptops, you have your extra monitors. You are deep into the numbers, deep into the headlines. I got some tabs open over here as well. Back in the day, back in 2012, I had a war room set up where I had three friends that are in there. They had brought their computers in. They are calling states. So we have a conga line of guests coming on. That was in 2012. It was a wonderful night. And I tell you, it feels like that right now. It's, operationally.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, the result in 2012 was an Obama re-election, so that wasn't too nice. And tonight, there's a lot of anxiety about how do you overcome the fortification efforts of 4 years ago. And there's a lot of X factors that are showing that it might very well be possible. Mm-hmm. And I can't wait to talk about it all tonight. And it's going to be a marathon. We're on for 4 hours. So thank you guys for being here and for your efforts already.
Well, we're happy to be here, Frank. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
The quite frankly decision desk will not let you down.
I know. Well, we have some callers that'll be filtering in. We're going to talk to Adel next hour. I think Tracy's going to call in for a little bit at 10:15. At 9:40, we're going to have Mel K call in for a little bit. We have a comedy block tonight that was submitted by Mike Baldwin. We also have a never-before-seen performance by Akira the Don. Last time that we did election night, we cut over to Akira the Don for a live broadcast, for a live DJ set. As you know, he is the creator of Meaning Wave. Goes into the best of inspiration, and he is all aboard the Trump train, that's for sure. And we're getting that. That'll be a nice little break somewhere along the lines, and then your calls. Hey, we're going to be taking your calls all night. In fact, that might be starting very, very soon. Chrissy Mayer is going to be swinging by. Matt is going to show up at some point, and the rest is just going to be up to you and I. You can send super chats in to, quite frankly, superchat.com, and I think that's all I have to say up front. So that's it. Jay?
Yes?
What do you have cooking over there before I get into some headlines? Because right now, obviously at 8 o'clock, we have just a little bit under an hour before the polls close on the East Coast. And we're starting to see some things that are formulating across the Midwest even, too. So what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, some states that have been they just called Florida for Trump, which is not really a surprise. But what's really cool about the decision desk is they have a percentage meter. So right now, President Trump is at a 71% chance of winning the election. And if you look at the Senate race and the House race, which I think, again, are going to be incredibly important because, as we know, if Trump wins and then loses, say, the House, he's going to be impeached day 2.
Yeah.
So right now, the Senate is a 96% chance of Republican takeover of the Senate, which is big because that's a flip. And the House has a 64% chance of flipping. So, I mean, right now, of course, it's very early, but you're looking at a potential sweep. And I think that's what it's going to take if you want the Make America Healthy Again, if you want closed borders, if you want no more foreign wars, if you want some kind of economic stability, you're going to need a clean sweep so that at least for 2 years you can enact some kind of agenda, provided you don't have like the Paul Ryans.
I was just going to say,
Yeah.
Thankfully the Paul Ryan, there's no plants in there. I mean,
Yeah.
I have this up over here. I'm also going to be monitoring what Rich Barris is saying. I also have an in with the Zells. Yeah, I got a few from the Zells not too long ago. West Virginia for Trump, and Republicans flip a Senate seat.
Yes.
So so again, did that mean that there were two Democrat Senate seats in West Virginia? I thought it was just Joe Manchin. And then again, I don't know about this stuff.
Well, he's not running again, I think. So this seat was, from what I can see right now, and I'm not totally sure, but that was a clean. That was like there was no incumbent in that particular race.
What's that? It's on YouTube, Rumble. Yeah, it's all over the place.
Syndicated everywhere.
Syndicated wherever we are, we can. But so that's why I didn't understand that. Here we have. Obvious in South Carolina to Trump, we saw that. It's still very early, as you say. Several states called for both sides. New Jersey for Harris is being called. I guess that's
that's
waited. I see. I hate,
so is Massachusetts with 0% reporting.
I don't see that on Decision Desk though. Decision Desk is not. New Jersey isn't called. Nothing's reported.
No.
Decision Desk says New Jersey only has 1%.
But of course, Virginia is separated by 10. I see that.
The AP has called Massachusetts already. They've also called Connecticut. They've called Rhode Island, all for Harris, but they have not called New Jersey yet.
And at the time, North Carolina is shading for Harris. But then again, so is Texas.
Hey, did you know this?
So that's not going to.
I'm going home if that happens, Frank. I'm not sticking out with you for 4 hours.
You know what? Jay just brought some mineral water and some. And some apple cider vinegar for some mocktails over here. There's something worth celebrating.
We need something to look forward to.
I'm going to go directly to the whiskey.
That's acceptable.
If Texas goes blue tonight. What was it you were saying, Mike?
Is when you look on Decision Desk and you just scroll over the states, it's showing you all the candidates who are there. New York does not have Chase Oliver or Jill Stein.
No.
I see that as well. And what I think is hilarious is that Chase Oliver is listed there in New Hampshire, and not too long, like last night, where the hell was it?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Last night, here it is. The Libertarian Party in New Hampshire endorsed Donald Trump.
Which is kind of funny.
and there's Chase Oliver.
They've had enough of Chase Oliver.
What the hell? What the
I'm telling you, man, I spent so much time in New Hampshire, and like I said, there's not a Harris sign to be found in New Hampshire. It's amazing to me that New Hampshire, when you look back, actually, historically, New Hampshire was never won by Trump. The last time New Hampshire was won was Bush in 2000. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Especially since, like I said before, we have seen what feels like more than one clean sweep of New Hampshire state government to go toward conservative, governance.
Yeah.
And from governor all the way down through the state. I mean, that's what I've seen happen. It's just so strange how down ballot can be separated from the big ticket item.
Yeah, I know Rich always says that, gubernatorial elections are really not predictive when it comes to presidential. So there's a very different idea of what you're electing for your state government as opposed, but it is still odd. And because I feel like, again, I've spent a lot of time in New Hampshire, and I feel like that's obviously of all the New England states, that's the first one that's going to go back to Trump if it was ever going to, if there's ever any state in New England that's going to go that way.
Okay, well, listen, we're going to open up the lines just from the get-go, just to see how people are feeling. Call in with your predictions. How you feeling? How the hell is everybody feeling tonight? I don't know. Matt might not be coming in tonight. He just said, I'm probably going to have to go to the hospital. I fucked my shin up earlier, and it's starting to swell up from the knee down.
Whoa.
So there's always something going on there. At least he has medical coverage now.
At least he does, yeah.
Okay, so
and it's not a wild animal that he got in a fight with.
So when Chrissy shows up, she can sit in Matt's seat.
Okay.
And now we have a better understanding of how the room's going to be set up. 914-200-0269. So much stuff, so many things happening all at once, and just I don't know, man. I'm wondering what the reports of shenanigans are going to look like as time goes on, because I've seen a lot of that, and the X factor, of course, is there are hundreds of thousands of people that have committed themselves to tonight in a physical way. There's eyes on the field. There are cameras. There's everything. There's a lot of stuff that's going on right now, and it's and between that and the early voting that has been really, really strong, favoring Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And now what we're hearing is that men are showing up.
Yes.
In big ways.
And the Amish.
Oh, the Amish. I love it. Let's take a call. Hey, caller, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, Frank, Chris in the Berkshires. Am I hitting leadoff?
Oh, it's good. You're hitting leadoff tonight, Chris. How's everything feeling?
I'm doing all right. Just, to finish the baseball pundits, I'm sorry about your Yankees.
Oh, don't worry.
We're turning the page. We're on to something bigger and better. Yeah,
yeah. That's the one thing about sports sting with me. It hurts for about 5 to 6 hours. You're thinking about it, and now I feel like that was 3 years ago. So let's go. Let's go ahead.
And just to cap that off and put a final twist bow on it, awesome to see you took your mom there. That's something that was clearly something
Thank
special with both of you. Fantastic job. Moving on. All right, we are, pretty close. And I said this 4 years ago to you election night, and I'm going to say the same thing. We're at the Jake Taylor moment. We have to win, and we cannot win close. We have to blow the doors out.
Yes.
There's one thing left for us to do. They're all sitting in the dugout, in the locker room, and they're all, and Lou Brown just goes through the speech of, they're going to sell the team, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and Roger Dorn goes, even me? Yes, Dorn, even you.
Yeah. No, you know what? Yeah, go ahead.
And what does Jake Taylor say? There's only one thing left for us to do, and that's win the whole fucking thing.
Win the whole fucking thing.
We have to win the whole fucking thing.
Oh, yeah.
And it has to be to the point where it's undeniable. They can't roll out 179 million votes for Kamala.
Right.
They can't do that. And just to cap on that, I called in Adela earlier, and I said, where I live is excessively blue. It's bluer than water here. You know what I'm saying? It is as blue as gets. And there isn't the same amount of excitement that they had for Biden. You don't, there was a Biden sign everywhere where I live right now 4 years ago. And now there's one Harris sign here, one Harris sign there. Not a lot of people put the Trump stuff about, but it's probably about 50-50 with the amount of stuff that you're seeing. And it's that kind of pullback of people being like, well, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And in addition, and I'll finish with this, I said this on Adel's show before, I grew up down there. New Jersey is my people. These are my people. It's going red. I was down there for the past month or so, going back and forth, doing some stuff, family, whatnot. It is as red as it gets. And if they're gonna have to steal it, they're gonna have to pull something very blatant and very obvious.
Well, right now, according to Decision Desk, it says that with less than 1% in New Jersey, Kamala Harris is up 22,000 votes to 9,300 votes. So that's 69.3% to Trump's 29.4%. That's with less than 1%. I don't know where you guys saw before that Jersey was already called.
I didn't see it.
Oh, that
I
okay.
didn't see that.
Okay. I don't know. I would. Oh man, I would love to see that. Right now, Donald Trump is actually winning Connecticut by 300 points. 300 votes. But to your point, Chris, we were talking about it all night. This country needs a absolute mind-rending, soul-shattering, falling apart at the seams, emotional trauma kind of a win.
Agreed.
Coming from the red side of the equation, because of course we know that is at this point a gigantic coalition of people who are not all thinking the same things. They come from varying points of view on everything. Some people are just scared to death of what they're seeing in the Democrat Party. They actually don't even have an ideological they don't have a side. They're just scared. They don't understand why people can be so fucking gripped by insanity. But there is a large coalition, very diverse, shall I say, coalition of people who are, that just needs to be a shattering win. It has to be. Yeah. We need to see mental breakdowns. It has to happen, because I think that it's the only way, and I was telling this to Mike before, to John Carroll, people are under a fucking spell right now, and there has to be like a car accident level trauma right now to shake some people out of that dream. Mm-hmm. And I understand that waking up from a deep sleep can be disorienting and all that, but it's got to start somewhere. I don't know.
Chris, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
The signs that you saw for Biden, in your opinion, do you think that was more support for Biden or it was more anti-Trump?
Well, that was the COVID time, right?
Right.
So like I said, I live in a very, very blue area.
Yeah.
Where masks were popular, people were all about it, and I don't know if it was necessarily a pro-Biden or an anti-Trump.
Yeah.
But they saw Trump not wearing the mask. They saw the news telling them that Trump is not taking this serious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think of more than anything, it was a pro-COVID side. You know, we're taking this serious. We're standing with science. We're standing with, you know, the bullshit that it was. And I don't think many people could have come out and said, I supported Joe Biden's votes for the past 50 years when he voted for X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody could have said that.
No, I think
But
you're
they
absolutely,
just knew that it was COVID.
I
And
think
that's
you're
all they
right.
knew.
I think people were afraid of COVID, and I think people, because the question is, you know, do people hate Donald Trump now more or back then? You know, he's much more of a known commodity in 2020 and 2024. But that's just very interesting to me because I didn't feel, similar to now, I didn't feel any real momentum for Joe Biden. Somehow he became more popular than Barack Obama, which we all just kind of think is ridiculous. But and I don't feel that same kind of enthusiasm for Harris. So I guess that was my question. I was just curious what you felt because I don't feel any kind of momentum in that direction, and I certainly didn't feel it in 2020 when people were standing in those little ridiculous circles. So
I will say this to that. There's more people this time around that are talking more along the lines of things that we talk about. Fake news, media rigging,
agree.
bad science when it comes to medicine. All the things that we've talked about on this show and in our personal lives are now being talked about at a much higher clip than what it was 8 years ago, 4 years ago, even 2 years ago.
Well, that's it's definitely a good trend in the right direction, Chris. And thank you for the call. I want to get a couple more people in, and that's and then Chris, that's where are you? That's a Massachusetts perspective. Where are you right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm about like an hour east of Albany.
Okay.
I'm right on the New York line of Massachusetts, Vermont, and New York. So I'm like right in that northwest corner. It's as liberal as it gets up here, you know. It really is, and
it's a beautiful part of Massachusetts too.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I would like to welcome to the room. It is Chrissy Mayer.
Oh my God! Hello! It's good to be here. I came in here bursting like everyone's favorite aunt with my MAGA hat. I brought fruit. I had black and white cookies.
It's just, oh man, we didn't have anything. I know. Well, you should have brought. You should have brought bacon
here?
for him. Well,
this looks like a food-free situation here.
Hey, listen. As long as you're not chomping into the microphone, I'm fine with you having a snack. I know you're a mother. You're a mother now.
I'm lactating.
And
I have to keep the calories up.
Exactly. You have to get milked later.
And you know what? If we get the Rust Belt, everyone gets a shot of breast milk on me.
Well, here's hoping.
Make mine a double.
Or as I like to call it, I think California and Nevada, since they are the primo states for making porn, I call them the thrust belt.
That's it.
Frank didn't think that was funny. I said it to Frank as I left. He went like this. I was like, goodbye.
I'm into it.
It's all right, Frank. Frank, I know he's babysitting. Is the baby usually sleeping at this point?
Yeah, the baby is sleeping. The baby was very confused by daylight savings, so he's out a little bit earlier, which is what I wanted for him anyway.
Spring forward sucks more than anything else.
Okay.
FYI.
He'll be walking by then, so maybe he'll be literally springing forward.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. You know, once they start walking, then you have to just run them until they're too exhausted to keep their eyes open.
You know, I'm gonna get him a leash because I was a leash baby, and look how great I turned out.
I'm going to tell you, dude, leash baby. I'm surprised you're not a Democrat.
I was. I just, I woke up.
We all were.
Hey, let's take a call from the New Jersey area. Frank Zell, what the hell are you seeing, man?
Hey, Frankie, what's happening?
Oh, some of the information that we're getting is coming directly from you and your brother. So I guess we're on some of the same page, but I always just enjoy. I know that you are a man of the people. You're out and about. What did you see today physically in New Jersey?
Well, at my polling station in Little Ferry, the line was out the door. Me and my wife, we went there at around 11, and the line was huge. I've never seen it like that, and I've voted here for several years, so it was good to see a huge turnout in Little Ferry. South Jersey is going to be Trump. Does your decision desk doesn't have New Jersey called yet? I keep on seeing that it's called.
My decision desk says New Jersey is going at this point with 5% in, 60 to 39% Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Fox News on, and they're saying New Jersey. They called it already for Harris.
Of course,
they did. I was a little surprised. I thought New Jersey was going to go a little while longer. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a tougher fight, but
Well,
Anyway.
now Pennsylvania it was just shaded in, with 5% in. It is 71.5 to 27.7 Harris. So that they just shaded in Pennsylvania. It's the first time I saw that get shaded. So that's that. But you see, here's the thing, Frank. Your testimony is something I've heard and read all over the internet today. I think it's really interesting because we already know that the early voting numbers were so substantial that on top of all that, for the lines to still be mammoth, it says something. It says something that on top of everything that's already been submitted, there are still massive amounts of people that are showing up.
Yeah, it's nationwide. The turnout, from Maine to Jersey, Florida, they're talking about counties in Florida being over 90% turnout. Wow. I mean, that's insanity.
That's like South.
I'm sorry.
That's like Iraq numbers.
The senior citizens, the old people like to go to bed early, so this is a big deal.
I know, but usually you get like 90+% when you have some kind of a tin pot dictator forcing you to vote, and in like Iran or something. Jeez, that usually. Yeah.
Insane numbers from a turnout standpoint, which Republicans needed because, Republicans are known to turn out on election day. They don't usually vote early. They show up on the day they're supposed to. So the fact that everybody's coming out favors us, and for the Dems, it's not looking, from what I'm hearing, it's not looking good. Like in Wisconsin, I'm still hearing the same thing. Milwaukee they didn't come out.
Yeah.
It's looking good for Trump and to take Wisconsin. Still hearing that. I've been hearing that since all day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to keep on that. I'm gonna keep watching here with Rich Barris and everybody else. I've been hearing that all day too. I jumped into all types of streams today, including I went on TalkStream Radio and I listened to InfoWars for a little bit. And everybody, I mean, Chrissy, have you spoken to Gavin McGinnis at all today?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
He fired everybody from Compound Media, so I haven't really been like the friendliest with him.
Oh, that's how
he came in and fired everyone at Compound Media before they did the merger.
Okay,
before they became Compound Censored. No hard feelings, I'm sure. No, I have slightly hard feelings, but I'm sure that has nothing to do with what you were about to say.
No, I didn't know if you guys were in contact. I didn't know that was like a falling apart moment there, but I can see why when something disbands or whatever. Anyway, I heard his appearance on with Alex Jones for a couple of minutes as I was just listening to, because I wanted to hear what Owen Schroyer had to say, and I caught the tail end of those two speaking, and man, the confidence level is astronomical. Where I'm hearing it all over the place, that perhaps there's going to be challenges and we're going to be dragged through the mud up into the deeper parts of January, getting closer to Inauguration Day, but that it's not going to be, they're not going to be able to overcome what is being brought forward by people today.
Wow.
And
Frank, my husband Frank, he was texting me today. He drove past 2 Yonkers polling places. This was at around like 11 o'clock. He said they were completely empty.
Oh.
He's like something's up. People are not showing up for Kamal. But then again, maybe these people don't get up that early.
And Yonkers, I mean, see that is strange for Yonkers. And again today, this is why I didn't do any early voting stuff over here, because I just know what my experiences are every 2 years in this area. I'm in and out. We were in and out in less than 5 minutes.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes sometimes you don't have your A game.
That's not.
You just don't have your A game some nights and whatever. But
Hey, so I'll take 5 minutes. Sometimes that's all I have energy for.
So that's it. Frank, you could be calling in throughout the night, or is this your one and done?
No, I may call in again, but Frank, if you remember, 4 years ago around this time, I called you and we were talking and we were both feeling confident, and then they stopped counting the votes.
Yeah.
So
I think I was listening that night.
yeah, that was kind of
It was not listen. It brings back a lot of agita. I can feel the agita. So I have like muscle memory agita, and we were flying high. In fact, Adel, we're going to get Adel on the phone in the next hour, right around 9 o'clock, and that's the first thing I'm going to reminisce with him about, because he was on the phone when the shoe dropped, and 11:30 they start packing it all in. That there's a pipe, that there's water all over the floor somewhere.
There's a leaky toilet.
Oh God. Oh, God be with us tonight, please.
Well, Frank, I mean, Mark.
Keep an eye on the black vote in Georgia. If the numbers of what they're saying is 20 to 25% Trump,
Yeah.
and so far it may turn out to be, then Georgia will not be close.
Yeah.
It's not even going to be close at that. Well, right now, with 47%, wait, 47?
Yep.
Georgia with 47% in, Trump is up 54 to 45.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they're saying that the blacks came out for Trump in a big way, between 20 to 25%.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if that's the case, then Georgia's pretty much a done deal.
Wow,
Oh boy.
that's cool.
Well, let's see what happens, especially in North Carolina. That's only 11% in, and it's decently close. So, all right, Frank. Well, just stop in whenever, and I'll be checking into our group DM every once in a while to see if there's something new there.
Yeah, I'll keep sending you stuff.
Okay.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
See you later. All right. So,
Well, Frank, on that point, just to let you know, Mark Halperin's reporting, he said inside Kamala Harris's campaign in the last 24 hours, those closest to the high command are very cautious. Sharp contrast to Mar-a-Lago's braggadocio. Not one Democrat has emailed me their electoral college predictions. Not one.
Yeah, she's worried about Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
well, here's another one. Here's from Lara Trump not too long ago, about 2 hours ago. Said throughout the day we have been monitoring slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Now our legal team has learned that the counting took place in unsecured conditions, and the city now has to start over, wildly extending the counting timeline. This is an unacceptable example of incompetent election administration in key swing states. Voters deserve better. And see, here's the thing that we were not getting.
Yeah.
In
But they
2020.
are
Big
starting over.
They are starting over. Will it prolong the situation? But in 2020, things like this might have happened, and they would have just been like, "Oh, everything's fine.
Oh, absolutely.
Fuck off."
Yeah.
But there's just eyes everywhere. Their suspicion is high. I've seen that reported in a bunch of places where there's spats between different types of poll watchers. Because in 2020, what did we say? It was apparent there that this was an old boys club where if you're watching the polls, this was almost like a country club for Democrats where nobody really cared. They cared. They had, especially in Philadelphia. Once somebody showed up that was not part of their club and they wanted to volunteer as well, it got very nasty quick.
Wow.
And that's when they started putting up the cardboard.
Oh, yeah.
It was nuts. It was
ridiculous. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, don't look in here.
Put up the barriers. You don't have to they're performing surgery or something like that.
Unbelievable.
Someone's changing in here.
Like, come on, we're naked.
All of us.
We're all naked.
We're counting the ballots naked like we do every year.
What's wrong with you?
So what do you? So Chrissy, from a media standpoint, a big show business standpoint, what do you think the last minute dramatic Joe Rogan episode with Elon Musk last night endorsing Donald Trump did for the campaign? You think that was a really well-timed shot in the arm, or is it going to have no impact this late?
I think it will. I think it's significant because I've been hearing some man on the street interviews with younger first-time voters, and some of them were actually saying like, we voted for Trump just because specifically we did not see Kamala on the Joe Rogan podcast, that she wouldn't do it.
She can't do it.
Okay. Before, actually, no, Mike, you were in the bathroom and you and I were talking about MSNBC and the coverage. What was the coverage after what you said? It was after the assassination attempt, or after
this was after the first presidential debate between the first Democratic candidate. It was between Trump and Biden that we did together here.
Okay.
That week after, in July, MSNBC ratings for the age group 25 to 54 for that week. How many viewers do you think they had in that whole week?
In the week after the dementia debate?
Yes.
Okay, I know the answer, so you guys guess.
God, well, I'm a woman. Don't ask me about numbers.
Just throw them out there. What do you think MSNBC had?
3?
For the entire week after that debate, what do you think MSNBC had?
Like views?
Viewers.
100,000?
Mike?
500,000.
56,000.
Holy shit.
I was going to guess $1, like in
Like Price is
like in
Right.
Price is Right.
Oh, nice job.
56,000?
56,000. I was like, Frank, you probably outdid that.
I'll tell
my
you.
Isn't
God.
that incredible?
I'm gonna go on my SoundCloud right now.
I can't wait for Trump to win, only to just put the final nail in the coffin of legacy media.
Oh, Chrissy, I could not agree
I want
more.
them to just be like, oh, I guess we're irrelevant.
It's
oh
still
my
a big
God.
drop.
Oh my God.
I remember seeing the numbers back when Trump was president, and they had hysteria was at like its max, and the biggest shows, it was Tucker and Hannity on Fox were like 3 million, which even back then was still.
Oh
when you
yeah,
consider the whole picture. It's not a lot.
It's it was always so funny to me where every week and a half they put out the television slugfest numbers. Hannity 3.5 million. You look at it, you're like 3.5 million viewers or whatever, and then underneath there is Maddow at 2.7 and all that other stuff, and then you realize 3.5 million out of 340 million people here, and most of them are on the internet. Anything that, I mean, those bigger shows that Rogan just put out, those are 30. They had 30 million views in a day or so.
crazy.
Right now, me, I'm on my SoundCloud right now.
Little old me.
Within the last 7 days, I had, according to SoundCloud, which I don't trust them anyway, 126,927 plays. That's across all the stuff I have here. In the last 7 days, that's what SoundCloud has tallied up. That's a range of a week. You know,
what I'm saying,
I could
man.
put 2 MSNBCs in
Yeah.
that.
These people have the name, but they don't have the viewership. It's just it's a Potemkin village. It's just a facade.
It's boomers and people waiting to board their flights.
Because they're forced to. God, it's MSNBC.
That's just what's on.
Yep, that's it. On the YouTube, we're going to start taking some more calls right now. On the YouTube, anyway, the reason why I bring that up, Chrissy, is because those man on the street interviews with the young kids talking about, hey, well, she didn't show up on here. I mean, it just goes to show whether you like these big ticket podcasts or not. That's the new media now, and that is now the top of Mount Olympus when it comes to media. And it really is. It was a mad dash to get presidential candidates on these bigger independent shows because appearing on Fox in prime time does not do anything for you anymore.
No.
It doesn't do anything. I mean, maybe somebody. It's going to be like golf course talk. But
The finely tuned, finely edited, the polished talking points, the like neat little package. People aren't interested in that anymore because censorship has made us very distrustful of the media. So it's like, yeah, give me a sloppy, meandering 3 hours. I trust that more than someone who can only do a half hour.
yeah,
Completely.
I know. And you know, especially over the last 4 years, sloppy, meandering 3 hours actually simulates for a lot of people some of the social life that we've lost over the course of this war. And that's what this culture war, and it's gone into pharmaceutical, it's gone into economic, it's gone all over the place. But our main experience is cultural, and this is an interaction that we trust is authentic, like a friendship now.
And to Chrissy's point, you can't hide who you are for 3 hours. You can
No.
do it for a few minutes. You can read the script, and if your teleprompter goes out, you can read the script again. You know, but for 3 hours, you're not going to be able to sustain that. So I would much prefer that. I mean, after we just caught 60 minutes editing a short little 18-minute interview that she did, she couldn't even get through that.
I think she has just so many handlers now.
Yeah.
She's so she's
Micromanaged.
unable to be herself. Like I
agree.
think that's part of why she comes off so unlikable and she struggles with the word salad.
She's got voices in her head.
She has voices in her earrings, okay? I swear to God those earrings have Bluetooth.
I'm with you. I'm with you on those.
Yeah.
I knew that. I said, you know, this is
That-
the least of it, the earrings.
And that debate that we watched was the anomaly. She was cool, clean, crisp, articulate, had comebacks. That's not her.
I thought it was Obama in a suit. And I was
Exactly.
waiting for her to take her face off and be like,
I know.
But I mean, that was the anomaly, right? I mean, she's that's not who she is anywhere else.
yeah, that was the
So-
best we've ever seen her.
Absolutely.
Let's take a call. 812. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Say what?
Hello. Who's this?
This is Ryan.
Ryan.
Ryan
Yeah.
Seacrest.
Okay, Ryan. Please kill the stream in the back and take us off of speakerphone and tell us what's on your mind.
I think I'm calling the wrong show.
Okay. Have a good night.
He's like, is this InfoWars?
I wanted to know what show he was calling.
I don't care.
Is this Call Her Daddy?
I need
I'm here for blowjob tips.
I need
Sir?
quick exchanges.
Sir?
Quick exchanges. Okay, 440. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Kat from in Cobalt Cat in Ohio.
Hello, Kat. How's everything going over there? And what do you have for us tonight?
It's going great. I just have 3 quick things.
Okay.
I went and I voted earlier, and as you know, I'm blind, so it was a great experience. However, I found it weird that when we were walking up to go into the church to go vote, some lady asked us. She told us. She said, "Hey, ladies, there's a 20-minute wait. Would you like a Democrat ballot or Democrat?"
Wow.
And I said, "No, thank you." And I kept going. And so as I'm waiting in line, there must have been like a poll worker walking up and down the lines for whatever reason. And obviously he saw me standing there with my white cane, and he says, "Hello, I'm a poll worker. Are you going to be needing an accessible voting machine today?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, thank you." I said, "Wow, it's much easier than, 4 years ago." So he said, "I'll be looking for you when you get inside." So I went inside and do my whole thing, and I sat down, and he told me, put the machine up, and
Hello. Yeah, I'm listening.
My phone it cut out, but I'm sorry. But anyway, so he handed me this device that looked like an old joystick type thing, and I wanted to make sure I was using it right. And he goes, "Okay, now, are you hearing what you need to hear?" And I said, "Oh yeah." I said, "Yep, I got it." I said, "I'm getting ready to, I'm going to do my thing." And he stood over me and he goes, "I want to make sure that it works." And I go to select, vote for the president, and he said, "Oh, yep, it went through. Now you can continue." And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, what do? I don't want this guy to be standing over me watching me vote.
Weird.
So he finally walked away. But as I got finished, once I figured out how to work the device, I went back all the way to the first page and made sure, okay, that vote was counted, and it was done, it was good, and everything worked. So,
Okay.
but yeah, I just had to tell you about those 3 interesting things that happened. No big deal, but just kind of found it interesting.
Well, no, it's very interesting because I never even thought to ask, or I never wondered how a blind person would vote, especially if they're not there with somebody, a member of their family or something that would help them out. What if you showed up alone? What kind of device is there? And if for privacy's sake, how much do you take a random poll worker along for the ride with you just for privacy's sake? I wouldn't want to do anything with them either. So it's interesting to learn about that device that they gave you. But so you were that's electioneering. What happened? Who approached you in a political fashion on the line? They can't do that. That you can't even be on a line to vote with a.
We weren't. Remind you. This is as we were walking into the church, up to the door. She said, "Hi, ladies. Good morning. There's only a 20-minute wait. Would you like a Democratic?"
No, they can't do that.
Wow.
Not even on the premises, they can't do that. You can't be outside of a polling place and even wear a campaign hat, let alone actually try to pamphleteer. So that's strange right there. Hopefully somebody shooed that bug away. But thank you for calling in, Kat. It was great to hear from you, and I'm glad that everything went your way eventually.
Thank you so much. You have a great night.
You too. You too.
Frank, quick little update. The New York Times Needle has made its first appearance. Apparently, it was down. It was going to be down for this election. It made its first appearance, predicting a Trump win 278 to 260 at the moment.
Don't tease me because
I'm just telling you
it's a long night and I don't want to blow my load too soon.
That little needle.
Don't tell me about your needle.
Sorry.
Trump's chances right now are.
But I got to talk about
They have
this.
it at 69%.
But Mike, what is the New York Times Needle? What is that?
Oh no, this is the decision desk. Had him at 69% chance.
So then, what's this talk of a needle?
It's just like on the New York Times, they have like a little needle that follows the race, and it does all the the algorithm, and it predicts the winner. And so, but it was supposed to be down for this election, ironically. Because the New York Times wouldn't want to call a race for Donald Trump, but it's up right now, and it's leaning towards Trump, 278 to 260.
Okay.
And Trump just pulled ahead in North Carolina.
I
with
just saw
16%,
that.
Yeah.
I just saw that. Oh man, come on, Virginia. What the hell's wrong with you?
So correct me if I'm wrong, West Virginia flipped red?
Yes.
That usually goes there, but that usually go. They hear that's the anomaly with West Virginia. The state usually awards its electoral college votes to. When was the last time West Virginia went blue? I mean, sure, it's happened.
I'll tell you right now.
But more often than not, I know that those electoral college votes goes toward Republicans. But
Clinton, Bill Clinton was the last one in 1996 to win West Virginia.
but since then, Democrat senators, they make away with those seats all the time.
They do, but every presidential candidate, Bush, McCain, Romney, Trump.
Okay, that's just that's something else. Let's take a call. JM, what's going on? You're on the air.
Hey, Frank, it's Joe from Milwaukee.
Hey, Milwaukee. Everybody's looking at Milwaukee right now. How's it going?
Yeah, it's good, man. The vibes are good in the city right now. I think it's that eye of the storm feeling where everyone's just feeling optimistic no matter which side of the coin they're on. But, yeah, I just wanted to call and let you guys know my experience at the poll was the line was 45 minutes long.
Wow.
I went this morning at 7 o'clock, and it was a little bit chaotic in the room, but everybody there was really nice. The only awkward time that I experienced was when they took your ballot and they're scanning it in. There's somebody standing there looking at it, and they can totally see who you're voting for before they scan it in. So I felt like that was a little weird. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that either.
Yeah,
I think you should have put it in yourself.
It's like standing next to somebody next to a urinal. You know.
You have somebody else unzip and take it out for you. I don't know what happens in these men's rooms.
Inappropriate.
No, yeah, we usually do. Usually the person next to you helps you. It's common courtesy. Okay,
but I do feel like everybody was just really nice. I don't know. I don't. It's hard to judge because I'm in a very Jewish and black neighborhood. And I kind of, in my own mind, I'm judging what I'm thinking who I'm thinking people are going to vote for. But overall, everyone was really kind. And dude, I just loved. Because you guys were talking about the Elon Musk interview last night, and I listened to it before bed, and it's just amazing to me the hubris of Kamala Harris, where he was inviting her on the show, and she was basically telling him he would give her 25, 30 minutes or something, or an hour, whatever it was, or something short, and that he had to fly to her. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, who the hell is this woman?
I know.
Who is this woman?
First,
you've got Elon Musk sitting at his desk.
Right.
You've got Donald Trump sitting at his desk. You've got J.D. Vance who came in and sat at his desk. Look at everybody that's come in to sit at the Joe Rogan desk. And she's wanting him to...
Fetterman, even Fetterman, retarded
Fetterman
Fetterman came in and did a couple hours.
I know.
Yeah, and he wasn't even that bad. I kind of just felt bad for him. He was all right, though. He's just...
And these people are not busier. They're not. You know what I mean? Like Kamala's not busier than Elon and Trump.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, I guess she's having to sit through. It seems like she's having to sit through a bunch of coaching, but I don't know if y'all were paying attention to any of the again, I don't know too much about her, but Candace Owens was doing deep dives on her, basically saying that her mom was involved in some MK Ultra programs and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And how she thinks that Obama and her are both CIA plants. And that totally makes sense to me. The world is becoming aware of who these people are and what they're doing. You guys just mentioned, what was it, MSNBC or whatever, having 50,000 people listening? That is unbelievable, you guys.
I know. Yeah.
The world is changing. It's over for them.
JM, to your point, I was just before I did this show, we started at 8 o'clock here. At 6:30, I appeared for a half hour with Robert Phoenix on his show. And he went into that as well because we were talking about just the matchups and what it all means and where she even came from. And he brought up Candace Owens, CIA Manchurian candidate, kind of a dig there. And I said, honestly, it creates a lot more of a valid backstory to how we got Kamala Harris in this position than anything else, because 2020 was a very strange year. It's like anybody I asked, why do you think it's her though? they'll say, well, she checks boxes. She's not white and she's a woman. I said, yeah, but there's so many more functional people out there that check those boxes. You can literally do anything. And why this woman who has, if you just go back a couple of decades, she's literally a D-girl escort. I mean, she's out on red carpets.
She paid her dues.
She's a D. I'm seriously.
I know.
She's played the role of escort.
Obama was a go-go dancer.
So when you bring this
Well,
up,
that and then think about Zelensky, that guy.
Yeah.
What was going on with him?
Exactly.
This is a serious issue, and I think people are becoming aware of this stuff. I mean, if you think about Kamala coming out of nowhere like this, we're dealing with a serious issue that I think people are becoming aware of. Like, everybody on our side of the coin, that's just like, we're just looking for somebody who's real.
Yes.
We just need somebody who's real, who's like you've said on other shows, throwing some sand in the gear of this New World Order onslaught that we're facing. And it's gotten to the pathetic point where we're just looking for some humanity in her. We cannot find it. And the only thing that makes sense is the stuff that's being uncovered. And it's who would have guessed 2 months ago? Oh, Candace Owens, of course her mom is connected to MK Ultra. Of course she potentially is CIA. But none of us would be surprised because we're trying to find her humanity and we're not finding it.
I think
nobody's finding it.
I think that's why her voter turnout is so low. I think people really were searching for her to give them a reason to vote for her, and she just simply couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Straight up, people aren't stupid, and I know that we're surrounded by brainwashed people, programmed people. I get it. I think a lot of it is what I experience out here in Milwaukee. I see it everywhere. Like in my neighborhood specifically, we have these like really beautiful streets with big trees, and then there's like a median with the grass that belongs to the city. And I was seeing all these Kamala signs in there, and I'm like, who the hell is putting these here? And they're not. It's illegal to put them there. But somebody was going around the city putting all of these signs everywhere to make it appear like there was some just sweep going on with her and all this support. And then within 2 days, all those signs were gone. Like the city came and took them out. But I just think there's this illusion going on, and people aren't buying it. And I think people are just, I don't know. People want the real. And
it's hard. It's a hard thing, and you bring up such great points, and I think that's very astute what you've laid out there. And I've said it before: the effort that it takes, the resources that you need to marshal in order to keep this illusion going is staggering. Yeah, it's staggering.
Dude, I was getting things on my door every single day for the past 2 months for Kamala Harris. I got one. I think I had one or two flyers from Trump's campaign, but everything else was Kamala Harris. So they really put a lot of money into this, and I think it's, going back to the.
I mean, even
the mainstream media.
Even though the World Series commercials. The commercials during the World Series or during the playoffs, every other commercial where it's just, I feel like every anti-Trump commercial out there could have been the basis of a lawsuit. I'm saying his project 2025, his project 2025, over and over again, and I just couldn't. I can't. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't compute. But we're going to see
it's a gaslighting, man, that everybody is seeing through. I mean, people that are smart, that are paying attention. I mean, it's just they can't keep this up. I mean, I think the only thing they have on their side is BlackRock, and even BlackRock can't keep up with it. And isn't it funny? A guy who was on Fear Factor is now the loudest voice in the world. And he's just chilling out with people who are allowed to be real, and that's what people want. That's what we want.
It's gone a long way. Thanks for the call, man.
Absolutely, love you guys.
Yeah, it's gone a long way. That simplicity. There's the lipstick and the high heels. It's nobody gives a shit anymore.
You're talking about Obama, right?
Yeah.
Are you saying I shouldn't have worn lipstick and high heels?
No. Did you wear high heels tonight?
No.
Okay, I was going to say. That would be just too much. Okay, we got a couple more minutes before we, at 9 o'clock, we're going to bring Adel on. Mike, you got something?
Yeah, quick update for you. So this decision desk that Rich Barris gave us, that tracker has Virginia called for Harris.
Whoa.
But the New York Times, there's 47% reporting, New York Times has Trump up 1.
Dude, I have the
only
decision
30,000
desk.
to go.
It's called for Harris. This is almost like what I had seen before. Now, I know somebody who understands polling would be able to break this down, saying based on the counties that are left, they can project that it's going to be a loss. But right now, it's reminiscent of 2020, where we're all like, why are you calling it now? With 45% in, only about 40,000 votes separates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Well, here's the thing. The AP has 43% in, and actually Donald Trump is ahead by 20,000 votes.
What's the total? Because he's got 924,000 over here.
About that, New York Times shows he's ahead by 15,000.
He's got over
votes.
a million in the AP.
Okay, well, over here with less votes tallied on decision desk, they gave it to Virginia. And maybe
Interesting.
that's just inside baseball. They know how these things trend with whatever counties and districts are left.
Yeah.
But this was one of those things where like, is Virginia gonna go in 2020? And then.
But
I think they called it for Harris 4 years ago before Trump was even eclipsed in vote totals.
Well,
Yeah,
here's the
Trump
thing.
was winning and they called it.
Yeah.
He lost in 2020 supposedly by 10 points. So if he's only losing it by a percentage point, that's a huge swing in that area, and that could predict other states.
Well, here's
So-
what Rich Barris just said 51 minutes ago. No, actually, a little bit less than. Where's the Virginia one that I just saw? Donald Trump has now exceeded. Oh, let's just go in order because I know that Virginia's in here. Oh, yeah, that's the next one.
Loudoun County.
Loudoun County mirrors the statewide. If Loudoun County, Virginia, mirrors the statewide swing, then Virginia is going to be very close. It's an 8-point swing to Trump from 2020 already, with 95% reported.
Yeah.
So I guess we're behind whatever the hell it is, but even that has narrowed. So you're talking about states that are now people are just writing off as lost to the Democrat cause. Are the belt is tightening. How the hell does he not take Pennsylvania?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the last Republican to win Virginia was Bush in 2004. So everyone else on the Republican side has lost it, and this is as close as it's ever been since Bush won it. So
The next one he said, the next thing we have from Rich over here is Donald Trump has now exceeded, this is from Florida, has now exceeded our polling margin in Florida, 11 points, which I already could not believe to be possible. I published because the numbers are the numbers, but it was a difficult one to drop because it's insane.
yeah, 13 points I see for here so far.
Trump is also with the decision desk forecast. He'll be running roughly 1.5 points stronger in Indiana than he was in 2020. And so it's really just what kind of an operation do they have running over there in Pennsylvania? Because right now Pennsylvania, what they have posted is Kamala Harris ahead by nearly 300,000 or so votes. It was the opposite momentum in 2020 where Trump was ahead by like 500,000 votes, and we saw that dwindle away to nothing. And now it's the opposite. So I wonder if it's,
Well, in 2020, there were 600,000 more registered Democrats, and now they've cut that in half. They've actually registered 300,000 more Republicans in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And what was the margin of victory in there ultimately?
Which state?
Pennsylvania. What was the margin of victory ultimately in 2020?
In 2020, Pennsylvania was Biden 50%, Trump 49. So it was 1%.
Yeah, but what was the vote totals?
I don't have that.
Because I think it was only a couple tens of,
Yeah.
like, what was it, 40
Let
or?
me see if I can find that.
I don't know. It wasn't anything big. So you think that if there was major inroads made in that state, then I don't know. Logic obviously doesn't apply.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with that. Let's take a call. 914, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hi, may I speak with Frank, please?
Oh, you're speaking. Who is this?
I'm kidding. It's Andres. How you doing, brother?
Andres, good to hear from you, man. You don't call in more than you don't call in enough, I should say.
I know. I got to call in more. Long-time listener, big-time supporter. I still have my original Dalza shirt from back in the day.
Oh my gosh.
Aw. Let me answer the phones. I'll be a receptionist.
You should.
Yeah.
You should. I would love to have a call screener one day and just have a separate room for the call screener. That would be great. If you were the call screener one night.
A girl can dream.
I finally made it.
So Andres, welcome back, my old friend. What's on your mind?
Well, we vote in the same county. I had a question for you. Did you have to present ID when you voted?
What are you kidding me? No, I remember. I remember it was maybe about I don't know, maybe about 12 years ago. I went to take my ID out, and they almost like scoffed at me.
That's what happened to me. It was like I showed them a nude. She was like, "Ugh, put it away."
Yeah.
Ugh, my eyes.
Yeah, no, same here. I couldn't believe it, and I remember last time and the previous time, and it's just nothing's changed. It's baffling. I just can't believe it.
We're not a no serious people that organize themselves in any kind of a self-governing. No serious people. No people serious about self-governance would ever run elections the way that we do in places like New York.
I believe they call it willy-nilly.
So willy-nilly. So willy-nilly. So, how was it by you, Andres? Did you have a big line, or are you just in and out?
I got out of work. I got out 4:30. I was there by 5, and no one was in front of me. And it was literally on my street at a Girl Scout house over there, or building, whatever you want to call it. And as I'm walking back to my house, I see my landlord's, he's a Gen Z, must be early 20s, or must be 22 or something like that. And I saw him, and he said, "Oh, hey, did you go for a walk?" I was like, "No, I went to go vote." "Aren't you going to go vote down the street?" He's like, "I don't really pay attention to politics." Now, that being said, the kid has the same address as me. I know his full name. What's to stop me from going there an hour later and just submitting a vote under his name?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
I mean, well, they would ask you your address.
Yeah, but we have the same address because he's my landlord. He lives right upstairs.
Oh shit! See, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, and let's say that you were just very, very committed to this scheme. It doesn't even take me to say, okay, well, they're going to recognize me. I was just there voting. Well, you just get somebody else. Get your if you're let's say that you're the superintendent or something like that. You get a cousin of yours. Hey, listen, go vote here for this guy and just sign his name. That's it.
Yeah, and on social media, as we all do, we have people on each side posting their opinions, and I have friends who, I don't judge them on their political views, but they're posting about, I went to go vote Harris, and and by the way, I did have to present ID, but that's not the case everywhere, and people don't realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but where were they doing that? It wasn't in New York.
No, it's in Jersey, but still, it's like they don't realize that it's not. It's not the same procedure everywhere.
I have to find something now, Andres. There was that big New York Post article from from 2020 that I have to look into now. I appreciate the call. I'm going to bring on our first guest of the night in a couple of seconds. So
absolutely,
but listen,
great to talk to you, brother. We'll be in touch.
Absolutely, and if you're watching later on the night and something huge happens, call back again. Maybe you get through.
Absolutely.
All right, take care.
All right, have fun, guys. Talk to you soon.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah, when I see 914 pop up on the area code, I said, "Oh shit! Wow,
Right this way, sir.
A local, come on in, come and knock on our door.
I'll be waiting for you.
Little Three's Company.
Ooh, can I be Chrissy?
You can. Well, I guess you're the only one. Oh, actually, no. We need another girl.
Yeah. You have to be both Chrissy and Janet.
There's some girls out there.
Are there?
Pyretta's a girl.
Bring Pyretta in here.
She's walking in right now.
She could be.
Oh, Chrissy. I mean, Janet.
Hello. Oh, I love this cat.
She's
got shorter than average legs.
No, bigger than average body, I
think.
think.
She's closer to the ground.
Well, that's what gives her distinct strut. She struts like.
She does. She does.
It's a very elegant strut. She just owns the room.
Frank, sadly, New Hampshire has been called for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Aren't all the libertarians there? What good are they?
It's close, but I was really hoping that they would pull that out.
That was the big libertarian exodus that was going on around 2010 or so. It was kind of lined up, running parallel to not only the the Ron Paul revolution and. Oh man, they haven't been
able to pull it off in years. But
I know.
I was kind of hoping this would be the year.
I just don't get it.
We got like 90 seconds. Oh shoot, Pyretta just messed with the map. But there's like 90 seconds until the polls close in New York.
I know.
We're gonna start to get a lot now. 9 o'clock.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Pyretta's upset about New Hampshire.
She is. I don't blame her.
Imagine Pyretta steps on Mike's keyboard and she actually changes the vote totals in Illinois. And
Send Pyretta over to a Dominion machine.
There you go.
Have her work her magic.
If this computer had the
She's
power,
a cat
Yeah.
hacker.
this map would look a lot different right now.
oh, please. I'd love it. That would be fantastic. Well, our friend Adal's going to be here in just a little bit. I want to just check up on a few others.
They just called Ohio. Sorry, they just called Ohio for Trump, which is obviously... But he's ahead in North Carolina and Georgia. So, I mean, things are starting to take shape, at least the way we expected. Pennsylvania will be the next kind of biggest one, I think, to fall.
The big thing here is that he's up 52 to 47 in Georgia with 63% in. I mean, it's coming down to the wire, and that would be huge to have that back under the fold there. That and North Carolina would be big. Nothing makes sense about Pennsylvania right now.
No.
That gap has to close. With the efforts that have been put in there, nothing makes sense. And I know the Amish are going nuts right now.
I'm trying to see if Lancaster, where the, which is where I get my food from, I'm trying to see if they're in yet. I don't see it.
Chrissy, do you eat any food from the Amish? Have you gone down that rabbit hole yet?
Oh yeah. There's this guy named the Amish Comic who I've done shows with.
Really?
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and I've done a club in Lancaster in the last couple years.
Okay.
They have good pies.
A good Amish pie.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I like it. I like it a lot. I get their eggs. I actually have to pick up 5 dozen of their eggs next Wednesday.
Ooh. Wow. How long does that keep for?
Good amount, but we eat a lot of eggs.
Good.
You know,
The
a
baby,
weekend.
The baby's eating eggs now.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Took us a long time to get Aurora to eat scrambled eggs. Then she loved it for a while, and then she just started not liking it for no reason.
Aw.
They just start not liking it just to say that they don't like something. It's
Just because it's their whole personality is not liking something.
it's a power trip thing.
It is. It is.
They just want to say, no,
They go,
I
I
don't
don't like this. What are you going to do about it,
Yeah.
Dad?
I don't want it.
Oh, so they just called, a bunch of other states. 194 to 95 at the moment. Oh, they just called New York already for Harris.
What?
Nothing's even in.
I know.
Count my vote, damn it.
I know. Hold
New
on.
York Times
Okay.
did too.
How depressing.
Let's see here.
No
Who
surprises really so far.
do I got here? Adel. All right, let's take Adel in. Hold on a second. Where is he? Adel. Adel, you there?
It's funny.
Why do I have 2 of you? Adel, why do I have 2 of you in the waiting room? Hold on, connecting to audio. Okay, Adel, you hear me?
I got you. What's up, man?
Nothing much.
I can't see you though.
Well, hold on. Let me send you a virtual camera feed. There you go.
There we go. There he is.
Yay!
Hey.
Good to see you. Now, Adel, welcome to the show. It's you and me and Chrissy Mayer and John Carroll and Jay Gulanello. Welcome to the show.
What's up, Adel?
Hey, good to be with you guys. How's everyone doing tonight?
No, we're doing all right. You know, the first thing I'm going to reminisce with you is because nobody's completely feeling comfortable right now.
No. No.
You know, nobody's completely feeling comfortable in their shoes. You, me, and Dilly, I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Well, around 11:30 p.m. and things start going haywire in Georgia. And right now, if you had a fail safe in Georgia, you think tonight, right now is when you'd throw it up because they have over 60% reporting and Donald Trump's in the head by over a couple 100,000 votes. And man, oh man, what have you been focusing on tonight? And what's I don't know, what's your biggest points of contention?
So, I mean, I just like everybody else, just kind of watching things roll in. Georgia and North Carolina look pretty nice. The Sun Belt in general looks pretty nice. My biggest point of contention is these like fake bomb threat things. Have you been hearing about these?
Yeah. Something, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, so you have Brad Raffensperger, one of our best friends down there in Georgia, releasing a story about a bomb threat hoax coming from Russia, right? Russian disinformation. So they kind of seeded this narrative, and then all of a sudden you started seeing them in Michigan and in Arizona too, if I'm remembering correctly, where they have to shut down these polling places in Democrat areas while they go and clear the bomb threats. But what's really telling about it is you don't see Mark Elias or any of these Democrat lawyers suing to extend voting hours in their districts. And to me, what that says is they're trying to either set up a narrative that this wasn't legitimate, or use this as a reason to try to not certify the vote. You can kind of see what the angle is here, because if it was legitimate and they honestly thought that they had a good chance to win, you would think that they would be suing like the Republicans did in Cambridge County and Pennsylvania to get an extra couple of hours when their voting machines went down. So their lack of action and their silence on it has been pretty deafening.
It makes you feel like they're setting up a opportunity for them for a legal gripe.
Yeah, they need a scapegoat. They need some reason to explain to their viewers why they were wrong, or why they misled them, or why they fed them hopium. Like, oh, if it wasn't for this Russian plot to scare away our voters, to intimidate our voters, this would have been different. Or even worse, maybe use it as reason to challenge the election, deny certification, and throw us into some kind of constitutional crisis that way.
I'll tell you, man. I'm okay. So then you're speaking from a standpoint, the perspective, primary perspective, a Pennsylvanian. Do you find the gap between both candidates right now, Trump in second place by a sizable amount at the moment? Do you find that concerning, or do you think that there is a big surge of equalizer power coming in?
I think the way they do it in Pennsylvania is they count the early and the mail-in votes that they received ahead of time first, and I think this is like the firewall that they were talking about that they were hoping to achieve. If I remember correctly, in 2020, this was closer to like a 1 million vote firewall early on, and Republicans came storming back, and then we had these magical votes show up at 3:34 in the morning and kind of flipped everything on its head. So right now, that firewall is a fraction of what I remember it being in 2020, if my memory serves correctly.
See, I guess I don't have good memory of this
I think
stuff.
you're correct. Yeah.
I guess I don't have memory. I just remember Donald Trump ahead by a massive margin, and yeah, by bedtime we're starting to see the leak. So all right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So right now I'm looking at Allegheny County, right? That's where I am, Pittsburgh. Right now it's 37% reporting. You have 70-29 for Harris. If Donald Trump can get above 35% in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, we're in real good shape. So that's kind of one of the things I'm going to look at. And then I don't know about Philadelphia, what those normally break out to, but Harris seems to be doing reasonably well in the Philadelphia area, but there's a whole center part of the country that's barely reported anything yet, and that's where you're going to get massive amounts of heavy red vote, game day votes, and I think
I know
you'll start to see things even out pretty quickly in Pennsylvania once those counties start reporting.
Well, let's think about just this for a second. Where the hell are we? Window. Okay, here you go. Right now on Decision Desk, think about how quickly this night is actually progressing. In actuality, it is 10 after 9 p.m. Donald Trump is, with even one of those smaller states right now, he's going to break 200 electoral college votes. Texas was just called. That's why he's up to 194. Right. So it's just, and that's what 60% in. He's going to win that by a very large margin. I have to imagine that that's going to be the case for all the Senate races too.
Texas, that's the Bucky's belt.
Yes, the Bucky's belt. Look here. Look there. There's a nice red. There's a nice red land bridge
Right down the middle.
Right down the middle.
Good for us to separate from California from.
I know.
Yeah, right.
I know. If only, see, I don't want to cede any ground, but if only we could have like a new Mason-Dixon line, the secession of one side to the other would be a lot easier. Everybody keeps talking about secession and all that other stuff, but you think about how pockmarked the entire country is with these different little holdouts. The 1860 was a lot easier. You had the Mason-Dixon line, you had North and South. It was a lot easier to divide the country. You can't do.
Ship the illegals over there. Get them over there.
Just can't do it anymore.
And carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's interesting is they called Virginia already for Harris, but I'm looking at it, and Donald Trump's got a 2-point lead with 53% in.
And
Oops,
the AP
well, we called it. Oh well.
And yeah, the AP has not called it yet. So
Neither have the Times. Yeah.
I find that pretty interesting.
yeah.
New Jersey, I thought would hold on a bit longer too. I
Yeah.
thought that could be something that was a bit more competitive.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it looks like Harris has got a 10-point lead with 46% in, so maybe that's fair.
Yeah.
And um,
See, the
I
whole,
heard a lot of people with hopes with New York, New Jersey, places like that. I thought
I
it was
didn't.
far-fetched, but
I thought
you know.
New York was far-fetched
Yeah.
as well, but New Jersey was interesting to me only because of, what they were showing as far as all the rallies, and then also all those few state elections that we had covered over the last 4 years of like virtual nobodies that were unseating career politicians, and there were things there that were showing that were at least intimating that there might be some real inroads with people who are maybe having an awakening. But then again, Adel, do you remember this back in 2020? I haven't gone, I just remembered a couple of minutes ago, so I haven't gone and dug it up. But around the time that the New York Post was reporting on the Hunter Biden laptop thing, there was a full feature in there from a guy who was giving testimony about how for decades he was the one that people went to rig New Jersey elections.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking
You
about.
remember that? It was a gigantic New York Post story. Can one of you guys find that over there? Actually, I don't know if you'd be able to just do some searches. It was like 2020 New York Post, New Jersey election rigging. It was this one guy that they were talking about all of the ways that he was, fixing elections more specifically in the state of New Jersey for a long, long time, and that sticks with me. These are the little things that if we weren't an insane society, that would stop the train rolling in its tracks, and it would be all eyes on New Jersey. But there was so much going on in the latter half of 2020 that's just kind of came and went.
Yeah, I remember you covering this story on your show, and I remember going and reading it myself afterwards, and I thought that was pretty crazy, like the detail he went into, like how they would open the mail, like and replace the ballots or fill out the ballots, return the ballots. The smaller the race, the easier it is to rig.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, especially in my town. In my town over here, I mean, we have a good amount of people that are living here. There's half of the people that live here are actually citizens, though. And even so, let's say that the 34,000 people who live in my town voted. They don't. We have 34,000 eligible voters in this town right now, and every time that there is a local election, we are looking at vote totals that are in the hundreds to low, like 1,200 votes a person is high here. That's why in our town we were the testing ground for a voting style called cumulative voting, where every person who votes in this town has 6 votes each that they can spread out across all candidates or just one candidate. Because it's ridiculous, because it's just the same kind of vote spread, but just times 6. It makes it seem like there's more civic involvement, but there's not. So there is I can see anybody with enough gumption over here can figure out how to swing. I can make myself mayor next week. Nobody votes in my town, so it's crazy.
Yeah, you don't need to pay campaign staff. Just hire that guy. He'll make the votes for you. Whoever that was in the New York Post. That sounds like that'd be a pretty easy job for him, Frank.
Yeah. Okay, so what did you think about the statements made by Elon Musk on Joe Rogan? There's also, I saw Dr. Robert Epstein making some big, Google accusations about what is still being run right now in the lead up to the election. I mean, there's a lot going on. Any pre-election day stories that really caught your attention?
I thought the rally. I mean, I watched the rally in Pittsburgh here last night, and the Joe Rogan endorsement I thought was really big. I thought Elon going on Rogan the day before the election was huge. I think that really motivated a lot of maybe independent or low propensity voters, or I don't know, just people that might not have taken the time to go out, especially maybe the younger people that are going to help Trump. Motivate them and mobilize them towards the polls. So I think those were nice little end of campaign touches for sure. I didn't see the Robert Epstein thing though. What exactly? Because he's been kind of digging into Google and their search manipulation for a while. So what's the latest on
For
that?
a while, yeah. Let me see what he said. This is what he said yesterday. He said what Google is doing right now. He said what Google is doing. This is last night at 7:30. What Google's doing right now in the swing states is reprehensible. And remember, this is a former Clinton voter. Google is using at least 7 powerful techniques to shift votes in those states, including partisan go-to reminders that will guarantee that Harris wins at least 5 of the 7 swing states.
Wow.
Nationwide, they are guaranteeing her a win margin minimum between 6 and 8 million votes. Well, I mean, we'll see how this works. We'll see if that actually bears out. But he says, look at the latest Ohio search suggestions and search results. These manipulations to discredit or neutralize one candidate sways millions of votes. Because it's one of those very subtle psychological things. I mean, these are all of the headlines that are on the side of your windows that you're browsing. These are, most people don't even read the articles that populate when they ask a search engine the question. They just get some kind of quick validation from a headline that's at the top, and then they go about their business with that. So I don't know.
I think that stuff probably. I think that probably was more impactful in the past. Things have been just so bad. When you look at crime, the economy, inflation, the border. I don't know if it matters as much in this particular instance what Google is telling you because you're living it. Like you're out there feeling it. We've talked about this before a little bit, Frank. Like we're asked to suspend our belief in our own 5 senses, like what we're actually experiencing, and believe them when they say it's a good economy or the border is secure, or crime is down, when you could see with your own 2 eyes in your own personal experience, your own checkbook, bank account, that none of that is true. So I think they're trying their hardest to manipulate things that substantially, but I don't know. I don't think that it's as effective when the bad policy, like when it goes beyond just personality and bullshit accusations and really gets into the quality of people's day-to-day lives. I think people's lived experiences are outweighing slanted search results right now. That's kind of my feel for it anyway.
So
Yeah, well, then let me. That's I hope so too, because I do think that there's less and less buffer, and there's less and less place to really keep ourselves separate from the consequences of all this shit. Like, I thought was funny. Did you guys see any of these? I guess they're pranks. These people that were being scared to death by. Let's see. What is it? The rich white people. With Harris signs are terrified after receiving letters thanking them for accepting to house a migrant family.
I did see
yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
Here,
I saw one of these.
Let's
This guy pulls up. Oh yeah, he brings a whole bus of. They're probably just actors, but this whole bus of people that look like illegals.
That's great.
well, that one I have.
After this woman's like, do you support housing migrants or whatever? And she's like, oh yeah, sure. She's like, great. We found somebody. And like whistles over this bus. She's like, no.
Listen to this.
I put a lawn sign in my front yard, and I don't think I should be subjected to these fraudulent mailers.
When this 50-year-old Shrewsbury woman put up a Harris wall sign in front of her home, she just wanted to show her support. She never imagined she would be subjected to a...
There. You'll see what the card in her box says. Thank you for supporting Kamala. We so appreciative of you putting out a yard sign, but now we need your help, your continued help. We will be moving a family of 2 from the country of Nicaragua into your home on the 30th of October. They will need food, toiletries, and transportation. Thank you. And this
campaign dirty trick.
It really creeped me out.
She was dismayed when the mail arrived this week and she received this postcard. It purports to be from the Harris campaign, thanking her for putting up a sign and alerting her a family from Nicaragua would be moving into her home.
That's when I realized it was an obvious attempt to try to either scare me or rage bait me and make me upset.
It's absolutely a scare tactic.
See, here's the question.
And it works.
Why is it why is it a scare tactic?
Simply a manifestation of your support.
What's what's so scary about that? So these rich white liberals consider that when rich white liberals consider taking responsibility for their actions, it's a scare tactic. It's very interesting to consider there.
Yeah.
You know, so I always say, Adel, they're like teenagers at a slumber party. Like they feel like they're being adults. They're staying up late. They're watching television.
Yeah.
They're spinning the bottle. They're playing with the Ouija boards. But if mom and dad weren't there to bring them some bagel bites when they're hungry, they would fucking starve.
I need my pizza rolls.
Give me the pizza rolls. The meatloaf. Oh my gosh.
That's so true. That's a perfect analogy.
Well, here, hold on. Let me give you all something else. Now, I put this out on the show last night. I was asking people predictions. We weren't able to get too many in because it was such a jam-packed broadcast. But here's one that I read from a friend of mine, and he's actually from Pennsylvania, and he said this. Now, he is. This is his astro predictions. He was going into the stars for this one. He said, Frank, here's what I think I see coming. And I said, all right, I'm going to read it to people. I think it's really out there, but of course, stranger things have and will happen. He said Trump wins, but not officially declared due to voter problems. Biden dies or has a stroke. Kamala is the POTUS. Convenient civil disturbances. Media blames Republicans. Democrats claim victory. Trump inauguration delayed a few months in 2025, but Texas secedes with 30 other states with Trump as the president with a new flag and everything.
Cool.
Wow.
So how if you were going to put money on that at MGM, how much would you put down, Adel?
What are my odds? Like
I don't know,
because that seems out there. I don't know if you're giving me like 100 to 1 odds. I might throw $100 on there and roll with it, see what happens.
Well, what about you guys? What do you think? You think we're gonna have to move the 30? Well, can you imagine that? What would be the closest Confederate state to us? Would it be West Virginia at that point?
Probably West Virginia. Yeah.
Could be interesting because West Virginia was a break off from the last Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, I could be in West Virginia in 35 minutes if I speed. So I'm okay with West Virginia.
I don't want to give up Pennsylvania just yet, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
I love their fireworks.
Yeah.
We need them for the fireworks.
And the Amish.
Yes. The pies.
They have pies. They have fireworks. They're the home of Jim Thorpe. What are we gonna do?
I love Pennsylvania, but what they did to this state in the voting here in 2020, it breaks my heart. It was never great in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. There were definitely some fraud, but adding this, mass mail-in voting, and now it takes us an extra 3-4 days to count the votes, and right now with I think it's like a 5-2 Democrat Supreme Court sitting on top of it all, it's just very daunting to feel like the representation of the state is really ever going to match the electorate of the state, if that makes sense. I feel like we have to overcome so much now just to get any level of true representation in Pennsylvania. It didn't used to be like that. It was never perfect, but this mail-in balloting has added a huge hurdle for Republicans to be able to really compete on a statewide level.
I'm glad you bring that up, because I know the only reason why people are so optimistic as they are right now is because finally, instead of just beating the drum of we got to turn out on election day, you got to be able to play the game that's actually on the table. It's like at this point there is like, we're trying to play chess and they're trying to play pinochle, and you have to, you got to go out there and at least try to match odds a little bit there, and you've seen that now with the massive early voting that's going on and absentee ballots and all that stuff and whatever, but the mailers are still around, these wide open margins of late submissions and all of these very loose criteria for having what should be disqualified votes accepted, especially when you start encouraging people to vote early from like weeks and weeks and weeks out. The fact that anything would be let in and qualified an hour after polls close, when you give everybody like months to get their vote in, is absolutely ridiculous. Now, that being said, yes, we are seeing, compared to 2020, a great ground game on the Donald Trump side that has matched wits with people for early voting and all that stuff. It's showing. It's showing. And then, of course, people are turning out on top of it. But you can't continue like this. I understand for 2024, if you're even going to be competitive, you got to play this new game that has been created over the last 4 years just to even be competitive on a numerical level. But going forward, you can't keep this up. This can't be the way it is. It has to go away.
It's so bad for the country because whoever ends up flipping a seat in those 3 or 4 extra days that they take to count votes, the other side is never going to see that candidate as legitimate. And for just the confidence in the system, if they want to have the mail-in voting, which I'm completely against, that has to be, like you said, has to be cut off when the polls close. If you want to mail in your vote, if you don't want to show up on election day, if you just want to drop it in the mail, fine. But that's on you to make sure that thing arrives on time. You get that ballot a month ahead of time, put it in the mail that week, and it's in there, and we don't. But maybe
it's got a QR code or something like that where you can verify that it's been picked up, it's been processed. So there's a better verification. But even that, it has to be sunsetted out. We can't do this anymore.
Yeah, and then they don't do a great job cleaning up the voter rolls either. So what they can do is pad it. They can send out, quote unquote, an extra 200,000 ballots or whatever it is. And then based on what the margin is they need to make up, they can receive those ballots, a day or two later and slowly count them. So that, when Trump says too big to rig in states like Pennsylvania, what he's saying is our election night margin needs to be bigger than probably 85% of the outstanding mail-in ballots that haven't been returned yet, because that's the padding that they can claim. And that, again, this is no way to run an election.
No,
you shouldn't be able to see like, okay, here's where we stand. We have 3 days to figure this out and get our preferred candidate in, and hope that you have enough padding in your voter rolls to make up the difference. It's just nonsense. And the fact that so many people have swallowed this as normal is insane to me. Like, we never voted like this before in this state. Mail-in balloting or absentee balloting, you had to have like a legit reason, usually being out of country, to get one. Like that was how it was always done. They never constitutionally approved it properly. It was, using the excuse of a pandemic. We're no longer in the pandemic, yet all of these rules remain in place. We've yet to go through the proper governmental process to actually codify any of this appropriately. So it's all fraudulent. None of it's legitimate. And again, it's now on the Republican Party and the voter to not just win the election, but you have to win it dominantly to squeak by. And I think that's a shame, because it reflects down ballot on local races, the state Senate, state House, things like that, because they're not just padding it for the president, they're padding it down the ticket. So even just to claw this back, it's such an uphill battle.
Yeah,
the entire way.
I'm glad we got there, because there is the moment that we are in, and then there is, hey, listen, we got to fight through this moment, but this can't be it. I was talking about it before the show with some of my friends out there, and also earlier on today, and it's come up a couple of times. When people say this is the most important election of our lifetimes, it's not hyperbole. It's actually a problem that every 4 years everything is dangling in the balance. Yeah. It's not hyperbole. The real thing is, how do you prevent that from being the case going forward? Because it can't go on that long. We have to find a way to make the presidency less important, like it was designed to be. We got to be able to just we got to cut so many umbilical cords. We are too closely tied together, and we're choking ourselves off. Hey, listen, Adel, what do you got going on for the rest of the night? Do you have any guests coming on or anything like that?
Just some friends of the show. So I've got my normal crew from my my normal show, TN and Drunk Pinata, and then I don't know if you're familiar with the No Prisoners podcast. Our buddy 45-1 Actual is going to pop in. I think Craig Mason of Reasonable TV is going to make an appearance at some time on our channel as well. Other than that, I think it's just gonna be hanging out, watching this stuff roll in, talking to chat, and just having some fun with it, or as much fun as you can, as we see some of this stuff play out.
Well, listen, send my best to especially Craig. I haven't talked to him in a long time. I hope you guys are well, and thank you for spending this half hour with us. I hope you have an enjoyable night, and I hope we have something really, really positively interesting to talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'll leave you with this, Frank. And I brought this up, I think, on Taking It Back last week, maybe it was a different show. But Rasmussen did a poll. 85% of Americans want voter ID. Yet in like more than half of the states, you don't have it. And I just wonder, is there any other policy where public opinion, the will of the people, and actual policy are that far out of alignment? I find that to be very interesting. In a representative form of government, right? So that's just something to chew on there.
It is something to chew on. It is.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. Have an awesome rest of your broadcast. And Frank, we'll talk soon, buddy.
You too. Be well. There's Adel Nero. Go check him out.
I always thought. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I always thought Rasmussen was that mouse that was a really good chef.
Yes.
That would hide under the hat.
Yes.
Whenever I hear Rasmussen, I think of Rasputin as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, but okay, 85. Okay, go ahead.
Just
Jay.
want to let you know, North Carolina has been called for Trump.
It has.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
So that's good.
He's
All
back
right.
with. Okay, so and that wasn't in 2020. He lost that, right?
No, he won that.
He did?
So we're waiting for. I want
Georgia's gotta
next
be
up is Georgia. If that goes, that's our first flip from 2020. But North Carolina was, he did win it in 2020, but it's back.
Okay.
But we
Which is
didn't
good.
lose it.
Nope, absolutely. It's a good thing.
All right. So then there is. Hold on. There we go. I had to put Sorry, all the 9:30 timers are on these lights. I had to put them back on. I'm in
We're working the graveyard shift.
Well, that is.
It's like
that's
Home
big.
Alone over here.
I know. What the hell am I doing? Let's see okay. So voter ID. See, that's the whole thing there. That's a part of the reason why I say this eventually there's going to be completely delayed, if not canceled, elections.
Yeah.
Because a 85% will of the people kind of thing that they want just common sense voter ID, because that benefits all parties. It benefits all parties to know what the hell's going on. That is basic security for anybody who at least has not been brainwashed by those who are really benefiting from this. They want to be able to take the risk out of elections. And right now, we are becoming less and less reliable. We're not obeying. We're not watching their media anymore. We're not, so these elections are going to become more and more risky. There has to be extenuating circumstances to actually circumvent us.
I know.
This is what I just continue to project in my head, and I wonder how we're going to get ourselves there. And definitely the timeline to that future has been accelerating in the last 4 years. Just the fact that election day has been turned to election week and a half, and all of the mailing stuff and all. I mean, we're getting there, man. We're getting there. Those are all hedges against us and our behavior. They want to make sure that we don't screw up their plans.
Yeah.
Look, women shouldn't get a birthday week, just like we should not have an election week. You get one day, ladies.
Birthday week? I know some women who get birthday months.
Absolutely.
Oh, so does Jay.
It's a thing. When I talk about my birthday, I'm like, and sometimes people will correct me and say, well, it's your birthday month. And I'm like, it's what?
Well, it depends on what month, right? Because if you've got like a November or December birthday, that's impossible because the other big holidays encroach.
Yes.
It's true.
No, you can't try to pull off a birthday month in December.
No, you can't be eating stuffing and be like, but it's my birthday still. No.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's sick. Okay, so listen, we have about let's take a couple of calls.
Okay.
And what we'll do is we're gonna go. We have a call in maybe about 10. I don't know, about 7 minutes. We have Mel K coming on, and that'll take us to 10.
I love Mel.
Good. So we'll have Mel here.
My girl.
Mel here with Chrissy and John Carroll and Jay Gulanello. They are just working the numbers right now. And as far as the numbers go, this is what we're looking at: 210 to 105. Of course, California is worth what, 55?
I think so.
Yeah.
Wow.
It might be a little less now, though.
54,
with
actually, I think.
I was gonna say with the great
Dude, Georgia's at 73%, and Trump is still up by nearly 200,000.
That's gonna be a big flip, and then we just need to wait for the rest of the Sun Belt. We need to wait for Arizona and Nevada.
The Trump has now closed the gap in Pennsylvania to just under 200,000.
Yeah, so
or around there.
It's gonna get
with 26. It's only 26% in.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
guys, I'm getting a little. I'm getting.
Are we nervous yet?
I don't know, Christy. I'm so happy you're here.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is great.
The comedic
I
relief.
almost didn't get out of bed.
This is good. We all live so close. We got to do this stuff
Yeah.
anyway. Oh man,
It's good to have a reason to put pants on.
Here,
I say
listen,
that a
you're only shot from the waist up in this place. So what's
I
up?
walked from where I parked to the studio with my hat on. I was like, I'm feeling wild.
I'm feeling safe.
Let's see what happens.
What's that? Where's who at? Trump's at it's 210 to 105. Yeah, the 270 wins.
But we haven't counted the thrust belt yet.
The thrust belt.
California, Nevada.
Yeah, that's that's the big one. Nevada is. Oh my gosh.
And you know what? There's a lot of porn that they shoot in Miami. Maybe we should consider that part of it.
I know that this is very, very important to you.
Belt.
Now the Iowa thing.
It's a weird belt now.
It's not even a belt. It's it's bare mittens.
We can see Iowa. That right now, I mean, that's the way too little. There's only 13 in.
Frank, what I was going to say was they called Colorado for Harris, which is totally expected. But I thought it was so interesting. I wanted to hone in on the county specifically where Aurora was, right? The town where literally Venezuelan gangs have taken over apartment buildings just to see, did at least that county go for Trump? No.
Wow.
Really?
I mean, so the programming...
It's not happening.
Look, it's just one apartment building, okay? Let's not all get up in arms.
That was one of my favorite news clips where the news is so pathetic now. They're like, you're blowing it out of proportion. It's like 2 apartment complexes that have been taken over by Venezuelan
But yet
gangs.
if it was their apartment complex...
Oh, yeah. You'd be like that woman who got the letter.
Right.
They're coming where?
That's great. It reminds me of when they sent all the illegals to Martha's Vineyard.
Yes. And they were like, oh, that's really great. Well, we'll see you guys later.
Yeah, that was seriously out of all.
Goodbye.
It was so nice to meet you.
You know my opinions on all of the whatchamacallit, the taking people from the border and bringing them up here to try to own the Democrat mayors and stuff. You know how I hated all that.
Yeah.
I thought that was. But as far as Ron DeSantis taking those 50 some odd people who are already in Florida and sending them to Martha's Vineyard, I still think that was one of my favorite moments of that year, because the fact that
it ruined my retreat.
All of those yuppies. Oh, really? That happened?
Well, no. Remember that was a month before the first retreat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's right.
And I was like, great, Martha's Vineyard's in the news for all the wrong reasons.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, it was.
Because all
really
those yuppies, they were pretending like this was like some sort of like their big moment.
Yeah.
You know how like a quiet little rural town or a quiet little suburb like Rye that's lily white and never has anything happening. If 2 high school kids look at each other wrong, 7 cop cars show up, and that was like that was their excitement of the day.
Yep.
The fact that they were like, oh, we need to do something. We have to migrate, and the fact that within like 36 hours they sent them to an Air Force base, like just get the fuck out of here.
This is interesting from James O'Keefe. News outlets are reporting that they're calling New Jersey for Harris. In many townships throughout the southern part of New Jersey, people are still waiting in line for 4 hours.
Wow.
Right now?
And he's live from Mount Laurel, New Jersey right now. Voters are waiting in line in 4-hour-long lines. Voters are calling this a disgrace. They've been in line for hours. No clear explanation as to why the process is taking so long. Voters are frustrated. They've been standing in line without receiving updates or information. The delays are impacting people's ability to cast their votes in a timely manner. Many are seeking clarity on what is causing the holdup, and yet they've already called it for Harris.
And it's only 180,000 votes, so it's not like it's...
Yeah.
So this is on this. How long ago was this tweet?
This was like maybe an hour ago.
I think they may have to flip some of these too, because like the decision desk right here, how we said they called Virginia like an hour ago, whatever it was.
Yeah.
They're now showing Trump leading.
Yeah.
I don't get this.
But it's got the blue check mark next to it.
Yeah, you're telling me there's not going to be any little bit making a dent in Jersey or New York with that Madison Square Garden rally as big as it was?
And also, obviously, they're doing this based on models from previous elections, and if this isn't following that pattern, then they are going to have to make some changes.
Yeah, it's very strange to see 61% in with Virginia. Kamala Harris is given the state, but she's down by. Oh, listen, the margin is like 10,000 votes.
Well, the AP has it, about 50,000, but the AP has still not called it, and they still have Trump in the lead. So.
AP and New York Times have not called it. It's just
Hey, Trump's in the lead over here on decision desk as well.
Maybe Rich Barris gave us bad eggs.
Oh my God! Yeah, you're right.
Rich, well, what I gave, I talked to Laura Barris, and I think we should be able to get Rich on for 5 to 10 minutes around 11:30.
Awesome.
I wanted to have him as close to the end of the broadcast as possible, just so we can get a progress report like we did 4 years ago. And man, did he explode! I remember that explosion. People like, Rich. Now, since then, he's been exploding for 4 years since. So
that's what she said.
Rich is my. I always say this. Rich is my spirit animal. He does in his field. He does what I do. Like, he's not afraid to sort of throw a monkey wrench into the system and just tell the truth.
Do you remember what time Trump came out and spoke in 2020?
It was close to midnight.
Okay.
He said, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business or something like that.
That's 2016.
Oh, 2016, 2020. I don't know.
I don't think it was that
Did
night.
It was late.
Did he speak at all? I remember I was watching it from a hotel room in the city, and I remember we didn't go to bed. It was like 3 still.
It was very, very. I remember because.
Are we doing that?
I was still sleeping. I was still sleeping on my living room couch in November of 2020 because Aurora had taken my spot in bed. It was the only way we can get her to sleep. She's only 2 months old, and I remember laying on that couch, my back wailing, and I was listening to Rich Barris call into Steve Bannon's war room. This was well past 1:30 in the morning, and they're trying to pull together some kind of hope for what was going to happen the next morning. But within the next 2.5 hours, the pallets of of votes were coming in, and I just remember so much late night media live at that time. I don't remember anything about Trump. It was mostly Steve Bannon and Rich Barris that I have memory of.
Yeah. So just so you know, Pennsylvania is down to 160,000. That's the margin with 29% reporting. So that is tightening big time.
Yeah, I see that now.
I want a little chart to look at. How come you all get little charts?
You can come over here.
I have it right here. I put here. I'll put it up.
I didn't know if that was your little chart or like a CNN chart.
Well, if you pull up the YouTube stream and just keep it muted, every once in a while you'll see what I pull up on screen.
Oh right.
It'll be less than a minute delay.
Frank, when you're looking at Decision Desk, are these total popular vote totals correct?
I know what you're saying.
I mean, these are enormous numbers.
First of all, what was his? What did he have? Was it a
75 million or something? So he's already got 89 million.
75 million votes in 2020 altogether. Right now, half of the country hasn't been counted yet. He already has nearly 90 million votes.
I mean, that's crazy.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if this is actually accurate, but that's what it's saying right now. Trump has 89,227,435 votes. I think in 2020 he only had 75 or 77 million.
And we were all going, how did 81 million people vote for Biden?
Exactly.
He already got 8 million more than Biden in 2020.
Right.
Holy shit!
It's Iraqi. It's Iraqi election numbers. I'm telling you, what the fuck?
Decision Desk. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right up on. Yeah, it's DecisionDeskHQ.com. So
I mean, he's almost got 90.
No. So he's now at 83 million on Decision Desk.
Oh, but still. I mean, that's still over the.
So
how do they just lose 6 million?
I don't have that. I still have 89 million, which is even stranger.
Yeah, I see it. I have that too. I know it went down to 83 million point. 83
are any of these people dead? Isn't even checking to see if the dead people are voting this time.
It's still 2.5 million more than Biden's historic 81.
They just erased 6 million votes.
I still have 89 million, which is even weirder.
Well, Harris went from 70 million down to 66. So we have to just chill out. Okay. We're going to go nuts.
I mean, that was just a weird. Like, I kept staring at those numbers, going,
so he
"How
lost
can
6
those
million?
be?"
She lost 4 million. Why were those numbers there to begin with?
Yeah,
I don't know. Let me bring Mel K in.
Who's in charge of this desk?
Who's in charge of it all?
Oh yeah, now he's down to 77.
Yeah, it's okay. Crazy.
So there must be
Mel.
some other reason.
Hey Rob, what's going on?
Hey Frank, how are you, bro?
Oh, I'm doing well. How you guys feeling over there?
We are doing great. We're overlooking the convention center. There's a lot of action there, so it's kind of interesting. We've had helicopters. We see snipers on roofs.
Ooh.
It's cool stuff.
Well, I see Mel just grabbing you and ripping you off of the chair. Get out of there, Rob. There you go. Oh, here we are, Mel.
There. Hi.
Listen, how you guys?
How are you?
Are you guys keeping you keeping champagne on ice, right? You're not popping anything too early tonight, right?
No. I like the vibe that's going on. I feel like people are excited because I don't think. I mean, I pray to God that Trump wins, but it's just sand in the gears. People we can't give up the fight. Today, if Trump wins, we win. So. I just see a lot more people's eyes open than when 2020 was rolling around and all of us were doing our shows and getting canceled and silenced for pointing out things that today millions and millions of people all over the world are watching in real time. So whatever the case may be, today's a win so far psychologically.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. It is. And I'm glad you're saying that too, because I had this conversation. What was it? It was, oh, that's not your name. There you go. It was, who the hell? Shit. I think it was yesterday. Yesterday when we were talking to Sean Farash and having some great back and forth with all of our guests and the audience, is just that going forward, I asked the question, how do we react when we lose, and how do we react when we win? Because I think that the second one is actually the question we don't ask ourselves enough. Do we take our foot off the gas? Do we get comfortable with status quo? I mean, there's no stopping one way or another after tonight. So that should take a lot of the stress off, just off the top. That the game plan going forward is not changing one way or another. It has to be pedal to the metal.
Yeah, for us. And I mean, this is for everything. It's so funny because I just had the same conversation with my friend Scott Wiper, who did the Flynn movie. We were talking about how so many people right now, especially people that are filmmakers or musicians or anything, they're kind of at a place where we because of everything that's gone on, we don't need permission anymore. We don't need permission to take back our city council or do things in the community or create whatever we want. I just feel like the way that they've abused the American people for the last 4 years, anyone that's awake and sees everything is like ready and ramped up, I hope, to do what they can do in their own sphere of influence wherever they are locally, and just really take back the pride that they have in this country. I don't know. I feel like so many people are awake. It's just so refreshing compared to even 2022.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. It is very, very refreshing. Because, okay, so I was just talking to a friend of mine just before, and we were talking about where we are right now as far as competitiveness in 2024. Why are we being competitive tonight? There has been a huge 4-year effort. People like Scott Pressler, yourself, everybody's is doing their shows. Everybody's on the road. Everybody's on the ground. They're registering voters. They're educating people. There's a hundreds of thousands of people strong, army of poll watchers, and there are eyes on every station. There are cameras. There are this and that. And then there's the early voting. There is the ballot harvesting. There's the busing. There's carpooling people. Like, finally, there is an effort that is meeting the other side's game. We're finally playing the same game, and it's keeping us competitive. But for the long term, we can't keep this up. This can't be the way that elections are run. The mail is terrible. The early voting, the extended voting. It has to be. It can't go on like this, Mel.
No, well, I wrote Americans Anonymous because it can't go on like this, because it's not fair to us. We deserve better. Every single human being deserves better than what we've been dealt in this country. So, and all countries. I mean, I always say, Trump always says they're not after me, they're after you, and I'm in the way. But from my point of view, they're not after America. They're after the world, and America is in the way. And what I really do hope is that everyone that did get the fire lit inside them and has dealt with it, everyone on your show tonight, a lot of our friends, friends. It's really, the truth is that this is our country, and we have to change our relationship with America. We have to change our relationship with the government. We got to turn it back right side up rather than the inverted, ridiculous top-down nonsense with the parent company running our country, acting as if we're lucky to be here. So, I mean, I know that and a lot of people said this to me today, like, we put everything on the line the last 4 years, and look, we've been through all this, and I thought in my head, like, we haven't even got started. We have to clean out the swamp in our backyard. You know, we got to dismantle this international banking cartel. We got a lot of work to do. So to me, it's an exciting time for at least those of us that no longer ask for permission to create or to make music or to make podcasts or any of that. We really are the news now. And I don't just mean that in the, we're the news now. I just mean people are sick of it. They want reality. They want authentic. The Hollywood thing, rolling out Diddy's party list as your speakers for the last 2 weeks. It's just shocking stuff,
I don't know. It's incredible. I even brought that up last night. Such a tired parade of washed up people.
Oprah Winfrey.
Oh, dude, even Bon Jovi.
Oh yeah,
I watched a little bit of Bon Jovi last night, Mel, and he should not have done that to himself.
Yeah, well, did you see Katy Perry? I don't know. Now I'm wondering what I ever saw, because I'm sitting there thinking, what is going on? I mean, everything that they were doing, and what's so sad, because I spent 22 years there, is that those people have no idea what real Americans are dealing with. They don't even think about anything outside of their sphere. So to me, it's just insulting at this point. I really hope people hold it against them. I really do this time. Everyone I know has been canceled, or I think you have Chrissy on here. It's like, F them, and they're bringing them up there. And I'm like, there's pictures of Puff Daddy with her and other naked people, and she's on stage fighting for women's rights somehow. And I'm thinking, are there the standing ovations for Bill Clinton, who went to Epstein Island 27 times? I mean, we're dealing in such insanity. So to me, I just feel like, compared to every other year I've dealt with this over the last, 10 years of doing all this podcast and all that stuff, this is the most exciting night I've had so far, because I just feel like no matter what, we cross the bow.
True.
And there's a unity party that's real. And I believe that it is going to become the norm to meet people when it comes to liberty and freedom and justice and truth and peace. And everything else is none of the government's business.
Wow. What a white
just
pill you are, Mel, because I was like a little bit like pre-depressed. But you know what? If we lose, it's like, everyone keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing exactly what you've been doing the last 4 years.
There's no substitute for the momentum that we have, because authenticity. This is why I said before, Jay, Mike, Chrissy, I've been saying this for a long time there too. When you assess, not even just on a local level, but on a global level, what has had to be put into this effort from a resource perspective is unsustainable. It's so unsustainable to try to keep up the facade that this is an authentic, sustainable way forward for the culture, for an economy. It is absolutely going to collapse under the weight of its own bullshit. And I think that if we're the smart ones that learns how to insulate ourselves from the fallout, then we can be in a really good position. We'll be the ones standing. We'll be the one that when the dust clears, we'll be the ones that are standing.
And it will clear. I mean, what we're also talking about, at least from my point of view, is that the people we're dealing with, the great resetters, the Agenda 2030, the international bankers, and these globalist organizations, UN tentacles, they're losing. That's the battle. They don't hate Donald Trump. They don't hate America. They want their totalitarian, technocratic, track and trace surveillance world they created in China to spread through all the world, and they'll own everything, and we'll have nothing and be happy. And it's failed. It's failed everywhere. And right now, I think we're dealing with the vestiges of that. That's who Kamala Harris works for. That's who everyone works for. They all work for Larry Fink and his friends in Davos. So what's happening now is that millions of people see them. This was not supposed to happen. These aren't the Kissingers and Brzezinskis who wrote this map. These are dumb, arrogant people. So I feel like just that alone is like, it should be a battle cry to just freedom. And these governments, it's such a small amount of people. There's so many more of us. We just have to act like it.
That it feels good to remind.
Gosh.
See, Chrissy, I didn't even
I'm
know
a
Chrissy.
little damn. I'm moist after that. Thank you, Mel.
I didn't even know that Chrissy was having a small
I
little
felt
breakdown.
a twinge of something.
Well, why are you? I mean, for me, I look at you. You're such a hero of mine. You know, I love you. And what I see is you're somebody who's an example of somebody that, you know, kind of played the game, waited for permission, and now it's like you don't need anyone's permission. You're doing whatever you want. All of us. But I saw you go from, you know, walking in to like now it's like no matter what happens in the election, and I believe God will win here, and so will good, but no matter what, like we have so much work we can do that's good, and a voice now and a platform, and I just feel really blessed that so many people out there are succeeding in this world of telling truth.
Yeah, me
because
too.
You know, it's so much better.
It's inspiring, truly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you know what it is? It feels like we're cracking knuckles. It's something that's you know, it just feel like we're just finding range of motion for our joints again because I
think that's just because we're getting old.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely that. But
that too, for sure.
But from a cultural standpoint, we are atrophied. You know, we've created so much inertia because of limited ways of thinking, of being able to express. Even we can't even really accurately describe problems that need to be solved because it is offensive to one person or another. And I mean, we're just hamstrung here. So I really do feel that this has been part of a very necessary stretching and detox routine. And one way, like I said with my friend Robert Phoenix before, you know, we are coming to a crossroads. We are coming to a fork in the road tonight, and we're taking it. And it doesn't matter one way or another. The landing is not going to be very smooth. And I actually think that the objectively better outcome tonight is going to yield the roughest landing. And that's just something we need to do because, again, we've been in this fucking dream state. We've been here because we've been asleep for far too long. And, you know, waking up from a deep sleep sometimes is a very disorienting and challenging thing. You're trying to get your bearings, trying to figure out what side is up.
Yeah, you're waking up, you're like, did I drool this much? Why am I all wet?
Do I have parasites? What's going on?
Did I pee?
Oh, my God. So
they say that it's birthing pains of a better future.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Where's the
supposed to be
epidural?
fun.
I don't want to feel this.
I'm glad you called it birthing pains because in 2020, the best way that I found to describe what we watched on Inauguration Day was a stillbirth. It was the stillborn presidency of Joe Biden. It's the only way. It was such a disturbing, off-putting day with, you know, the military lockdown of the Capitol with the empty quad and all those American flags, and they started 6 minutes early instead of right out.
It wasn't publicly available.
It's very strange.
It was just invite only.
It was like David Lynch should have directed the whole thing. It was very strange.
Yeah, and Lady Gaga wore the outfit from Hunger Games, and I felt like it was Pan Am. I was like, they're mocking us.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So Mel, I can see where you're coming from. It's a very refreshing standpoint, and it's a good one. I think that we have to take this with us into tonight and tomorrow. But from a trends standpoint, from numbers, from people who are calling you, from your own voting experience, what are you seeing that's giving you hope about the outcome? Is there anything concerning that you'd like to bring to everybody's attention? I don't know. What's at the top of your mind?
Well, there were two things. I don't know if all of you saw today. It was all around Twitter. There was a picture, a graph. I think it was, I'm not sure from where, but I think U.S. News or something. And it was showing the three columns were, I guess, urban voters, female, and then rural. And under the urban voters and the female voters, and this was in all the swing states. So Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, the same ones that are always questionable. And anyway, but it was like down 400,000 in urban and female in some states like Georgia, and then up in rural. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, there's no way. And what I started to think was, oh, maybe that's the fraud from 2020 that is showing that 400,000 less people are voting in 2024 than did in 2020 in Georgia, because that was the fraud.
They never existed.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
But why wouldn't they double down and like fraud just as much in 2024?
Well, there's more eyes on
There's
them.
more
to
people
keep
watching.
up appearances.
Maybe just because they're. I mean, think about how sloppy Georgia was. I mean, think about what they had to do. All the resources they had to marshal just in the courts down there to defend Ruby Freeman.
Yeah.
I mean, we have this woman on tape. We saw it. We saw it. And that's aside from her Facebook live streams.
And she's taking $185 million from Rudy Giuliani
it's
somehow.
It's
disgusting.
They get promoted, I tell you. They get promoted and rewarded. Our government's like made men in the mafia.
Yeah.
It's totally embarrassing.
Yeah.
I can't even believe it.
You know, Mel, I love that point though. Like, so earlier today, I was, in my field, the Make America Healthy Again in the health sciences, I had put something out about this 4 years ago because this just makes sense to me. This whole thing where, because of the amount of money we spend on healthcare compared to national defense is insanely disproportionate. So I always say that our enemies don't need to attack us. They can just wait for us to eat ourselves to death. But somebody...
Oh, it's restaurant week this week, by the way.
But then, somebody comes in with the black pill and says, you think RFK is going to be able to make America healthy again? That's, kind of like laughing. And I'm thinking, but to your point, it really doesn't even matter what happens here. All I was hoping for was a little bit of cover from the top down. But the reality is the work has to be done from the bottom up, from the grassroots. So that's not going to stop from my point of view, no matter what happens today. But it would be nice to have someone like RFK calling out fluoride in the water or raw milk so that at least we don't all seem like complete whack jobs when we try to explain this to people. So I was just looking for a little bit of air cover from the federal government. That's all. But either way, Mel, you're spot on. The trend will continue, and we will continue to soldier on in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think too many people are watching it. I'm telling you, I feel like too many people all around the world are rooting for Trump, whether people want to admit it or not. And a lot of these exit polls, what I realize and what I notice and what my people tell me that come on my show and stuff, they tell me that Republicans or independents or that are voting for Trump weren't even talking to pollsters. They're just sick of them. They hate they hate us. They
I never
terribly.
never spoke to one in official capacity in my life.
Yeah.
Me neither. I mean, I don't know anyone who has.
Oh,
I really don't.
Yeah, if my phone's blowing up and it's not somebody I know, I'm like, unless it's a coach sale, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want you in my phone.
Yesterday, Lauren got a text message from like the Latino coalition of voters. Oh, but it's crazy.
Is she a Latinx?
No, she's not.
Wow.
She's not a Latinx. She's not. Yeah, and I remember back in 2020, it was so strange. I was getting text messages to my phone looking for Lauren to encourage her to vote in Pennsylvania.
Whoa.
I remember you saying this.
I was like, so it was double weird because here I was getting last minute text messages to help with Pennsylvanian defeat of Donald Trump efforts, looking for hey, Lauren, Donald Trump is on the verge of blah, 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 blah in Pennsylvania.
That's messy.
It's like, I'm in New York. This is my phone. What the hell are you
I'm getting the same ones for Pennsylvania this year. The same ones for Pennsylvania.
I'm getting texts from Kamala people. I'm getting emails from them. It's like,
well, this is one of the things that we need Trump to win because we need to investigate this. They put these NGOs that the globalist billionaire class fund and run that are running all these things with all the lawfare people and the Mark Elias types. They're selling our data through the agencies within the government. They passed a executive order on equity in voting, the DEI executive order on voting, and it was an all of government, all of agency effort for get out to vote. So I think that, my biggest issue is the data and the spying on American citizens, especially without a warrant. But, it seems to me, because I don't know if you guys saw those things that the colleges were getting, all the college students.
Yeah.
They were handing over their email list, but I think all the agencies in the government were helping Kamala and Act Blue and everything in that same way. Because I've gotten so many text messages from New York, from all different groups, all different NGOs in the last 2 weeks. It's insane.
Well, let me just say, the text messages have been nonstop, especially since I signed up for tickets for MSG. I wasn't getting any text messages until then. But now it's not even just Trump; it's everybody. Right, Mike and Jay, do you want to talk about what I just saw right over here flipping?
Yeah, Philly has, or Pennsylvania has, so far with 42% reporting flipped back over to Trump, which tells us a lot about those.
That's the first lead he's had.
Yeah, and so that early lead for Harris was certainly all the mail-ins and all the early votes. So now we're back in the direction that we thought this was trending, given all the reports from the lines and the Amish people getting out there to vote for their food freedom.
The buggies finally got there.
This will be big, man. I mean, if this goes, and I think Georgia's about to go for Trump too. I mean, that's huge. He's at 220, and
wait, Georgia?
Georgia's ready to pop.
I think
It's over
Georgia's
80%.
Georgia's at 80%, and he's up 52.5 to 46.8. He's up by 200,000 votes.
And that's 16 electoral votes. So now you'll be at 236. So you're getting close.
And even Pennsylvania, it's already at 45%. It's chugging right along.
And that's 19 electoral votes.
And then Virginia, he's still up by 50,000. Every time they comes up, he's maintaining that 2
Mel,
lead.
if this I'm not gonna speak too soon, but if this goes the way I'm not gonna say anything.
Look, I think if we win, we're allowed to gloat a full month.
Are you kidding me?
Like
4 years.
Yeah,
I'm going to be obnoxious.
Like obnoxious.
I'm going to be obnoxious.
No, you know what we need to do, Frank? This is what we need to do. We need to remind people that the world didn't end when Donald Trump became president again. We need to remind people, hey, how's life under Hitler? How are your gas prices under Hitler? How's your grocery? Because when he won in 2016, that was really never done. You need to show people all along the way that, see, it's actually not as bad as these crazy people like the Rachel Maddows and the Mark Cubans think it's going to be.
Yeah, but Jay, you don't understand. Everybody knows that the second term is the genocide term. It's always the second term.
That's when Hitler did the most damage during his second term.
You're right.
It's always the second
slippery
term.
bastard.
All right, Mel, I listen. Anytime you want to stop back in tonight, I don't know.
Okay.
Just drop in. Okay, I'm glad that we got a couple of minutes together. I know that.
Me too. I love you guys. You're the best. Thank you so much, Frank.
All right, love you.
And we got to keep getting together more, everyone. I'm loving tonight. I'm just telling you, there's a great vibe. We got great things ahead. Everyone that's on this. So thank you so much for having me, and I'll talk to all you guys soon.
All right,
Bye, Mel.
Be good.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Hey, if any of you guys are worried, just go over to Reddit, and they're
Oh no! We're gonna talk about
Reddit is where like the Kamala, like they sunk a lot of money into AstroTurfing Reddit.
There's a lot of doom pilling going on over on Reddit right now.
The Harris campaign just took a 20,000 vote lead now in Pennsylvania.
Well, so they've actually, Decision Desk has now revised their numbers. Trump has 35 million votes allegedly.
I know.
And Harris has
What
32.
the hell was that all about?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I know.
It went from 90 million to
Don't
70
worry,
million.
he only lost 60 million people. It's okay.
Which are pretty much
Oh
all the
my-
registered voters in the country.
Yeah.
And
So 95%, just to update the Senate and the House, the Senate, 95% chance of winning the Senate right now. They're still up one seat, and Bernie Moreno, who is in the Senate race in Ohio, has taken a lead there with 70% in. So they could grab the Senate by an extra seat as well. So, and the House is still pretty close, but the Republicans have gained 3 seats so far, and the Democrats have lost 3. So,
Okay. All right.
We're trending in the right direction.
Let's take a I don't know. I'm going to take a call. I want to bring Tracy in. I want to see what she's doing, and away we go. Hey, Tracy.
Good evening, Frank.
Good evening. Well, Tracy, you're on with Jay Gulanello and my buddy John Carroll, and of course Chrissy Mayer. So welcome to the clan over here.
Chrissy.
The clan.
I know. So, are you having fun?
I am. I'm having so much fun. I got myself a beverage, actually.
Oh, I love your set. It's like we're in like an Asian teenager's bedroom.
Damn right. How I feel most days.
I know. Well, that's where it's going. So listen, I don't know what you're doing tonight. If you're just trying to keep your mind in a healthy place, because it's we've learned in the past not to put the cart before the horse. So how are you seeing things right now, and what's your mindset going forward?
Look, like I told you on the Friday show, I felt this for a long time now, a couple weeks easy. I'm not even the least bit worried. I know that that might be considered naive, but my intuition is pretty spot on 99.99% of the time.
I love this.
Like in 2016, I felt kind of like this. In 2020, I did not. I was terrified. And this go round, I'm like, we got this in the bag. I just know it. The energy is palpable. It's just.
I agree.
I like this.
Okay, between you and Mel, I'm feeling almost I'm feeling almost Randy now.
I almost saw a smile.
I almost smiled.
I'm celebrating.
What's in there?
This is a Vizzy, which is 0 sugar, and a
jungle
little bit
juice.
of Kettle One vodka.
Okay.
That's called a skinny bitch drink.
Yeah,
It's
well-
like you can feel something, but like not much of a caloric dent.
See?
Yeah.
These are the things that you guys. Wait. When he's back up on top in Pennsylvania,
yes,
they're thrust.
They're calling Virginia. They called Virginia way too early. He's
Way
gonna
too
win.
early.
And
Yeah, he's still in the lead.
Yeah, he's gonna win.
He's in the lead by 20,000 with 66% in Virginia.
Frank, look at the popular vote.
I know.
Well, the popular vote was just revised down from obscene numbers. he was up to
90 million.
90 million.
90 million versus 70 million.
90 million versus 70, and they brought him down to 38.
We just deported a bunch of people.
Yeah,
They got excited.
My gosh, in heaven.
It is 90 million. That's the problem. It's probably 90 million.
Yeah, right. No, but AP has it 41 million to 36 million. And
Dumb question. How many people are there in the country?
350 or so.
Yeah, but
million?
how many eligible voters? That's the real question.
no one knows that one.
That's the real question.
You know what
How
this
many
makes
are
me think of?
truly eligible? Like,
Is all of this voting data going to Europe again? Because remember in 2020 they were going to servers in Italy and Germany.
Yeah.
And Spain, I think.
I remember that. Tracy, do you remember? What do you remember about the 2021 deep dives into Hammer and Scorecard? That just flooded back to me now.
Do we need to talk about that again?
No, we don't. Never mind. But
Screw 2020, man. We're in 2024 now.
I know, it just reminded me because he's talking about servers in Europe, and I'm just taking me back in time, and I'm forgetting things that used to be like we had to drill every day. What we got
Look at this
here?
map. Look at it.
Listen, it's a very red
look
map.
at this map. Isn't it neat?
My collection's complete.
Wouldn't you think I'm the girl?
Girl who has
every swing state.
Did you know it was going to be a musical on Quite Frankly tonight?
Jay is a singer and a thespian
but I'm
as
just
well.
gonna let you guys go do your thing.
Keep going. I mean, this is great.
I've
Beautiful.
got who's it's and what's it's galore.
You want Thingamabobs?
You want Georgia?
We're about to get Georgia.
I've
We
got
just
19.
got Iowa.
Here's the thing. Once they go solidly red,
I know.
I thought Iowa was going blue.
Yeah, we just got Iowa, so we're 226.
They've got Arizona leaning towards Harris right now.
Yeah, with 33% in, but they got New Mexico leaning to Trump.
I know.
Wouldn't
I
that
saw
be
that.
a weird turn of events?
It would be a weird
Mexico?
thing.
New Mexico.
New Mexico.
Oh, right.
But it might as well. But
I'm like, when have they been able to vote?
Since
Just
2020.
Just as well.
What is going on in New Hampshire?
Yeah, I said the same exact thing, Tracy. It was such a bummer.
It's 40, but that's
It's
another
basically
one.
like Vermont's turds. I thought this was going to be like a nice libertarian stronghold, and really,
is.
it's just
Look.
it's just Vermont's queefs, is what it is.
They're saying that there's 48% of the vote in New Hampshire. But if you look at this map, it's gray. There's all this gray here. You see it?
Yeah.
I do. Listen, can I just call your attention to Wisconsin right now with 95% of the vote in and Trump with a 40,000 vote lead?
Wow.
Yeah, he got Wisconsin.
I mean,
That's good.
that cracks the blue wall. I mean, that's huge.
That's good.
If that
I was
goes.
thinking that was going to be the only Rust Belt state that he would get.
I mean, that's massive.
Yeah.
Her path to victory becomes very slim
I'm
without that.
I'm finding it very, very hard to find things to tell you guys without saying something that's too celebratory.
It's okay.
I want to scream and jump out of my skin.
You can just be
If
honest.
not now, then when, Frank? Come on.
It's only.
It's almost like if we celebrate now, then some shenanigans will pop up at 2 a.m.
Listen, I'm the reason why the Yankees lost the World Series. I switched seats with my mother in the 4th inning, and then they blew it all.
I thought it was because I didn't put the baby in his Yankee jammies.
Oh, that could have been it.
Yeah.
That could have been
You
it.
don't want to taint the baby.
Oh.
Tracy, you're not a Yankee fan?
No, she's a Met fan.
Oh, well, I'm a Red Sox fan, so what
I
difference
think
does it make?
we won more games against the Dodgers than you did, didn't we?
Yeah, but but I'll remind you that the Dodgers scored 40 runs against you, and we actually scored 14 to their 15.
Oh, are we going to dissect runs now and not act? Okay.
We had defensive issues. That's what killed us quick. But
Issues.
anyway, terrible issues there, like stage 4 issues.
Look at this map.
Isn't it neat? Now you got me on it.
Right? You can't not say it.
I know.
I mean, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states left.
I know.
Wow. How are they going to fuck it up?
I mean, I think if Georgia and Wisconsin go, man, we're in the money.
No, we have Georgia.
No, Georgia's 250,000 votes right now.
I know.
He's up like 5 points in every Georgia county.
Can we see like the level of cope that CNN or MSNBC is doing right now?
No, that's afterwards. That's savored afterwards.
We don't want to have any of that now.
No, that's like having you don't have your creme brulee before your steak.
Georgia and Wisconsin puts them at 252. So I mean that's
how many do you
away.
need again? I feel like I'm forgetting everything.
270 for the win.
Don't worry. Once we win California, it's over.
He did do a rally there.
There was a 20-point swing towards Trump in Queens.
Wow.
Cool.
Really?
That's where I'm from.
He didn't win, but 20 points.
That makes sense.
This is the big thing, and I'll tell you, the work, the on the ground work has been incredible, and it's really, what do you do? Because if this continues, it's 10:14. I remember we were buzzing at around 10:15, 10:14 4 years ago. If this continues like this, we are talking about resounding mandate. It's a mandate.
They don't have the mail-in votes this time, Frank.
But why not? Right. Why wouldn't they have done it again?
I'm telling you.
They don't have the mail-in votes.
I just think there's too many eyes on them this time.
Well, and early voting has been just mammoth.
Yeah.
And they can't predict the D swing.
Right.
And they can't predict indies. So they don't know. And there's no widespread mail-in voting. So where are those votes going to come from, truthfully?
Tracy, are you in Queens?
No.
Oh.
No,
I lived on Long Island when I was young.
What
in
part?
Staten Island.
Where?
I grew up in Massapequa.
I'm from Rockville Center.
I know. When you had
this
me on your
conversation.
show, if you remember,
I'm sorry. I'm like a stroke victim.
You were pregnant, so I give you a pass.
My brain is gone.
You guys are just, isn't it great when you recognize an accent? You're like, yo, you're from home.
Yeah, because I smelled something familiar. I was like,
well,
it's only because of this.
Yeah.
If nobody can ever tell. Like when I go places, people are like, I can't discern any accent from you at all. But when I get around a bunch of New Yorkers, it just.
You know why too? That doesn't surprise me about Queens, because Queens is full of legal immigrants and people who probably are pissed about all the illegals.
You never discount how angry legal immigrants, or even like first and second gen illegal immigrants, hate the new arrivals.
Totally.
Even the second and third generation illegals that have been here for 25, 30 years now, because of course this really became a problem in the 60s. They cannot stand this because this has been done so quickly, so sloppily, for a politically expedient takeover of the electorate here. It is just they've declared war on all the people that they needed to continue on, to even project the illusion that they are they have state claim to this rainbow coalition of people all over. They've lost the plot with everybody.
Yeah.
With everybody. Yes.
Pennsylvania is now 50 to 48 Trump.
Yeah.
I see 50.4 to 48.
50% reporting. Wow. That's another big one.
Listen, I mean,
I hope we owe the Amish. I think I want to give them like a huge round of applause.
Listen,
we're going to do a show from Amos Miller's farm if we win this state.
Oh, I'm going to listen. I'm going to buy all of my food exclusively
From Amos?
Yeah.
Hey, listen. What is it? Mine is Meadow Ridge Farm.
Yeah. Amos is the same concept, $30 for a lifetime. And
Then there's Dutch Meadow Farm, and
Ooh.
Everybody outside of Pennsylvania can buy from Amos still.
Yeah, just the people, unfortunately, the people in Pennsylvania can't buy from them anymore. Yeah, it's crazy.
Can you buy raw milk from them?
You absolutely can. Everything is raw.
What about a Dutch oven? I'm feeling weird.
A Dutch oven. We should do that.
You've got enough men in the room. You might
Just shut the door to the studio.
Shut that door, please.
No way. No effing way. New Mexico is red.
I'm looking
I
at
know.
it. I'm looking at it right now.
Was New Mexico like decidedly blue?
Yes.
Yes, for a while now. And this is, but it's 21% in, and it's 49.7 to 48.6.
If you go all the way back to 1992, the only Republican to ever win was Bush in 2004. He didn't even win it in 20.
And that was the war in Middle East mandate.
Exactly.
That's the reason. I mean, that was my simplistic reason for voting for him. I said, listen, we give him a chance to wrap the war up.
I mean, was there a difference between him and Kerry? I mean, I hated Bush with a passion, but I mean, was there really a difference when you really look back on it in retrospect?
No.
Both Bonesmen.
Bonesmen.
Maybe hair.
Hair, yes.
The hair was different.
And of course, Frank's favorite, melty face.
Yes. John Kerry with his mashed potato, melted candle wax face. Oh my gosh. Looks like melted candle wax.
I'm laughing because it's true. You know what he looks like? He looks like one of those cartoon characters that Phil Collins used in that President's video he did where they're
Land of Confusion.
Yes.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Absolutely. This is going to be, oh man.
Just get excited, Frank.
I can't get excited either. I'm like permanently.
Listen, I'm just.
I want to know what's going on in Virginia because it's always been like this where it's, Northern Virginia comes in at the very end, but because of this early voting, I don't know.
Yeah.
Northern Virginia, outside of Arlington and the few counties around it, is in already.
See, but this is the problem.
Click on Virginia, Frank.
It's right there.
The AP
click
map
on
is
it.
very
Click on
red.
it.
I did. Oh, okay. Clicking on it.
See?
So Arlington, that's the big issue, though, right? Because that's all of your. That's your DC commuter base.
That's in.
But I'm saying, 71% of the votes already in.
Yeah, but 71. So what?
Yeah, but
76.
I don't know how big Lee and Russell are.
Look,
but-
he only has what is that? 8,000.
Yeah.
damn, it's
Wait,
close.
It's close, but I don't know how, in good conscience, you can declare the state for one
know.
person until they finally take a lead.
I know.
They did this,
What's this like? I'm just.
My God.
What if it's like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. and they go, oh, we found more votes.
I'm
Do you want
telling
to
you.
know what the difference is, though? Youngkin came out and said, "How dare they call Virginia?
Yeah.
It's not done yet." That wasn't happening in 2020.
No.
Good for him.
I'm telling you, Wisconsin is about to go greater than 95%, 400,000 vote lead right now.
I don't know why.
Shut up.
In
Yeah.
Wisconsin?
For Trump?
And
Yes.
for Trump?
Yes.
You know what? They love cheese and they love Trump.
1.9 million for
That
Trump.
is
1.5 million
massive.
Harris.
That's Brett Favre, baby.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
If that was really
Yep.
what Favre did for the country.
Oh.
And guys, we can't discount the amendment. Amendment 3 failed in Florida.
Can you explain what that is as if I'm a child?
Is that
Yeah,
the abortion or the weed?
No, they both failed. But Amendment 3 was basically an open mandate for abortion till birth.
Oh, gross.
They were going to change the state constitution to allow abortion up until birth, like with no parental consent required. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible.
gross.
It was like a Soros Planned Parenthood amendment, and it was defeated. And Florida has a 6-week abortion ban. So the fact that was defeated says a lot about life.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's great.
it's changing because, there's only so far you can go before you're talking about where we are right now, where, hey, we're creating suicide pods for people to off themselves because they're too.
There was a
and they
story
malfunctioned.
of a woman out of Canada. It didn't work. She had to be strangled to death.
Oh, my God.
Okay, yes. Now, this is something else.
Who gets to do that?
I don't know. She was an American. She was an American.
Oh my.
Okay, the sarcopod, the suicide
sad.
pod business. I'm telling you,
That's disgusting.
and this is not a joke. It's not a joking matter. I'm totally serious. I think there will be a major influx of Americans going to Switzerland or Vermont to have Kevorkian doctors gas them to death if Trump wins tonight.
Rachel Maddow makes
You know what? See ya. I don't know.
I'm
Bye.
serious. There's going to be an influx. There's going to be buses of people going to Switzerland to say, "Can you kill me?" The sarcopods. And this is an ongoing investigation. Chrissy's right. There's an ongoing investigation into an American woman who went to be euthanized in this pod in the forest, and supposedly they found strangulation marks on her neck, and there is suspicion, even though some people say that those marks can be indicative of the kind of the condition she had, that they're suspicious that the pod didn't work as expected, and the people from Sarco had to finish the job with their bare hands.
Oh my God.
I mean, I don't know. It's sensational. But
How do you do that? How do you do? I mean, I guess you're already going to murder her anyway, and that's your mindset. How do you physically? Ooh.
I know.
Hey, quick update
They
here.
draw straws. That's
quick
how.
update.
Poly Market just jumped, gives now Donald Trump a 90% chance to win.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
As of 5 minutes ago.
Well,
I'm so excited to have more money. I can't wait.
I know, right? And Predict It now has 73% chance favored to win.
all right, Tracy. What's going tomorrow morning? You're going to be live at 10:30.
10:30.
10:30. Okay, depending on what happens tonight and how late I get home, I might jump on with you because Friday.
Please do.
Because Friday I won't be around. I'll be in here doing some redecorating. Okay.
I'm very excited about that. You should join.
Let everybody know where. Obviously tomorrow 10:30 on Uncover DC Rumble you'll be live. But
Yes.
give us some parting shots.
Everybody, just be excited, dance around like I'm gonna do as soon as I turn this off.
Super
And it's a good night, and I know it. I just feel it inside. Just trust a woman's intuition.
I love this.
We're solid.
Believe women.
We're solid.
Believe all women.
Believe all women, especially tonight.
All right, Tracy. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Love you.
Hopefully,
Bye,
Bye, guys.
Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow.
Wow,
Because
great
I don't-
guests, Frank. Back to back.
I mean, I got to be honest. I'm feeling the same way. Looking at this map, it's just.
I still can't get excited. Like my body won't allow me to.
I know.
I'm bringing in Matt Christensen. Let's bring in Matt Christensen. Let's talk to this mensch over here. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Well, listen, you're on with me and Chrissy Mayer and with John Carroll and Jay Gulanello, who are over there working the numbers that are flowing in right now. How the hell are you feeling tonight, man?
Well, I think you got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah.
My bellwether for the evening was just to watch what's going on in Virginia, and that's moved into Kamala territory very recently. But it's not about who wins Virginia necessarily. I consider that a pretty good benchmark for overperformance, and that looks like a Trump overperformance pretty solidly.
Agree.
So,
what do you think about? Do you want to talk about overperformance? I mean, as of right now, he's winning by hundreds of thousands in Wisconsin, and we're about. I mean, it's not. It's more. Oh, wait. About 95% estimated.
Greater than 95, yeah.
Over 95 is estimated reported in Wisconsin, and he's up 1.9
yeah, I only
million.
saw like half in Wisconsin. So that just happened? Where are you seeing 95% in?
From Decision Desk, it says 95% reporting, 1,928,928,000 to 1,547,000. That's what they're showing right now with 95 million in Wisconsin.
Okay, yeah. That's way, because I'm looking at the New York Times map, and that's a lot more data in than what the New York Times is showing. But if that's accurate, she's in trouble. I mean, even if she were to flip Pennsylvania or have some kind of overperformance in a state like that, her paths are becoming very, very narrow. Yeah. And so New York Times is showing 82% chance of Trump win right now, expected 296.
Wow.
Electoral votes. So
why is it moving so much faster than 2020? Why is
route?
I mean, there's first of all, think about how many more people are involved.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still under like quarantine rules. I mean, seriously, 2020 was an instance of a very small group of devious, diabolical people that essentially cordoned off the elections for themselves and treated it like a private surgery. It was like a private operating room or something like that. Everybody
I can't believe people fell for it. Like
it was hard. It was just, what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? I mean, Matt, I know you remember this. Everybody in this room probably did, but they started they started telegraphing how COVID was going to impact the November elections in late April of 2020. I said, here we go.
They just called Georgia just as a
really.
That's a big one. They just called Georgia for Trump.
They just called
Georgia for Trump. So
that's enormous.
Who are these people calling it? I want to see them.
They.
Who are the theys?
Oh shit, bro.
So we're 242. Closing the gap. So that's the first pickup from this year, from last year that he lost. Well, that he lost in gigantic quotation marks.
Well, Wisconsin will be a second
year.
one.
It would be.
Well, Wisconsin would be a second one. Michigan is he's behind by little over 100,000, but there's only 23 reported in Michigan.
And I want Pennsylvania next.
Pennsylvania, he's up now nearly 2 points. No, like over a point.
Yeah.
About 100,000 in Pennsylvania with 54 in. Maine.
And that Pennsylvania puts him at 261. That's huge. So sorry for the interruption, but that was a big one. Georgia was a big one.
This is a night of interruptions. You have to do it. All right. So Matt, what were what's your key takeaways tonight? What's your broadcast schedule like? Just give us something.
I'm just trying to enjoy the moment. This is what it appears to be. This is probably the greatest political comeback of all time. This is a moment of American history. This is pure Americana, driving the garbage truck to go see Brett Favre. Like, I have to.
Wisconsin's tied.
I've only had 2 beers. I'm trying to keep it reasonably professional. I was on Lotus Eaters just before I came over here. That was a lot of fun talking to Carl Benjamin and his crew.
Wow.
And so yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy the moment. I can't see the paths for her are just closing, and so
she's gonna have to suck her way out.
Well, she's very good at that, though.
She still has her knee pads.
We cannot celebrate.
Yeah, but and when I was talking to the Lotus Eaters crew, I mean, there was a little bit of pessimism over there, not because the numbers look bad, but because the now what question comes up. And if this is what it appears to be, which maybe we have a pretty solid Trump win tonight even, which is far better than I think anybody's expectations, that we're going to get like days and days of counting again. But if this is a decisive Trump win, then what? What is the response? Because there is no way these people are just going to let him walk into the White House peacefully. What's going to happen here? They've tried the lawfare. They've allegedly not tried killing him, but a lot of questions remain about that.
What Jay and a few other people have mentioned tonight, I think, is definitely going to be on the table. It's all going to be dependent on whether or not they edge Republicans in the House. That will be an immediate drafting of articles of impeachment. They'll just go for the trilogy at that point, and I don't know.
But if they don't have the Senate, they're just doing a show. They already did that show twice, and it didn't really do anything.
Right. Well, they're all about being able to eat up it's about clock management, and obviously, a Democrat House would never do anything to help Trump pass one thing that he'd like to, unless it was a spending bill or something like that. They're not going to help him with any part of his agenda. So at that point, they have to be busy. They have to give themselves something to do, and then they will start committees and investigations, and that's what they'll do again. They're absolutely insane people.
But you know what? I bet his people are prepared for this.
I hope so.
His posse.
Yeah. You'd have to imagine that there's a contingency plan for everything, including number one off the bat. Only appoint firebrand people who have, who are not in any way, shape, or form affiliated with the old group that was screwing them. What's going on with Wisconsin again now? They were 95% in. Now it's 49 again, and 49% in, and Trump is only up by 0.2% now.
And you know what's obnoxious is that there's almost 8,000 votes for RFK, who specifically told people not to vote for him.
I know.
Unbelievable. What is wrong with you?
What are with these retards? Didn't you hear the man?
Yeah, I just don't like these
Stop
numbers.
voting for me.
They had it at Wisconsin. They said it was 95%. They had 1.9 million for Trump, 1.5 million for Harris, and now they're neck and neck in the upper 700,000s with 48%.
Very strange.
And then Virginia still in play? Did they retabulate that?
No, it hasn't been. AP
Harris
still
has
not
pulled
called
ahead,
it.
but it's still within
9,000 votes.
Yeah. 10,000.
95% in.
Matt, I like your point about what would it do. But I wonder actually about the impeachments. If actually the impeachments, both of them, have led us to this. this potential, event where the public appetite for a third impeachment right off the bat might actually be if this election and a potential Senate and a House victory wasn't enough, could be the potential nail in the coffin for the Democrat Party altogether. I just don't know what the public appetite is for another impeachment. I mean, that word really means absolutely nothing. It's a purely political, theatrical exercise at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, diminishing returns on that. I think people will see right through it. And they've really put themselves in a corner with all of the democracy worship talk over the last few years. And
so true.
Don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of American institutions. I think we have a good system going, but of course all the January 6th hyperbole and all this, that if they attempt any sort of shenanigans in terms of relitigating the election, especially if the election is fairly decisive in the Electoral College, not that they're strangers to hypocrisy, but are people really going to buy that?
Yeah.
Are people really going to accept these people who demanded that we worship election results for 4 years and never question them, suddenly tolerate these people doing that? I have no idea what the reaction is going to be, other than I guess the rent-a-mobs go burn a few city centers down and we call it a day. I don't know. But something's going to happen here.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just taking a little bit of a closer look at Pennsylvania again. There's about a precarious 100,000 vote lead, and good golly, Miss Molly, listen, don't judge me for not bouncing out of my shorts right now.
I mean, look, I think with everything that happened to us in 2020,
I'm fucking traumatized.
We're traumatized.
We have PTSD or PTSE.
Yes, I know.
Or ED.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have election
dysfunction.
Election dick.
I got ED over here.
Election dick syndrome. This will do something, and the elections will ruin your sex life. It will.
Yes.
It will. I'm telling you.
I dream for the day my man could be 95% in.
Frank.
We're calling it.
It's Frank. I can't wait to. Is Frank watching right now?
I don't
You could
know.
get a text message. He's probably sleeping alongside the baby, having a good time. That's it. So, Matt, let's see here. I had a few things as far as the media goes over the last week. We brought up. I asked. We were talking a little bit about what the impact, the Joe Rogan impact was. In your eyes, how big that was for a night before kind of a thing. But anything else that has happened over this last week that you think was really meaningful, or did everybody know what they were doing for weeks now?
Well, on that point, on the prior stream I was on, there was a discussion of that, the Joe Rogan endorsement. And when that happened, I initially thought, okay, cool, way to wait until like 24 hours beforehand. That seems mistimed to me. That would have been more helpful in my judgment months ago. But the counterpoint that I think actually may have persuaded me is, no, you got to understand, you are persuading like the stoner guy playing video games, and if you tell him months ago, he'll forget and he won't have taken any action. If you tell him this week, he will certainly go do it. And I thought maybe there was kind of a jokey point, obviously, but is it? I think maybe that was the correct time to drop that endorsement, to get that last lingering guy and his friends to go vote, and maybe it worked out. As far as anything else this week, I don't know. I don't think that things. I don't know anybody personally who made their decision this week. According to exit polling, it's something like 7-8% of people who did that. Whoever these people are, I guess they're not friends with me because I don't know any such people. So it's hard to me. I don't understand what would have motivated those people this week, other than like Peanut the Squirrel or something like that. What
I think
changed
they're
this
people
week?
that have just woken out of a coma. They would be on the fence still.
Yeah.
I know. And there's a lot of that going on right now. Hey, listen, you can't discount the peanut thing. Just from a mimetic standpoint, you can't discount it. That puts just something in the air, but we got to see where it all happens, where it all goes. Here's the thing that I'm really coming to realize that is happening. I'm glad that Mel K brought it up before when we were talking about it. Is that win or lose, we're talking about a total civic realignment, a true one. I mean, the Kamala Harris machine thing, the machinery over there that's running her. they have tried to make this ridiculous sales pitch to the public that there was a very impressive realignment, and there was their own little populist upswell movement that's going on. Meanwhile, they're bringing in all these old tired celebrities. They're bringing in Dick Cheney. They're bringing in. They're trying to get George W. Bush to sign on. They're trying to collect members of the Bush family and all the Cheneys and all the people who killed millions of children overseas for no goddamn reason. And they're calling that a political realignment because the uniparty that sometimes presents itself as mutually exclusive entities are coming together publicly to try to defeat this threat, this existential threat. Whose existence? That's the real question. And then on the other side, I mean, think about this. I mean, whether Trump pulls it off or not, the people that are rallying behind him, they're not rallying behind the Republican Party. It's this idea, this proliferating idea of rejecting the current system. I mean, think about the distrust of people like Bill Gates. What Jay was talking about before with the RFK proclamations about fluoride in the water. I mean, that's a real realignment right there that we're seeing, and I really do hope that it is too big to rig, as they say.
We might be looking at that. Of all the things that have been puzzling from the Kamala Harris strategy perspective, I think the Cheney alliance might be the most difficult to understand. I don't think that Democrat or left-wing support or appreciation for Liz Cheney was ever sincere. Of course, they'll clap for her January 6th committee efforts, and I guess for appearing at a Kamala Harris event or something like that. But does she really inspire them? Do they really find leadership qualities in the Cheney family? No, there's nobody who is persuaded by that. And to your point, in recent weeks, they've adopted this country over party type messaging. And it reminded me of John McCain in 2008, because he was the maverick candidate who did a lot of the same stuff. But I think that your point is exactly correct. If you're looking for a so-called large tent full of divergent views, Trump has that much more credibly, I think, than the Kamala Harris people. They had Adam Kinzinger when he's not, accidentally shooting the journalist at the gun range or whatever's going on, and they had Liz Cheney. And who else? Who else were the? And they can't really explain what they appreciate or want to see in a Kamala Harris administration, other than she's not Trump. Okay, great, yeah. But what is the? Liz Cheney to this day calls herself a conservative constitutionalist or constitutional conservative, whichever way you phrase it. How? What sort of a constitutional renaissance do you expect to see through this lady, other than she isn't Trump, and I guess maybe won't January 6th, but we'll find out very soon, apparently, whether she will, in fact, January 6th. The whole thing was obviously fake. I don't know any progressives out there who bought into that, who were sincerely persuaded by the Cheney charade.
Yeah, I know, and we were talking about before the use of the word Constitution as a noun, as a adjective. It's just it's one of those things that's just.
But don't you think it just highlights their desire to bring everybody back into the institutions, right? The Cheney name is an institution, like the Bush name, right? So, yeah. But it also highlights the fact that they're completely detached from the rank and file of the country. They're seen as war criminals. It's not a badge of honor to have a Cheney on your team. But again, that shows their complete detachment from the rest of us, that they just don't understand what makes this country and this population tick any longer. That may have worked in 2003, like you said, during when Bush won in 2004 because of the 9/11, because of the war and that he started in other countries. That doesn't work in 2024. It's a completely different country now.
Yeah. Absolutely. And just a little bit more on the updating over here. We have Mississippi obviously goes to Trump, Nebraska to Trump. This one is from Jim Zell. In key states remaining, according to exit polls, Trump is getting 20% of the black vote, 54% of Latino vote. Wowzer.
Yeah.
That's pretty big. Although he says Georgia is not called yet. That was at 10:31. That was 10 minutes ago. It's been called on.
AP hasn't called it, but but Decision Desk has.
Iowa's been called for Trump. Now that's with 37% in with
Yeah.
Decision Desk, and remember that's where the Iowa question was the big hot ticket item of the week. Was he going to lose Iowa, even though he
it's
won it by
ridiculous.
8 points 4 years ago?
Rich was right about Ann Seltzer being completely off her rocker with that poll. But I'm telling you, the New York Times right now has Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia all leaning to a varying degree to Trump. And they have him winning the election at 297 to 241 total electoral vote.
Yeah. The real thing is, oh man, he's 242. I see 242 to 108, but
yeah,
he's 100,000 up with 59% in Pennsylvania. And
that's a big one, man.
Matt, it's 100%. 100,000 there is not very.
Well,
no.
And the interesting thing in Wisconsin, you mentioned that minority voters seem to be going more for Trump, and it appears that's what's happening in Wisconsin. I get a kick out of this because I'm looking at Milwaukee County versus Dane County, so Madison versus Milwaukee, and I'm looking at the New York Times right now. Obviously, they're both in Kamala's corner. Half reported in Milwaukee, 85% in Dane County, but Dane County, Madison, that is more for Kamala, 75-25, than Milwaukee, which is about 67-31.
Yeah.
What does that tell me? It tells me that a lot of elitist white progressives in academia in Madison know what's better for those black voters in Milwaukee than the black voters in Milwaukee do. It's very interesting. If that holds, and you have that Milwaukee County supports Trump at a higher rate than Madison does, that's an interesting dynamic at play there.
Yeah.
The progressive elites lecturing the downtrodden minorities about what's actually in their best interest.
Isn't that always the way?
That's always the way.
But they do know best.
They do. In one way or another, we just have to bow down to them. Hey, Matt, so what do you have going on for the rest of the evening and, of course, the rest of the week? What's your... I think everybody who does the kind of work that we do is really just formulating new game plans for this kind of an event. So let everybody know what you got cooking for the next few days.
Tonight, I'm going straight home and I'm going to enjoy some more beverages with my
Good.
And then tomorrow, so I will be streaming myself tomorrow night. Of course, Frank, you'll be stopping by for that. So we'll break down what happens in the next 24 hours. I plan on taking a lot of calls from my audience too. That I remember after the 2016 election, that was one of the first call-in shows I ever did, one of the first call-in streams, and it was so fun just to take calls from the audience for hours after that happened. So I want to revive that a little bit and just talk to my listeners and see what people are thinking. And then I'll be back on my regular schedule after that. So a couple short videos a week, Sunday and Wednesday night streams, and it's all at mattchristiansenmedia.com if you want to find it.
Fantastic. Or, of course, mattis.gay. That's it. Okay, guys. Well, go check out Matt and everything he does this week. I will be there to kick off the Wednesday night broadcast with him tomorrow after, quite frankly, wraps up at 9. And again, thanks for the time, Matt. I hope you have a good one.
Happy night, everybody. Thank you.
Take care. All right, guys. So listen, I want to start taking some more of your calls as well. But here's what we're going to do. I have a little bit of it's 10:45. We're going to go on a little bit of a break. And I have a very special performance. Very special performance from you. High energy, amazing. Akira the Don. Last election, Akira the Don came on and did a live performance for us. I said, Akira, you got to do something. You've got the meaning wave stuff. You've got the pro-Trump stuff. You've got this incredible energy. You have a lot of people who watch you all over the internet. You are in so many people's playlists. Can you give us something 10, 12, 13 minutes long that we can use as an extended break? Because I'm not going to do an intermission. He said, I got you. I'm going to give you something that is only you have it. And that's what we have tonight. We have a performance for you that we're going to cut to right now. And I hope you love this. When we come back, we're going to take your calls, have a little bit more fun. And away we go. 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Have some fun with this. We'll be right back.
Hey, yo! Thank you, quite frankly, for that frankly beautiful introduction. Bienvenidos. Welcome, quite frankly, and the quite frankly family to Don Studios. And we've got a very special, very appropriate, very powerful session for you tonight. Kicking off with this exclusive, never before heard anthem. Anthem! I'm Akira the Don. This is Meaning Wave. Let's go.
I toss and turn at night. I sweat. I toss and turn, thinking about things and deals. How am I gonna get China? How am I gonna get China? I toss and turn at night. I sweat. I toss and turn, thinking about things and deals. How am I gonna get China? How am I gonna get China for what they're doing? How am I gonna do this? I toss and turn and toss and turn. I toss and turn and toss and turn. I then wake up. I toss and turn at night. I sweat. I toss and turn, thinking about things and deals. How am I gonna get China? How am I gonna get China? I toss and turn at night. I sweat. I toss and turn, thinking about things and deals. How am I gonna get China? How am I gonna get China? How am I gonna get China? How am I gonna get China?
You know the best way to stop depression? Work your ass off. You don't have time. You want to work so hard that you don't have time for depression.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's probably true. If we're talking about a secular sermon on the subject of hard work.
The pregnant skyline of America was set in place one brick at a time. Now that represents a lot of calluses. America the Beautiful is not an accomplished fact guaranteed to remain intact. God shed his grace on thee, to be sure, but this was wasteland when God had it to himself. He handed man a hoe and said, you want another Eden? All right, earn it. And all that's necessary for the weeds to take over again is for you and me to lay down that hoe. Work. Hard work. There is no gospel less popular than the gospel of hard work. Work. Hard work. There is no gospel less popular. Get to work. How come after thousands of years of experiment, our new nation has come so far, so fast?
So fast.
All this in less than 200 years. What is the secret of our success? Well, I think it had to do with a basic American's creed. Perhaps it never passed the pioneer's lips in this form, but if it had, I think he would have said something like this. I believe in my God, in my country, and in myself. I believe in my God, in my country, and in myself. I know that sounds like a trite, too simple thing to say, and yet it's a rare man today who will dare to stand up and say, I believe in my God, and my country, and in myself. And in that order. When the early American pioneer first turned his eyes toward the west, there were only Indian trails, or traces as they were called, for him to follow through the wilderness. Do you know today you can roller skate from Miami to Seattle? From San Diego to Plymouth Rock? In this little bitty instant, as historical time is measured, our 7% of the Earth's population has come to possess more than half of all the world's good things. How come? Well, sir, when that early pioneer turned his eyes toward the west, he didn't demand that somebody else look after him. He didn't demand a free education. He didn't demand a guaranteed rocking chair at eventide. He didn't demand that somebody else take care of him if he got ill or got old. There was an old-fashioned philosophy in those days that a man was supposed to provide for his own and for his own future. He didn't demand a maximum amount of money for a minimum amount of work. Nor did he expect pay for no work at all. Come to think of it, he didn't demand anything. That hard-handed pioneer just looked out there at the rolling plains, stretching away to the tall green mountains, and then lifted his eyes to the blue skies and said, thank you, God. Now I can take it from here. Thank you, God. Now I can take it from here. That spirit isn't dead in our country. It's dormant. It's been discredited in some circles, driven underground, but it isn't dead. It's just that a few seasons ago, politicians baiting their hooks with free barbecue and trading a Ponzi promise for votes began telling us, we don't want opportunity anymore, we want security. We don't want opportunity, we want security. We don't want opportunity, we want security. They said it so often we came to believe it. We want security. And they gave us chains, and we were secure. Suddenly, with our constitutional guarantees depleted, with our national character eroding away, with our tax laws penalizing those who dare to prosper, with workers concentrating on how little they can get by with instead of how much they can produce, suddenly we looked overhead one day to discover that the first tin moon in space was a Russian accomplishment. That free men dragging their feet had been outdistanced by slave workers dragging their chains, and we were sore afraid. Perhaps this was a disguised blessing too. Maybe a dramatic accomplishment by this Cold War adversary was necessary to get us off our dead centers and back to work again. If we can revive in ourselves, then in our youth, something of that basic American's creed, the horizon has never ever been so limitless. For man stands now on the threshold of his highest adventure of all, his first faltering footsteps into space. 20 years from today, half of the products you will be using in your everyday living aren't even in the dictionary. We've got it made. We just keep on keeping on. We've got it made. And if we don't, we will follow those other great nation states of history, the graveyard of ignominious oblivion. History promises only this for certain. We will get exactly what we deserve.
Quite frankly, make some noise for yourselves. And does just go.
Thank you, God. Now I can take it from here. Thank you, God. Now I can take it from here. Thank you, God. Now I can take it from here. Thank you, God. Now I can take it from here. Get after it, Mike.
Perfect. You know who Akira the Dawn is? Of course, he's amazing.
You're listening to Quite Frankly.
Okay, everybody. So, all right. Well, brought Chrissy out to her car. I ran to the bathroom. We're back and back and back. Okay, let's just go around the room and
So-
see what the hell's going on. So,
Yeah.
Mike and Jay, and just take it away.
We are looking real good in the Senate, just to let everybody know. So Bernie Moreno won the Senate seat in Ohio, and it looks like Dave McCormick is now taking a lead in Pennsylvania. So it's pretty much a foregone conclusion the Republicans are going to take over the Senate.
And that's a change in and of itself.
Absolutely. You can say goodbye to your favorite vampire from New York.
What are you talking about?
What's his name?
Oh, as a leader.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
going to say. I know Gillibrand was up for re-election. Miss Nexium herself.
Yeah. And the House has picked up 2 seats in the Republicans, but that's going to be a lot tighter. That's like basically 50-50 right now. So the House is, and that's really important because if Trump wins, and in that race right now, we're still hanging on Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Right now in Wisconsin, his lead just jumped up big time, almost to 100,000 votes, with 79% in now.
Now, let me ask you: is that all from Decision Desk? Because,
Yes.
like we were just talking about with Mike, it's they have given us some very lofty leads. All of a sudden, it's gone.
Yeah.
I just don't know if they're being overzealous, or is there a better?
Well, so let me give you the New York Times version of what they have right now. So they've got Pennsylvania 68% in, Trump up 51 to 48. Michigan 28% in, Trump up 51-47. Wisconsin 60% in, Trump up 50-48. And Minnesota 9% in, Trump up big, but that's only 9%. And Decision Desk has 0 data for Minnesota.
Here we're back up to 7, like you said, 79% with Wisconsin, and he's up 62-36. That can't be.
But the New York Times also, these salty fucks, 93% reporting in Georgia, Trump up by 150,000 votes. They refuse to call it. Same with North Carolina, still up 3 points there. They haven't called it. They also have not called Virginia yet, though. But that one looks like it's...
What does the New York Times have for Arizona? Because the Decision Desk has Arizona. Trump is up basically by 0.2% with 54% of
Yeah, 49.7 to
Yeah.
49.5 with 53% in.
He's got such a lead right now that if even 2 of these 3 break his way, and we haven't even counted any of the West Coast yet.
If he gets Wisconsin and Pennsylvania,
It's over.
It's over
Yeah.
because he's going to get Idaho and Alaska. And then Nevada. See, there's the thing. Nevada, I've heard, has been in play in a big way, and that is one of those states that they have been saying in the last couple of days. It's almost like they've been reserving the right to drag that out for a couple of weeks, especially if it's a decision maker.
Well, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, it's over by the numbers. He's at 271 just with those 2 states. So it doesn't even matter what happens in any other state.
So there are actually helpful notes in the New York Times, too. Like, you know how you click on some YouTube videos and it will tell you the Freemasons are yeah, whatever. Counting usually takes days in Nevada. But new technology and rules could speed up reporting. Postmarked ballots are allowed to arrive up to 4 days after the election on November 9th. So
I hope Nevada
that's no good for right now.
I hope Nevada doesn't even come into play. Again, if he wins Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, it doesn't matter. So,
oh boy. Well, I mean, I didn't expect to be this close right now. Anyway,
it's happening so fast.
It's happening. So the line is open for the next half hour. We'll take your calls and we'll just chill out. This is what I couldn't believe. I couldn't believe this. There's this guy CNN put up on screen. He's a male Kamala Harris voter, and he started crying on CNN, and I had to do this. Let's see here. Where the hell am I?
that sounds about right, to be honest.
Yeah, I know it does. Unfortunately, here, listen to this. Hold on.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to
God have mercy.
them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional.
Started?
I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality.
Now, let me just tell you, as a guy who now has a daughter, can you imagine? I can't imagine being a man who is being primarily driven. This is going to sound crude, but I'm sorry, because they use phrases like women's rights and my body, my choice, and all that shit to cover up some very grisly, butcherous realities here. Can you imagine being a man who is primarily driven to the voting booth because you want your daughters to be able to get cream pied without any consequences? Can you imagine that? I can't even imagine being in that headspace where it's not where it's not only your primary reason for doing something like that, but it makes you weepy.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking? Those are your grandchildren you're talking about.
When you said this, I thought it was because he saw some of the results or something. I had no idea that it was just coming out of the voting booth.
No. You see, his grandparents got into amphibious assault vehicles and stormed the beaches of Normandy. And and when they think back at that fight, they cry. He cries after he came out of a voting booth. Fucking, I can't be around people like this. This is why they need to have their fucking mental breakdown and just deal with it. And we need to start. We need to hit the reset button on the mental health. Frank, you're back on the air. What are you seeing?
Hey, Frank, what's up, guys?
Oh, just chilling. Just chilling.
Yeah, with Wisconsin, don't forget, you still have those votes that they're recounting.
Yeah.
All right. And the numbers for those votes, I've heard, I can't get an exact number. I've heard 30,000. I've heard 70. I've heard 100,000. And they may not have that done until, some say midnight. Some are saying 2 a.m. So Wisconsin may take a while.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing that worries me. Whether it is one state tracker or another, the media will go and call whatever, and we have to remember that even when states are called tomorrow, they reserve the right to say, "Oh no, we found some more," and that's why I'm just holding my breath with some shit to see what is not allowed to happen this time around. I mean, the map looks incredibly promising right now, but I just that we're dealing with devils.
Oh, I totally agree with you, but I don't know, it's just different. This is going a lot smoother than last time.
Yeah.
At least the Wisconsin votes, it was early. I think I sent you that text when it happened, when they moved the votes to recount, and they had to bring people in. I mean, that happened earlier. Everybody knew about it. The RNC was all over it as soon as it happened. Laura Trump put out a statement. So I think they'll get it. I think Wisconsin will get it settled at some point tonight. I don't think it's going to go into tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I think Georgia's going to go. The internal polls that the Trump team had them confident in the afternoon about Georgia. Forget the polls that we were seeing. It's all about the internal polls. They were always positive that they were going to win Georgia, North Carolina, and they thought they had a very good shot at Wisconsin. And it looks like they were absolutely right. Their internal polls were probably showing what we're learning now, that the Latino community came out in mass for Trump. The black community is between, like I said, 20 to 25%. And it's all over the country.
Yeah.
In all the urban centers, Milwaukee, Atlanta, they're just coming out in mass for Trump with these crazy numbers. So the Trump camp has been positive about Wisconsin. I'm just worried about those votes. Hopefully they get it done by 2, the latest. And, Trump could sweep the next 7, if he may sweep these 7 states.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania,
and
North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, he's supposed to win. I mean, Nevada's always shady. And if the Latinos and blacks are coming out, Michigan's in play.
Times is
And
predicting
it's an ass kicking.
Times is predicting Trump will win the popular vote now too.
The New York Times?
Yeah.
But wait a second. Now, Frank, remind me.
Yeah.
With 61% of the vote in Wisconsin, there's about roughly a 40,000 vote lead right now out there. Wisconsin, guys, this was the famous vote drop meme state, right? This was the right angle Joe Biden jumping.
That was Pennsylvania, I believe.
No.
That was
Wisconsin. I think
it was Michigan.
It was either Wisconsin or Michigan. I didn't know which one it was.
Wisconsin was the indefinitely confined.
I think it was Michigan.
Okay.
Wisconsin was the indefinitely confined issue.
Gotcha.
But even right now, the Times has Trump up in Michigan, 51 to 47.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. You're right. He could sweep these last remaining states.
Well,
now I got a friend, Frank, who has access to European sports betting. Sent me a screenshot. So, as one of your guys just mentioned that about the popular vote, if you guys aren't familiar with sports gambling, the money line, Trump is now favored to win the popular vote. To win money, it's at minus 350 when I last looked. So that means to win $100, you have to wager 350.
Wow.
To win 100. Now, to win the presidency, Trump is at minus 1,400.
1,400. That's how much of a lock this is?
I'm telling you, man.
1,400 to win 100.
$1,400 to win 100.
Correct. That's what it's at right now.
Now, I know that when we started at MGM, they had Trump at minus 155. That was, of course, that was last night, though. So I have to imagine that this has just been, these are real-time betting odds. People can still put money down at this point, but that you're just going to have to spend a lot more.
Yeah, you're going to be risking a lot more, and if something happens, you're going to get crushed. But they're seeing, obviously they're seeing what we're seeing right now. Georgia's looking good. North Carolina is looking good. We got, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Of course, the odds are going to go flying up. It's looking good. He may win all 7 of these.
Yeah.
Nevada gives me pause, but I think he may win Michigan. I think he's going to win Wisconsin. I think he's going to win PA, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia, and that just leaves Nevada.
Okay,
this
so
may just be an absolute ass kicking.
Oh my gosh!
He's up by 200,000 in Pennsylvania right now with over 70% reporting. So that's 19. That's a big deal.
Okay,
she's got nowhere to go. If North Carolina, Georgia, if Wisconsin goes our way, she's got hardly any path to victory. She'll have to sweep it all out, and she won't be able to do it because she'll need Arizona, and she's not going to get it.
No,
you really
she's
think
not gonna have a chance.
You really think Arizona is lost this time around?
I'll say that again.
You really think that Arizona is lost to Democrats this time around?
I think everything's in play right now. That's the kind of night he's having. It's shaping up.
Wow.
It's we flipped 3 House seats so far. So we're doing pretty good there. We're gonna have control of the Senate. I just think he's outperforming in every single aspect. Blacks, Latinos, independents. It's breaking in huge numbers. All over the country.
Nazis used to have standards.
So just so you know,
Nazis really used to have standards, man.
And to that point on independents, he's actually winning independents by 11 points.
Yeah, he's outperforming everywhere. In every state, it's all over the country. He's just having it's shaping up to be a great night. Hopefully nothing crazy happens, but it's looking good.
In 2020,
and what did I tell you about Marino, Frank? I told you.
Yeah.
I knew he was going to pull it off.
Yeah.
Marino who?
Senator in Ohio.
The senator in Ohio.
Gotcha.
Remember? Yeah, I sent you that message like around 7 o'clock that he had a good shot to do it, and he did it.
I thought you meant Dan Marino.
No, not bad.
Okay. All right. Well, then listen. We're going to keep the lines open. Anything else happens, give us a call. I'm going to be calling Rich Barris in about 20 minutes. He's going to make some time for us at 11:30. So that should be really good. And
awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for everything, Frank.
Hey, Frank. Hey, great show, guys. Thanks a lot for putting in the work. Appreciate it.
Thanks for calling,
it's been an absolute pleasure. And I'll tell you one thing. Never again, for as long as we are all friends and within driving distance of each other, we got to do this more often.
This is a lot of fun.
You and Mike, you and Mike over there on those computers, just getting down on it is. This has been awesome.
So the AP refuses to call Georgia, but this is that thing. So the Georgia exit polls reveal that Trump is winning independents by 11 points. In 2020, Biden won independents by 9 points. Independents make up 31.
That's a 20-point swing.
Yep. Independents make up 31% of voters. So this is game over for Kamala in Georgia. So it doesn't matter if the AP hasn't called it yet, or I don't know if the Times has called it, but Georgia's done.
Okay, let's take a call. Caller, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, Frank. Great show at Sentinel.
Hey, Sentinel. What's on your mind real quick?
Well, I just wanted to give you a micro report. I got up at 4 a.m. this morning to go work the polls here in the heart of America where Ike was president. And we got there. We got everything set up. We had people lined up. We had 100 voters the first hour and 578 voters all day. So and 560 voters had voted early. So for the precincts that I was managing, we had 82% turnout. And at the end of the day, for the voters that voted in our area, Trump won 2 districts by 11 votes. 11. Now, we couldn't account for the people who voted early. So when we look at the statewide totals, Trump's up 30,000 votes, and he will climb because the western part of the state is all red. But
and what state is this again, Sentinel? What state again?
Kansas.
Kansas.
So everybody expects Kansas to go red, and it's going to do that. But I was surprised at the end of the day when I saw that Trump only won 11 in the 2 precincts I worked for the people who voted that day. And elsewhere, he's voting. He's winning.
Okay.
Somewhere between 8 to 4. So it's great.
All right. Well, there you go. We're watching Decision Desk mainly. I know that Jay and Mike are watching the Times and other things, but Decision Desk has Kansas wrapped up, even though only 65% is in. So thank you for the insight, Sentinel, and send our best to Molly.
I will. Thank you.
Take care. All right, let's go 432. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, Frank. Just want to thank you for this show tonight. It has been awesome. We've not watched any of the other political stuff, except we watched a little of Tucker Carlson with Elon, but your show's been amazing. I just want to make a comment. I called you the other day, first time. We're in California, moving to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Our congressman is Mike Garcia. As far as I'm concerned, he's done nothing. He's a Republican here in northern LA County. And regardless of whether we win this thing, which is, I'm just very hopeful that we do tonight. But I am going to be on his butt next week. He's done nothing about the January 6th people. He did nothing about the fraud in the election.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be on top of him. If he doesn't get in gear, I'm going to start a recall election on him.
You bring something up again there, and that's I'm just looking at Tennessee's for a little bit. Now I'm back on Pennsylvania, but you bring up something right there. If there's any group of people who are waiting, praying that this goes the way that it's heading right now and continues in that direction, it's all the people in captivity. That's a great point. Over January 6th. This has always been the biggest election of their lives because, geez, I'll tell you. And and I hope that this is something that a lot of people are starting to consider going forward as far as putting a little bit of a healthy fire under the asses of people who are supposed to be representing them because, again, that's part of thinking and acting locally. And it's just that just has to be a regular part of everybody's lives. Can't really be complacent anymore. That's how the rubber meets the road. But thanks for the call, my man.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much, and God bless you.
Well, and also thank you for the compliments. It's, 4 hours tonight. It's not the longest one we've done. We've done longer marathon episodes, but it does take a lot. But it's a lot easy to do it with some good friends and
it's
great
flown
call.
I can't
really
believe we're
has.
already 3 hours and 15 minutes in.
It's 11:15. It might as well be like 9:30 because the adrenaline, I could feel the juice flow into my balls already. but I mean, Pennsylvania right now, 73% in is essentially 51 to 48.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is good.
If Maine goes for Trump, it's over.
I know, right? It's hanging on there. There's only like 6% reporting, right? It's
I know.
so weird.
Let's take a call from King. What's going on in Santino?
I'm a little disappointed Chrissy left. I wanted to compliment her on her juicy tits. Juicy tits, great tits.
Well, listen, I'll give her the timestamp of this call, and I'm sure she'll appreciate it.
And that's not disrespectful because I'm not doing it in front of her husband, you understand?
Right. Yes.
Hey, I haven't talked to Jay in a while. If you don't mind, Frank, could I ask him a health question? Is that all right?
Yeah, okay, Jay. Santino has a health question for you.
Bring it, King.
Well, Jay, I usually have a healthy diet of roast beef curtains, and I usually like them a little overripe, a little stank with an odor.
Okay,
Your
we
take,
can't do this.
is that healthy?
Like fermented?
Like a fermented, like a fermented.
Yeah, well, I mean, however you want to call it, however you pose it, whatever description you want to do. What would be your take on that? A little overripe, better? What do you think?
I'm gonna go more raw, King. You're gonna have to go more raw. That's you're gonna be better off that way. More nutrients.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Point taken, my friend.
Take that little bit of advice into the new year, King. New year,
Yes, sir.
New year, new you. Are you excited about the events of this evening?
Our man's gonna win, baby. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
Our man is gonna win.
I'm agreeing.
But if I could just say, I went down to vote, right? And I didn't wear any political stuff because no, you're not allowed to, even though I was very tempted to, right? But when I walked in there, just the people, the poll workers, and just the majority of people voting, they could tell I wasn't one of them. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I do have to say, and I think somebody, I can't remember if they said it in your chat room or on a phone call, but in my city in Massachusetts, they actually are checking IDs electronically, which in Lowell I was very surprised because we got a lot of, you know what I mean? So I was very surprised they was doing it on the up and up. And I was asking one of the poll workers for help, and he was clearly like a Tim Waltz kind of guy.
I could see.
But he was very respectful, and he was very helpful, and I was very polite back to him. And I'm talking about it, and it was very cordial, which is how things should be. Unfortunately, when then people don't get their way, then it turns into another thing.
Oh yeah, everybody was very chipper this morning because I think that like I said last night when I had, and thanks for the call, King. I have to get a few other things out of the way, but this was awesome to hear from you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and everybody's very chipper in the morning of Election Day, especially because each side is coming in with all of their, party-issued reasons to be confident. Only you're going to figure out who was fed bullshit and
exactly.
and who wasn't. And that's why on Reddit we are seeing subreddits pop up like Suicide Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Here listen to some of the titles of these posts, and listen, it's morbidly it makes me laugh nervously. Only because of how ridiculous it is.
And it might be serious.
But no, it's very serious. Reddit is an absolute fucking shit show. And anybody who uses it regularly needs to be put on a watch list. But, listen to some of these headlines or these thread titles. If Trump wins, I will most likely actually attempt to kill myself. So So
this is the opposite of Matt.
Yeah. The idea that Trump might win the elections, of course, it's on Suicide Watch. If Trump wins the election, I might kill myself. Everybody's might.
Jeez.
It's all here. There's more.
So they have an out.
Oh, there's more. I'm pretty sure I won't be alive in 3 months. Says.
Wow. Yeah. Right.
The name of the OP is Trans Piece of Trash. I don't know if it's real or not, but it could be. Here's another one. Considering suicide if Trump wins the election or a rebellion. Yes, it's one or the other.
Right,
I'm either going to conquer the country or kill myself. Right. I'm telling you, this is very.
Amazing.
That's why I think it's in the best interest.
Oh man, I should ask King. He's from Lowell, right?
Yeah.
Or he lives in Lowell.
Lowell.
King, if you're still listening, have you ever been to the bar or the club, the Clatta?
The Clatta?
Yeah, we used to play there, and it's a really cool place. I just was curious if he's ever been there. But next time I'm on, King, make sure you call and let me know if you've ever been there, or if it's even still there. It was a long time ago.
He'll text me. We'll see.
All right.
I have let me run through these super chats real quick because then I want to make sure we can get to Rich at 11:30, and then more of your calls to bring ourselves to midnight, and hopefully by then we have
Oh,
we have some big news.
Come
Shit.
on. I'm
Esther,
staring at Pennsylvania, man, and we're like, it is so close. 75% in, 200,000 votes.
Thank you, Esther. Garden Girl says a gold pill and a prayer. Yes, keep praying. I've got my rosaries over here, and there's going to be more of that later on. Molly already says enjoying all the guests, and of course, Frank. Thank you so much, Molly. No Stud All Muffin, Porpoiseful, Atway, No Stud All Muffin. Thank you so much. Everybody's getting and trading subscriptions and all that. That's great. If you just got a subscription, message me on Pilled. Because if you just claimed a subscription over there, that means that you are now a subscriber of the show, and I will send you in the DM a link to the latest newsletter since you are now privy to that kind of thing. Denmom says, just gifted a 1-month subscription. You guys are very generous with each other. This one is for Jasper Gulanello, says Snow Stud Muffin. Oh, Jasper's. There you go. Yeah, I forgot about that.
That was my high school French teacher.
Asshead, thank you. Stephen and Lori, thank you. So I need to know if Roseanne really voted in her bra. I don't know. I'll text her later. It was her birthday a couple of days ago. She's 72. Stowstube says, what the fuck? Intense. Not going to lie. Just saying. That's Stowstube from Massachusetts. He just left a whole sleeve of cookies as well. No thanks, Joe. Says, thanks, Frank, for your great work. God bless. Be safe. Thank you. And I can't wait to come out here tomorrow and talk about what the hell we're all living through. It doesn't matter. Like Mel said, it's the night-to-night grind that is the real gift. Cave Toad says, for the Toads and the CW when we get effed in the AM. Well, don't talk that way. I want to give you that EMP back. To hell with that. We're not getting effed in the AM. No way.
I think this is going to be over late tonight.
I don't even want to think about it. We're going to get to that in just a second. 925 Wild G on Rumble Rants. There's AK's map. Just American Girl says, husband and I were given the fine tip felt style pens, and we're told we cannot use our own pens. Poll worker got loud saying ours would smudge the machine. We took their pens and then voted with ours anyway. Okay, there you go. Rubino says, I'm so anxious but hopeful. Frank, hold me. I'm holding on tight. You guys don't let go.
We're holding on to the entire audience, and I'm telling you, it's gonna be okay.
You're calm. Both of you are calm. Well, I mean, you have the nice calm about you, Jay, but Mike has been a raging storm of confidence, which has also been very nice. Jay Semo says, fantastic show tonight, but I'm very nervous about what might be coming. But Mel's message was excellent. It sure was. I'm so glad she brought that. And Tracy was a wonderful light presence as well. And let's see, quite frankly, superchat.com. John Volts says, let's all take a moment to pray for Trump. My parents who died under Fauci would be happy to see this. And then Jay Britt says, happy red wave, Frank. What a star-studded panel tonight. Even the great Jasmine Gulinelio.
I'm really enjoying this, actually.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Although I remembered something about you.
Uh-oh.
Now I remembered what your name is.
That's never something you want to hear.
Yes,
I remember something about you.
I remember, but I don't know what the J is still.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. 619 G Nate. What's going on, G?
Hey, Mister.
Hey.
This is Nate G, San Diego.
How you feeling out there?
I'm good. I'm very happy I got through. I called you once before on the Discord before it got nuked as Asshead, affectionately known in the Pilled.
That's it. It's one of my favorite screen names out there, Asshead. Okay, so what's so give us what you're thinking.
Well, I'm thinking I'm very happy to listen to you and Jay's there. I want to let you both know I swallowed my first 3 raw eggs yesterday.
Hey, nice job.
How was that?
It was delicious. It was easy money.
Did you mix it up with a fork? Nothing? Did you put it into a blender?
I put one in a cup. I put one in a cup at a time, and I just mind over matter. I swallowed it, and it was delicious.
Rocky Balboa style.
Yeah, I mean that's big. I mean, me at the very least, you know what I do, man. Sometimes if I really need a big injection, and I'm on the go or something, I'll put like 6 eggs into a blender, a little bit of half and half, a dash of vanilla, and maybe a little bit of maple syrup. Blend that up, and it tastes like eggnog.
So good.
It's so good.
Yep. Okay. It was my first go around, so yeah, I could use that.
Congrats, man. Good job.
Yes. All right. Well, listen, keep up the good work and keep in touch because we're gonna have a lot to talk about in the next couple of days.
All right, very good. I mean, this is always about more than elections, and you guys convey that very well. I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate your call. Thank you so much. Let's take a call. 570. You're on the air, Julie.
It's the Shake and Bake. What's going on?
Oh, Shake and Bake. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, I know you get Rich coming on, so I don't want to take up too much time, but things are looking good. But I just, it was a night like tonight in 2020, and we were like, Trump's running away with it, and then all the midnight ballot trafficking went on. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but things are not trending this way with Wisconsin. There are a lot of X factors that set us aside from 2020. Wisconsin, North Carolina wrapping up as quickly as it did. Georgia already being in the bag. I mean, there are things that we're looking at right now, and of course, again, all of the subcategories of between independents and the ethnic and racial demographics that people hone in on so much. I mean, there's a lot of things that have completely flipped, and they've swung in percentages that are really I don't know whether they're unprecedented or at least if there's any evidence of this happening in the last 50 to 60 years. I don't know. Maybe we can ask Rich that, and I guess what Shake and Bake. One of the things I'll ask first is how safe does he believe these results are so far? Because right now, Decision Desk has it down Trump at 246 votes to 177 Harris, and I just want to. We'll see. What's that?
And I took a picture of my ballot when I went to go vote today, and I felt like it was a missed opportunity to do a write-in for Peanut the Squirrel. I should have put him on my write-in for my ballot. What a terrible mistake I made.
I know. That was your one chance. That was your one chance to make a statement. Anyway, thanks for the call, Shake.
Yep, take care.
All right, take care.
In fact, New Jersey's only 100,000 votes right now with 74% reporting. Only 100,000 votes. That is insanely small of a margin.
It's huge.
It's incredible.
It's insanely small. It's a huge thing. It's a big deal, I should say. All right, let's call Rich. Maybe he'll call me back. Don't worry, he'll call me back.
He'll call you back.
Everything's fine.
The last thing he put out there, he was 36 minutes ago calling out the AP, telling them North Carolina and Georgia are going to Trump. Those calls should have been made an hour ago. The Times right here did give up North Carolina for Trump.
They did give up,
and
AP
they
did
show
too.
over 95% Georgia. Trump up 3 points. They're still refusing to call it.
All right, here's Rich. Hey, welcome to the show. Rich Barris, how are you?
Hey, Frank, living the dream, buddy. How you doing? Say hello to everybody at People's Pundit headquarters.
Hey, what's going on, everybody there? Who is it? Is it Laura and you and who else?
No, and then like the 50,000 people listening.
Oh, you guys are live. We're simulcasting.
Of course we're live. People know you. They said Frankie, baby.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is fantastic. Okay, so then I guess we'll be serving the greater good to ask you some questions here. The first thing we want to know is, with everything that is now confirmed, Decision Desk, we've been following that as your recommendation, but how safe do you believe the trends are at this point? People are very nervous about Wisconsin. We don't know what's going to go on with Pennsylvania, but there is a discernible difference between 2020 and tonight that seems like we have a little bit more reason to be optimistic.
All right, listen, there is still a lot of vote in the three centers everyone's talking about in the Rust Belt. That's Democrat, Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia. But in order for Harris to win any of those states with those three urban centers, she needs to outperform Biden's numbers in 2020. Right now, she's been underperforming Biden, not only in the urban areas, but everywhere in the country, including urban. The urban is one of the biggest shockers yet. Like Trump is about to crack 40% in Allegheny. He's at 22% in Philadelphia. I'm showing 71 And the New York Times is showing 75. Let's say it's 71% of the vote is in already in Philadelphia. That would mean there's about 175,000+ votes that remain in Philadelphia. Even if she won 100% of those votes, it would mean that she would only take a statewide lead of 11,000 without anything else being counted. Every vote that's going into the bank right now, Frank, is a Trump vote. The margins are breaking for Trump. Erie County's at 52%. He's now closed the gap to 56 to 43. The identical Northampton, which is 84% in, he's actually carrying 52.2 to 46.9. So there will be some vote that is Democratic. That is because they have until 8 p.m. To drop. By the way, Donald Trump's even leading in Center County, which is the last stronghold for Democrats in central Pennsylvania. All right. And by the way, remember, Cambria will be open, was open late, and we're just starting to get Cambria's votes now. And it's only 21% reported. It will go 60-something to Trump when it's done. In 2020, let me get the margin. He carried Cambria County, where are you? 68 to 31. All right. So we have the early vote that's in. It's favorable to Harris right now, but it's going to flip. It's only 50.3 to 49. That's 20% early vote. It's done. So again, if Harris won every single vote of the estimated vote that's outstanding in Philadelphia, if she won 100% of the votes, she would only take about 11,000 vote lead nationwide. And that simply would not be, statewide. And that simply would not be enough with all of the vote that is still outstanding in Pennsylvania. I mean, you have Adams 57% in.
That's huge.
There's a lot of Trump. I mean, some of this stuff is basically, we're getting very close here, Frank. And I'm just saying, like, the point I just want to make about the ballots, they had until 8 o'clock to collect the drop box ballots. I still don't think statewide those will be more Trumpy than they were in 2020. Because Republicans are actually winning. They're going to probably win the provisionals because of how they did this year. The hour is getting late for Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. That's all I have to say.
Wow. We were talking I was talking to my buddy Adel earlier on in the broadcast, and I was asking, because he lives in Pittsburgh, and I said, from a Pennsylvanian standpoint, what are you looking at as far as your state tonight and how it's going to swing? And he even brought up Allegheny County. I think what he said was that if Trump gets anywhere near 35% of the vote, it's going to look good for the rest of it. Why is that? Why was 35% and higher the magic number for Allegheny County?
I would actually say it's 39, which he is. And it looks like he's going to outperform that. Let me just go back and see if there's been any more dumps there. He's at 39.9, and what's remaining 7% is going to be a little bit more Trumpy. So let's say when he beat Hillary Clinton, he got 39.48%. Right now, he's outperforming that. Okay. And why is it? It's because Allegheny County is home to Pittsburgh, and there are all sorts of different people there that are part of, or once were a huge part of, the Democratic coalition. You have working class suburbs that are outside Pittsburgh that look nothing like metro suburbs that are more professional class and educated. So if Trump is not getting, look, this has been the thing of the night. Is Trump bleeding support among college whites the way he was bleeding support in 2020? And by the way, Bucks is basically tied, and Trump is probably going to take the lead there in a second. All right, so which is not expected. We were expecting very close race in Bucks. He lost it by 4 in 2020, and he barely lost the state. If there's a 4-point shift in Bucks alone, that would suggest a victory statewide. But again, there's these narratives, dueling narratives. And when you look at a state, look at a place like Milwaukee, Trump is actually outperforming in Milwaukee. What's in Milwaukee? Just like Allegheny, there are burbs, even more so, with professional class people that are supposed to be Trump's demise. Right now, he's doing 32% in Milwaukee. He did 29.4 in Allegheny. Same story. If you go to Michigan, in Oakland County, Joe Biden won by
he's ahead in Michigan
points.
now.
Like 15, something like that. Yeah, let's go to it now. Let's take a look at where she is. She was ticking a little bit higher. Not enough. So she's ahead by 10, basically 10.3. So everything we're seeing is showing like a 4-point shift, at least, to Donald Trump.
Okay,
it's everywhere.
Now, Rich, when you were on in 2020, I guess this is going to address people's anxieties head on, because especially Michigan, Wisconsin. I mean, right now they're trending toward Trump. This is the first time I saw Michigan trending toward Trump all night. But this was the area of the country where we went to bed and we saw the trends for Joe Biden was underneath. This is where the meme, the graph, the vote jump meme came from, where Donald Trump is trending upward, and of course Joe Biden is just failing and flopping away. And then at 2 a.m, he got a right angle up and over, and this is where everybody's anxiety is born from right now. Can you give us some kind of insight as to whether or not that
Hold on.
yeah.
I came in here with a microphone and it blew everything up. But go ahead. I hear where you're going with this.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so everybody, I think most people's anxiety is born from that right now, that we're going to go to sleep, and that what seems to be trending in a way that cannot be reversed at this time will have some kind of deus ex machina moment, and there's going to be something to break the momentum. Is there anything left out there? Is there anything that you see can intervene on this right now?
Okay, so there are a few things. First and foremost, which I think is the most important for everybody to understand. In 2020, there were absolutely votes outstanding. We didn't know how much there was. The vote by mail was collected differently. It is different this time. So in Pennsylvania, we're not talking about, first of all, they can't take ballots that aren't dated. So there's not like a number in Philadelphia, for instance, that's outstanding absentee that we don't know. We know roughly what is still outstanding in Philadelphia. That's number one. Things are just reported differently this time, guys. All right, front-loaded. Hold on 1 second. Okay, yeah, North Carolina. We know North Carolina, Georgia. Just so everybody understands, North Carolina and Georgia are gone. All right, so I know there's some news outlets playing games out there. North Carolina and Georgia are over. Donald Trump will carry these states, all right? And I'm not BSing you guys. They are done. By the time all is said and done in Arizona, it's looking like Trump will probably take it by about 4 points, which really puts Kerry Lake in an ominous position. But getting back to your point, honestly, this is not the same election as in, like, where are the votes? When did they get counted? And also Republicans, and I cannot stress this enough, Republicans did a really incredible an incredible job of getting their vote in early. So there aren't these ridiculous deficits that they have to overcome. PA is being reported in a manner that more closely resembles 2016. The only difference is we counted the early vote first, and there was more of it. All right. So in 2020, there was a lot more mail. First, it got counted. Then actually in PA, Trump was up 800,000 votes because it was all counted first. His vote was counted first. The vast majority of it was. Yeah. And then the mail-in votes were added after, Frank. That is not the case this time. All right. And there's a lot of different rules in place. They cannot count those ballots. Mark Elias lost that case. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court said if you do not have an appropriate date on the ballot, it cannot be counted. The only place where there still is that situation, and there are states where there will be ballots that are counted after Election Day. That is just true. But in North Carolina, by the way, they can still count ballots for 3 days if they were received by Election Day. But because we know what remains and what is outstanding, we know she cannot catch up. So that race is called. In Arizona, they're going to count for 4 days. I'm just telling you right now, they're going to count for 4 days. It's going to be a pain in the butt, but that's the way it is. In Nevada, same thing. That's one where the Republicans did lose the lawsuit. They lost in court, and it's crap. There's no good reason for it. But the bottom line is they are allowed to count ballots that arrive up until 5 p.m. 3 days after the election, even if they are not postmarked correctly.
That's ridiculous.
All right? So, yeah. And just to let people know, expect that there will be maybe a switch in the vote when Milwaukee and Michigan come in. Don't be surprised if, like, Harris takes a lead again in one or, several of these states. Well, PA is different. I don't think she's going to retake the lead in PA. But don't be surprised when that happens, because there will be a chunk from, say, Milwaukee and Wisconsin. The margin is tight enough where that chunk can put her back over. Maybe not actually now, but it could be close. And then in Michigan, when Wayne County drops, there are a lot of votes left in Wayne. When that drops, it probably will put her back into the lead, but we're really just waiting for a more favorable vote for Trump to come in after that, because the blue counties are in. I mean, with the exception of Marquette, which is in the Upper Peninsula, it's the only blue county in Michigan. With the exception of Marquette, it looks like that's a wrap.
Well, well,
thing,
just wait. But Rich, I guess the big thing here, everybody's doing the math right now. Pennsylvania in itself brings Trump to 266, and then at that point, you only need Alaska. Almost Alaska puts you over the edge at that point, and. Yeah, so as far as Michigan, okay, so then I guess the last question I'd have before, if Jay or Mike or anybody here in the room has something else to follow up with you, Wisconsin and Michigan overall, how do you see that? I know you said that there might be some fluctuation in the leads once the big urban centers continue to file in, but how do you see them finishing?
They're all Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And let me just recheck these updates. Listen, some are a little bit over, some are a little bit under. Ballpark 2 points each state. They're all in the same ballpark. All right, could be a little less, could be a little bit more. Michigan actually may end up more Trumpy than Pennsylvania, which would be the shock, but it is possible because he's doing so much better in some of these like blue southeastern areas that are blue, the home of the Reagan Democrat. Yeah, I mean, it could, but they're all within the 2 point range, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But Trump is now, he's favored in every single one of them. Let me put it that way. Wow. He is favored in every single one, and Harris cannot lose one of them, or else Trump is the president. That's it. So who would you rather be? Look, by the way, don't take my word for it. People keep pointing out, like the New York Times and stuff, they did not have Trump on their little needle and their little forecast. They did not have him favored when all of these votes were coming in the way they did in 2020, even when he was way ahead, because they knew about that mail vote that was outstanding and was going to be counted after all of this. And they were counting it Biden's margin and including that in there. So Biden was favored all night. This is not the same situation.
Okay.
It's not.
All right. And then I guess I would love to know a little bit more about Arizona. But before I get there, Mike, do you have anything to say? Jay, do you have anything? You guys been looking at the maps all night? Anything?
My only question, Rich, would be, given Trump's overperformance in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, how does that bode? I know you're not a fan of reverse coattails, but what about Trump's coattails to pull those Senate candidates like Dave McCormick or Mike Rogers over the finish line?
Yeah, it's good. And by the way, Wayne County, was it Wayne, or is there something going on with Michigan? Something just jumped. Like I said, Kamala would probably pull back into the lead for a little bit because of a vote chunk. I think it's Wayne, and they just haven't updated it yet. But anyway, we'll see. Oh, no, it's a mess up in the vote in Kent. There's a mess up. Don't pay any attention to Decision Desk, what's going on right now in Michigan. There's some kind of reporting error. I think with the question you asked, though, Kerry Lake is separated by about 4+ points for Trump. Right now, we have him forecasted to win the state. Let me just double check and make sure it's about the same. A little less than 4, maybe a little bit more than 4. So that doesn't quite get her there unless she does significantly better. So I mean that's going to be tough. It's going to be hard for Kerry Lake to get over the finish line. But Eric Hovda, Michael Rogers, and Dave McCormick especially looks good in Pennsylvania. They are all in a very good position. It's been very tough for a Senate candidate to win a state that the other party's presidential candidate carries. It's just been like that in the modern era. Susan Collins is the only other one to do it. If Kerry Lake was to lose, then you would add Ruben Gallego. But these states tend to tick really close together, and it looks like that'll be the case this time as well.
So then Arizona, the big factor in Arizona from now and 4 years ago, again, is everything you were talking about before. It was early voting, and I guess that's it. There's also a huge turnout today.
That's right. That's right. And we'll just have to see how much they win that election day margin by. But Kerry Lake did not do as well with independents as Donald Trump did. It looks like he won when you add the election day independents. It looks like he narrowly carried independents. Now, I don't know if the exit polls are going to be right or wrong. We'll just have to see. But that's what it looks like. And Kerry Lake, that's not the case.
Damn.
So we'll have to see how it goes. And by the way, that may actually be the case with Sam Brown in Nevada as well. But we'll have to see.
All right. Mike, anything? Nothing?
Yeah, just one quick question. So they're playing games with Georgia here. New York Times and AP are not calling it. I guess just your own speculation. When Pennsylvania and Wisconsin get to that point where people like you say this is in the bag, this election's over, and the media is not calling it, do you think Trump's going to declare victory tonight?
I mean, look, yeah, I do. And actually, I really do think we're coming up on midnight now. These urban centers are holding back what they have at some point, guys, and they've even promised themselves that they are going to, report what they have. At some point, will they make us wait a little bit? I'm sure. But even if one of them goes and one of those urban centers are reported and Trump gets it, then, Trump might as well just declare victory because it's over. I mean, there's no way, like you said before, Frank, there's no way that he's going to lose a state like Alaska? I mean, at this point, when it gets to that, when we get there, and we're not there yet, but when we get there and the urban vote gets released, it's going to have to, at this point, they're going to have to do it. I mean, look, it's not just the decision desk. It's not just me. It's the New York Times. They may have taken a long time to call the state like Georgia. I don't know if they did or not, but Georgia's done. They know it. Yeah. I mean, they can keep this up if they want, but it's really kind of ridiculous.
And the
it's
lead,
over.
And the lead in Pennsylvania is over 200,000 right now with 80% in. It's just it's I don't know. It's so close you can taste it.
Before I got to go because I got to get back to my stream before they castrate me.
Yeah.
But given what's outstanding in Pennsylvania, and I was telling Sean Parnell and Wendy this, and by the way, Trump took a lead in Bucks County. It's 70+% of the vote in Philadelphia. She wanted 700,000. It doesn't look like she's going to get it, but let's say there are 175,000 ballpark votes still left in the county of Philadelphia, and there could be even more than that. But let's say there is, and she wins 100% of them. It would only put her in the lead, and actually now the math has changed. It's a little less than 10,000. That would only put her in the lead statewide by 10,000 votes, and you have all of these Trump votes that are still roaring in. Erie County now at 80%. She's all the way down to 51. He's at almost 48. This is what happened with Northampton. Northampton, by the way, and Erie are the only two swing bellwether counties left in the state of Pennsylvania, unless something changes tonight, which might. But they're the only two left, and Northampton's almost totally in. And Trump has a 5+ point lead with 86% of the vote in. So these bellwether counties are going, and there's more votes for Trump in them. He's even, like I said, he's even ahead in Center, which is a blue county. If he winds up taking that, it would be really something. It looks like Monroe is all the way in. It looks like he flipped Monroe. That and Lackawanna, where Biden counties, Biden carried it by 8 points. Right now, she's only ahead by 2.7, and 95% is in. Just shows you the swing that we're seeing.
She sucks.
It's not enough. It's not enough, guys.
Well, listen, Rich, listen, I appreciate you. Everybody appreciates your work, and I'm so happy that you gave us a couple of minutes this late in the game. And I don't know, we're gonna hang out for a few more minutes here, and then I don't know. It feels like we're so close. I almost don't want to go home. But thank you for everything. Yeah, and thank you, and thank you to your wonderful audience, because I do see on YouTube alone you got 10,000 people watching. I know you're probably very well watched. I was watching you 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I was watching you until like 3 o'clock in the morning, going on all the biggest shows on the internet. Raging. Last year was the last last time. That was the first time we ever heard you rage, and that was. We've come a long way, man. Thanks for your time.
I remember that. I don't think anything like that'll be going on right now. But yeah, Frank, talk to you guys soon. I'm going to be on. I'm going to be live, keeping people posted on what's going on, and all the best. I'll see you guys soon.
All right, peace. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, later, guys.
Bye.
I'll tell you, man, I was just checking in Lancaster, which is where the Amish farms are, and they came out, man, and they flipped that county. They were down, and they're up by now 40,000 votes. So the Amish are part of this revolution in Pennsylvania. It looks. I hear you, man. I mean, it's like you don't want to leave because it's gonna happen while we're all driving or something. But I feel like it's right there.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. I mean, it's your show, Frank. It's called quite Jaylee.
Listen, I know. I'll stay.
I vote stay.
I mean, Mike's many hundreds of miles away from home.
Yeah, I'm not going home tonight regardless.
He's many hundreds of miles away from home. What the hell are we gonna do?
One of these days I got to get on when you have Rich on, because tonight's not the night for that. But just like a quick story about like how how they always say the educated vote. Trump doesn't do as well with the educated vote. And I always, when I was younger, and I just, that term just didn't make any sense to me, because I was like, well, if they're educated, then they must know something that I don't. Why, you know what I mean? So I kind of want to tell this to Rich and have this conversation with him, because I know he's such a pioneer in the field. I want him to try to change the terminology from educated to credentialed. Because the reason that these people are voting for the people they're voting for is not because they're educated. Education is a good thing. It's because they've been in school long enough to be indoctrinated, and they've attained the credentials that go along with that groupthink mentality. So I feel like we got to stop calling people educated and uneducated in terms of like whether they support Trump or not. It's like credentialed or not credentialed.
Right.
That's more accurate.
Yeah. I know.
And I want him to start changing that conversation, because I feel like he's the guy that could do it and make the whole polling industry change it, because that actually stopped me from like really having that full, complete embrace of what I was seeing, because I was like, but educated people vote for the Democrats.
Maybe it's college educated, but even that distinction, it falls short of really talking about it, because but then again, I think those of us who are educated understand what college education actually does to people's critical thinking faculties sometimes. And
I heard him saying the other day that actually Trump does better with master's degree level rather than just, I don't know, I guess bachelor's degree. So like there's a lot of nuance there, but I would love to have that conversation with Rich, because I feel like that is like a really interesting it's the Orwellian speak. You start hearing that over and over again, that, well, educated people vote for Hillary Clinton, and you start thinking, well, why is that? They must know something I don't. So anyway, it's always a conversation I've wanted to have with Rich, because I feel like that has held me back in the past.
We can talk about that.
Yeah.
I would love to. And if you're not in the next time he calls in, I'd like to ask it on your behalf or something.
Absolutely.
Here's a little update from CNN. This is very important from the. It's a key race alert. It's Harry Sisson. Harry Sisson, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
He is still a fag.
Oh,
that's that. There you go.
Well, that makes sense.
There he goes. It is in. It is confirmed, and he's. So I don't know. It's probably going to be a rough night for Harry if this continues. And now listen, this is confirmed by. This came in from Jim Zell by way of Fox News. It is confirmed that Republicans have now gained control of the Senate.
Yes. And they may have several seat advantage, because that's why I asked that question I asked of Rich, because right now they're leading in the Senate races in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and they already took Ohio. So that's a good thing for Trump. He won't be convicted, but he could still be impeached by the House, because the House is still not safely in Republican hands.
Okay.
So
let's you know what? Let's just take some more calls. 219, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Thanks, Frank.
You're welcome. Who's this?
Q-Magoo. I just wanted to call and say thank you for putting on a show.
Well, that's just we're in show business over here, and this would be a very, very rough night for me if I weren't on with you guys. I mean, just from a togetherness standpoint, good or bad, this audience has convened for things that we need to either help each other with celebration or mourning or whatever the hell it is. So this is not even considered overtime for me. Thanks for being here, Q.
It is overtime for you, Frank.
Oh, well.
Jay Gulinello. Hi, Jay.
Hello.
All of your, yeah. I've been trying to call in all night.
Oh.
But
now you're here.
Well, are you feeling good?
Oh, I'm feeling really good.
Sounds like it.
Sounds
I
like
want to tell you guys that the benefit of living in a very small town is I just went in and voted and went out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Indeed. I did that this morning. I went in there with, if you go to, let me go to the Quite Frankly Instagram. I put it up there. And
that was a cute picture.
You like that picture?
Yeah,
this
cute.
This was this morning. Me and Aurora and Lauren. We left. Look at Aurora putting up her little peace sign. I don't know who taught her that. I don't know, but she voted. Aurora voted about 3 or 4 times, so she contributed.
You put up a peace sign.
Yeah, there
like she said, like peace.
Yeah, you look at the
With
screen.
two fingers?
There she is on the screen saying peace.
Well, Frank, I can't look at the screen and call you at the same time.
Well, you can look at the screen. You just can't play the stream. You
can mute it.
But listen, Q, thank you for the call. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and I hope that when you wake up tomorrow, there's more reason to feel good. So thank you so much, my friend.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, have a good one. Let's go to where we go. Dean, you're on the air. It is 11:58. It's almost midnight. Holy hell!
It is, and I have a date with a garbage truck here in about 5 hours. So I wanted to call in and say it's so good to have our house nutritionist Juanito Gulinetto in the house tonight.
Juanito.
And did I get it right?
No,
Juanito?
sorry.
We're getting closer.
Yeah, getting closer.
Oh, damn! I thought I had it. But no, Frank. Listen, back in 2020, I feel a lot better right now than I did at this time in 2020.
Yes.
We had already hit the wall at midnight. We had already hit the wall. It was because remember, if we're going back 4 years, at around 11:30 p.m. is when they essentially told the country to go to sleep, and we're going to pick this up again tomorrow.
Right. But that was your time. You're on the East Coast. I'm Central.
Yeah, so it's even earlier.
So, yeah. So it was around this time, give or take a half hour, something like that. So I feel a lot better this time than I did in 2020, and it's just it's like you talked about earlier, Frank. It's just we shouldn't have to do this every 4 fucking years. It's fucking disturbing.
It is.
It is. And I also say this. I've been flipping back and forth between your show and Dan Bongino, and Dan had said that the Harris campaign is refusing to speak to the press right now.
I've seen that too.
Well, she is probably. I don't even know what she's doing. She's probably swinging a mace at. I don't know.
I don't know.
She's probably chewing on the furniture, or I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what you said. You said that the Harris campaign is refusing to speak to the press right now.
Mm-hmm. I believe it.
This is this is going to be something
I
else.
think it probably has something to do with butt plugs. I don't know.
Yeah, especially if Arizona goes the way. But then again, like I said, if Pennsylvania goes the Pennsylvania is trending hard. I mean, it's over 200,000 vote differential right now. And Rich laid it all out about Philadelphia County and what is left still in the western parts of Pennsylvania, which is all Trump country. That that right there makes Alaska essentially a clincher. I mean, if you get anything out of Maine, and like if you get like what is it? Doesn't Maine have like 3 electoral college votes and one of them split off or something?
Yeah, he'll get 1, and the rest there's 2, I think.
And how many from Alaska? 4?
3.
3.
But remember,
3,
Wisconsin is 75% reported, and there's still a 100,000 vote lead. So Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, it's over. So I think those are the next 2 that are going to go.
Good God.
Yeah, and actually Wisconsin and Michigan, they're trending. Both of them are trending to Trump.
They are
right now.
Yeah,
both of them are.
Yep.
You know, and man, I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to it's kind of hard to deny at this point, but. You know, at least, you know, I guess my whole point is I wanted to call in and say hello to 180, and
Hola.
and I feel so much better right now than I did at this time in 2020. So keep your head up, folks.
The salt mining is going to be incredible. If this keeps up, I'm prepared. And thank you for the call, Dean. I just want to put it out there.
That's why we have to stay.
We have to stay.
I got one here for you. I just saw. I'm so mad. My mom brought a plate of cookies into my room, and I just smacked them out of her hands. Hold on. She started crying. I don't know what came over me. This is already taking such a toll on my mental health.
Oh, jeez.
I can't believe an actual fascist is going to be president.
Yeah, this has already happened before. I can't believe an actual fascist is going to become president.
Why are you gay? New York Times now projects 90% chance of Trump victory, 302 to 236.
Give it to me, baby.
I mean, this is
Give
the
it to me.
Ooh, this is the New York Times, you know, so.
Oh boy! I mean, I just
Give me back my son!
I just want it.
I want it so bad.
You're gonna get it, Frank. You're gonna get it,
I
Frank.
kept my inner beast at bay long enough. Now I just want it.
And I mean, I would love Carrie Lake to be in the Senate because I think she's great. But
Wait,
they're
so
gonna
she
have
lost?
they're gonna just the way Rich was talking, she may not come across. But the Senate is gonna be held by several seats, majority. So
I think North Carolina elected a Democrat governor too.
did they? Oh yes, they did because the Republican had that whole scandal.
What?
Yeah, the Republican guy, he was going well and everything was fine. I'm trying to remember the scandal. It might have been like a porn site in his, some kind of whatever, and I remember Rich saying, like, if you're going to do that stuff, just be honest with people because most of the time they'll forgive you. But when you hide it and then people find it, all of a sudden it's a problem. Yeah, he had some porn scandal. And so he was supposed to be speaking at a Trump event and they were like, they pulled him off the thing and he was basically downhill from there. So that's the only reason. I don't think they actually really wanted a Democrat governor, but it was that or the porn star. So,
well, I got to bring this guy in for a call because Javi, you and I, Javi, we have been talking for years about that brown wave, and if it ever showed up, Javi,
it's here.
2015, brother. Since goddamn 2015, we've been talking about this shit.
You've been talking about that brown wave.
Yes, sir. Every God blessed election cycle, the goddamn media is in there talking about how Texas is going to go to Democrats. And every election cycle, the Republicans win and the Hispanic vote goes up. I think it's like probably 60-something% this time in Texas. And then they're overperforming nationally. Black men as well. Just all these stupid goddamn white liberals. People are done with that progressive bullshit, brother. They're done with it.
Yeah, dude,
right. The fuckery is still afoot, no doubt. But holy shit, man.
I just want to go to a giant barbecue with black and Hispanic conservatives.
Yeah, me too.
And just have a big giant barbecue with like 10 million.
Yeah.
10 million people barbecue.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot, brother. And it's funny because where I work in 2016, overwhelmingly Clinton, and now like all the black men and black women I work with at the postal service, no less, are like, yeah, fuck that bitch.
Listen,
so it was wild to see that big ass flip.
I'm
it is
excited
what it
for
is,
it,
brother.
I'm excited for it because it looks It reads as people declaring their independence, not people switching parties. And I really, really hope that all of the attention that has been put on the ground now for making this happen, all that organization, I really hope that that can transform into something that is a little bit more educational and empowering, because now the real momentum should shift locally, and it could be just so enormous. It could just be so enormous if people understood. Because again, Donald Trump right now, I talked about it with Rich a few months ago. He was begrudgingly given the nomination by the RNC 8 years ago, and he has continued. I mean, the 2022 midterms was Mitch McConnell and everybody else getting together to try to misappropriate funds and make sure that it looked like it was an underwhelming midterm, to blame it on Donald Trump, to try to shake him off their back. He is not. I mean, first of all, he's a pretty progressive guy, number one. But number two, again, this is an actual historic example of a third-party run that was successful, because he's only living inside the outer casings of the GOP, which is largely disliked, and they should be, for good reason. So right now, I mean, it's just, oh man, it's like this is a third-party run. Keep reminding yourself.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
We say it all the time. Like, we're not fucking Republicans. We're conservatives. We're gonna vote Republican, but the mainstream Republicans are. The Jeb Bushes of the world are bitches. They roll right over when they get hit in the fucking mouth, and they're called racist and Nazi, even though they know goddamn well the things that they're supposed to be advocating for the people who vote for them. That's not racist. And look, the most populated Puerto Rican part of Florida voted Trump. Like, what the fuck? Shut the fuck up. This shit's ridiculous, man.
Well, Javi, thanks for the call, my man. It's good to hear from you.
I love y'all, man. God bless.
All right, God bless. Hey, Christian, we have two friends here, Christian and Stephanie. They're taking off. Did you enjoy yourself tonight? Did you feel like you were in good company? Do you want to say anything on the microphone before you leave? I didn't want to put you on the spot. Parting words? Go ahead. Go ahead. Just pick up the microphone. Do your thing. It's been live. I think it's been live the whole time.
Probably.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Christian, you there?
I'm here.
How do you feel? Okay. So give us the, I don't know, you've been here for hours now, just hanging out and doing your thing. Just some thoughts. Go ahead.
I'm glad to see things are going pretty smoothly, considering. And, I was a Kennedy guy, and we had 1 million signatures that were just kind of thrown to the wind, like we didn't exist.
You were helping the Kennedy campaign.
Yeah. So, it just kind of shows how out of touch these people are, the Democratic Party, the establishment, because did they really think we were just going to go all to her? I mean,
they did.
Yeah.
They
did. Yeah. Absolutely.
And it looks like we didn't, I think a lot, you would mention the independent voter earlier, and I think that's what was supposed to happen. I think that was the point, and I'm just glad to see, they're getting what's coming to them.
You've been you've been on a big journey, big journey the last 10 years. We've all been hanging out talking about it as this stuff has been coming to the front here. But you just bringing that up right there is another big reminder. Do you understand, guys? Again, how close we are to having RFK. Actually, we're going to actually see.
I know.
It's not hype. It's not hype anymore. We're going to see just how much of a bulldog he's going to be. Think about fluoride in that statement about fluoride in the water. Think about seed oils. Think about the actual concentration on real health care. Can you imagine if this is real?
Yes, I can. He said mitochondria in the, when he I don't even know what the word is, dropped out of the race. He used the word mitochondria. I was like, is my spirit animal.
You know what it is, too? There's a certain kind of voter that's not batshit crazy, that actually, when you say my body, my choice, that includes not putting experimental vaccines in your body and being forced to do it so you can keep your job.
Yeah.
So this whole women's health thing that people are like, oh, Donald Trump wants to take away women's health and women's rights. Well, you didn't give a shit when it was For 4 years, we had to put up with this shit.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, fascism. We've been living through fascism.
Oh, my God.
Fascism, you know, for anyone listening that doesn't really understand how fucked up New York is, especially New York City, we have one-party rule. The other day when I went to vote, I mean, they removed any third party from the ballot, which was part of the reason RFK really couldn't do anything. They put more effort into keeping him off the ballot than building up their own shitty candidate.
Absolutely.
Which the same shit they did with Hillary.
The party of democracy.
The party of democracy. Oh, we have saved democracy. There's nothing democratic about them. And if you don't believe me, look at New York.
Yeah.
Look at New York.
It's such a great point that can't be understated about bodily autonomy. And meanwhile, how many women are permanently neurologically damaged because they have to make a choice between the agent and their work and everything else. I mean, there's
that you couldn't even ask about. You couldn't ask about
No.
it. And I think the one thing, and I'm glad Bobby joined with Trump, because no one was really talking about COVID. Like, I mean, maybe I have PTSD from it, but that happened. If you want to see what tyranny looks like in the modern day, it is COVID. It's the whole COVID era, and they want more of that. So I'm glad that, if anything, this puts the brakes on it for now.
I agree, man.
Because
and we'll get some answers as to what actually happened, which will help prevent it from ever happening again.
And Bill Gates is getting sued in other countries
He
right
is.
now, and Pfizer's getting sued, and Moderna. So,
yeah. Bring it on.
This is a little glimmer of hope, and
Big time.
and like I explained to people that are like, why are you voting for Trump? Because it's not the old school Republican Party. It is like Frank, you're saying, he's a third party candidate, pretty much.
This is everything, and it's happening right now. It's an act. It is it's a moment in time. It's because who knows what happens after. I've always just looked at Trump as a way of buying time and refocusing any kind of American civic attention to local action and decentralization and nullifying the federal government. I hope that Trump and RFK and whoever the hell else they bring in there go through the agencies like a bull in a china shop. I hope for it, but at the very least, I hope that they can replace a couple of more Supreme Court picks with people who are actually worth a shit, and just give us a damn chance.
They're gonna make it miserable for, I mean, the people that are in power are gonna make it miserable for Trump and whoever he brings in for the next. I mean, the next 3 months, if he pulls it out, the next 3 months are going to be crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
But and the reason that map is so red is because there's a lot of liberals that didn't say they were voting for Trump. They voted for Trump.
I agree with that for sure. And to your point, New York so far, I mean, 90% in. She only won New York by 11 points. Do you have any idea how small that margin is? And by the way, New Jersey, 5 points. The last time anybody was that close in a race was 1992. That's how far back you have to go. So New York, New Jersey, they got on board, man. And she won them, but that's nothing to write home about. And they're not going to be talking about that for years. They're going to be looking at that as a problem.
Yeah, 5 points. There's 83% in. I mean, obviously, I don't know. Lower.
That's fantastic. 5 points in New Jersey. I mean, that's unheard of. Like I told you, the last time that happened was Bush, Clinton, 96. No, sorry. Bush Clinton, which was 92. So, I mean, that's how far back you have to go to see a 2-point race.
This is a fourth turning.
See, here's the thing. I was thinking about that fourth turning there too, because there's going to be color revolution responses to this.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was so dismayed and so jaded about what could actually be possible, because of course the only option could have been gigantic mobilization of votes to make it impossible for any kind of nipping and tucking to happen within that margin of chaos that we always talk about. But in the middle of this, we're right now we're in a holding pattern with some huge states, and I'm hoping that Rich is the professional.
9%,
I'm looking at Pennsylvania. We're about 2 points ahead there.
84% in, yep.
And with 84% in, but I'm just starting right now, because of how close this is. I'm just starting right now to realize all the implications. RFK was my first thought, saying, "Oh my God, that could be a reality." The other thought is, "Oh my God, the wars.
Yeah.
I mean,
Over.
if this
before he's even in office in January,
The
potentially.
other thing that the people
I hope.
completely went against their, I thought were convictions, and they're voting for someone who was wanted more war, who was endorsed by Dick Cheney of all people.
They're not convictions. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's how you know. It's whatever you call it, tribalism, brainwashing. I belong to a team. Well, the team doesn't give a shit about you.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck about you, and they want to send your kids to go fight in another war. Like it's just wild.
What's up? Hold on.
Check your Telegram.
Check my Telegram.
Yeah,
well,
man.
listen, anytime you and Steph want to come by and hang out, this was so awesome to have you here.
Yeah, man. Thank you, man.
If
Fun.
you want to come here for an inauguration day and we can, you know,
I think
I don't know.
might. I never thought in a million. If you told me years ago I'd be voting for Donald Trump,
I think because you started off with Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, and the last election I voted in for president was Obama. So that's how.
Hey, we all voted for Obama.
Yeah,
Right.
I know. That's what
2008.
That's what our parents' generation doesn't understand.
Yeah.
That we didn't change.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah.
Okay, dude, thank you. And drive safe on the way home. Staff, have a good one.
Hey, man.
Good
Pleasure.
to see you.
So, by the way, the Senate is over. The Senate is officially in Republican hands, just so you know.
Oh, by the way, Christmas party, December 14th. Yeah, okay. Let me see here.
Check that last one, the Libs of TikTok one.
Telegram, Libs of TikTok. That's our... Okay, John Carroll, Libs of TikTok. Take a listen. This is, Lester Holt.
Oh, boy.
Let's see what he has to say. Oh, my God.
Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature in the room. Peter?
Well, we're outside, and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early, a lot of votes still to count, but I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, "It's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return."
That did not... No.
That's not how it happened.
That was not how it happened for Hillary.
He won Florida pretty early on, right?
Yeah, no, it was a foot race from the get-go, and she was sluggish. I mean, all of the trends that showed Hillary having a good time were in the 2 weeks leading up to the election.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving their 95% guarantees. So even that is just copium. They're just coping with this shit.
Yeah.
And they were playing games with Pennsylvania back then, and they refused to call it, and then out of nowhere, Trump won Wisconsin, and that's what put him over the edge.
Yeah.
Man, it's so close. I hate being this close.
I know.
It's 248. What the hell? Wait, what was just called for him that he's at 248 right now?
So that was because they adjudicated Nebraska and Maine. You know how they split them up?
Yeah.
So that's why he's now at 248.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Nebraska, we have the full.
Yeah,
the
they just
full
didn't
2.
look right above it.
But they weren't put in the map. They're like, yes, he's going to win the state, but they still they split him up.
Okay, because then if he does get Pennsylvania,
the city of Omaha goes for Democrats.
If he does go Pennsylvania, then it really is Alaska is the winning vote.
Yeah, I guess that's
because the Pennsylvania will bring him to 268, and Alaska is what 3, 4,
3.
That brings him to 271 with Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
also, but I mean, but he's leading in all of these
with that, and that would mean
he's leading Pennsylvania. He's up by 6 in Michigan, up by 4 in Wisconsin, up by 6 in Minnesota, and up by 1 in Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what you're looking at. You're right. If Pennsylvania goes, it's over because you're assuming Alaska is going to follow. So
let's see here.
85% in, and he's still up by. Well, he's.
It's slim. This must be what Jay was talking about with Philadelphia County, because it's right now with 85 in, it's slimmed down to just about a 100,000 vote lead for Trump.
A little bit less, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm just finish the job, baby.
But as Knock on wood, they're not going home, though. They haven't canceled it.
Right.
I know. This time they told us to pack it in.
I mean, I wonder what's going on in Trump world, when they're, I mean, right now he's predicted 91% chance of winning Pennsylvania, which essentially is the election by Decision Desk, 91%.
I don't even know where that Harris HQ was. I was trying to look it up, but Trump is at Mar-a-Lago right now having a big party. The ballroom's all set up. And
Yeah. I wonder when he's going to address. I mean, I'm going to assume that he needs at least one of these to close.
Let's see here. This is from a little while ago. This is from Jim Zell. It's over. There's about 7 states Kamala needs.
Yeah.
And Trump is expected to win all of them, or at least six of them. Dem strategists are starting to apologize and question the strategy of the Democrat Party. Sources from within the Harris campaign saying that the path is narrow to win.
Narrow.
You know what? I have some. Let's take a break. I have some funny stuff that can. We need some time to grab some new material and just see what people are saying. I just want to take some time. I don't want to be here sitting silent looking for things or people. So okay. I have a couple things here. New one from Ping Trip. This is Donald Trump falls in love with Joe Rogan, and then I have a compilation. I asked Mike Baldwin, our good buddy Mike Baldwin, the comedian, to put together a compilation of some of his best political, cultural, jokes on stage from the last 6 to 8 years or so. So I have about it's about a 7-minute break or so. Give us a little bit of time to catch our breaths, to grab a little bit of water, to hit the head, and we come back, more of your calls, and I guess we're just going to keep going. So listen, giving you a little bit of light entertainment right now. I think you're going to like it. I love it, and we will be right back.
Joe, could you do me a favor? Do you know Elon Musk?
Yeah.
He gave me the nicest endorsement. You should do the same thing, Joe.
I cannot.
Why?
You're Hitler.
Do you believe this? That's garbage. You cannot be voting for Kamala. I have watched you for so many years. You're not a Kamala person. Kamala's a very low IQ person.
You would be bad for the country.
Joe, you're so beautiful. I'm telling you, Joe, you're better looking than Tom Cruise. We're going into the bedroom. We're going in.
There's no way.
I got the biggest tool. Massive. It's the biggest in the world.
You're in collusion with Russia, and you're Hitler. It's horrible.
Take it easy. Just relax. We can do it very quickly. We go into the room. I'm in, I'm out. I'm worth billions of dollars. You could have everything. All you have to do is touch it.
Like, that's gross.
So you don't want to touch it?
Nope.
You gotta be kidding. It's unbelievable. I can't believe you would do this to the President of the United States of America. The presidency has tremendous power. I could put you in jail.
You're a threat to democracy.
Yeah, you're going into jail. You stupid son of a bitch. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office. That will be done, I would say, in my first day, maybe 2 days. You're such a stupid guy.
Fine, I'll do it.
No, it's not going to happen. You cannot ever even touch it. You can't go near it. You can't do anything. What a disgrace. It would have been so good.
Everybody just tries to outdo each other on the left and the right. They go further and further, and it's weird. People on the right are like, everybody just needs to work hard. And people on the left are like, we shouldn't have to work as hard. And then people on the right are like, actually, you should work even harder. And people on the left are like, we shouldn't have to fucking work at all. So that's where we're at right now. Let's see. Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben, the Indian lady on the butter. We got all the people of color off the food. Now little kids can grow up thinking that only white people make stuff. That's exactly what we wanted.
I feel like being a Trump supporter today is the same as being like a gay man in like the 1930s. Because you can't just walk around and be like, hey everybody! You gotta just be like, oh, you are? Yeah, me too. Oh yeah. That's the media doing that though. They put it on you to where you feel like a piece of shit if you like them. And that's why the only people that you think are Trump supporters are the fucking, what are you looking at? I'll kick your fucking ass right now. Because those are the only ones that don't give a fuck. And they're like, I like him, fuck you, what? And then people like me are like, I just don't want people on Facebook to be mad at me. I'll just wear my hat around the house. You can spread COVID by just being like, but in order to test it, all right, we have to check the center of your brain. Don't you just have a thing that I can just... I feel like they did it on purpose, you know? If you look at it all backwards, it's like, imagine it's like 2019 and all the people that hate Trump are like, fuck, he's doing really good. Like, how are we ever gonna beat him? Like, we're gonna lose the election. And they're like, well, unless we do mail-in ballots. Because then we can just get a whole bunch of them and fucking fill them out ourselves. Now, but they're like, nobody's gonna let us do mail-in ballots. And they're like, unless there's a disease. And they're like, fucking call China, bro. Release the virus. Alright, what's up, you brave fucking idiots? Why are you in public? You're not supposed to be here. The president just said to fucking stay home. You guys are like, well, not tonight. In like a week or two, then it's like... That's the only way that these things are gonna fix themselves. We're either gonna choose to fucking not be around each other, or we're gonna just be forced to not be around each other. So, but that's like our thing. We're like, we'll just wait till we're forced. That's like why Bernie is so popular, because people are like, we should help the poor people, and you're like, all right, help them, and they're like, no, like, somebody should make us. You can just help them right now if you want. No. We're all just too scared to be like, is this even real? I'm just happy to be back doing comedy again, man. Yeah. It's been a long time. I started doing open mic nights and stuff when I was like 18. It's been like 20 years of doing comedy, and I was like, well, at least I'll always get to do comedy. Like, it's not like they're ever gonna ban groups of people. Why would that ever happen? I was like, even if there's like zombie apocalypse or something, people would still gather in groups and be like, be funny, we need a chuckle. After all these zombies all day. They make it political, you know, when it's not even that political. I'm just like, I don't really want to wear a mask. And people are like, oh, so you're a fucking racist, huh? No! That's not, those are two different things. I just have questions about it, but nobody will answer for me. If the masks are protecting us from the deadliest disease ever, then why don't we have like mask disposal areas all over the country with like fucking, you know, the little special thing that you drop it in so nobody else can touch it, like they do with needles and shit. They're like, nah, just put it in your pocket. Qualify for $138 a week.
Sorry about that. There was a little bit of an overlap. Yeah, I'm gonna put the rest. We had about 2 more minutes of that wonderful compilation from Mike Baldwin. You got to go check him out. Obviously, he's a great friend of the show. I said, Mike, I need a little bit of your comedy. I need a little bit of. We need to just chill out tonight. So he put that compilation together, and I will make sure that it is in the Sunday night broadcast or some after hours, along with the full, because we still have about 6 minutes left of that wonderful, high-energy, one-of-a-kind performance by Akira the Don. So I'll get all that to you guys later on. I just wanted to make sure that we had enough in the chamber tonight. Well, it is 12:30 in the morning. We are hanging out. It's me. It's Jay. It's Mike. Anthony's even on the couch. We feel like we're on the cusp of big things here, wondering who the hell's going to make decisions to go out and make a statement. It seems like the Harris campaign is doing all the drugs they can, and the Trump campaign is probably waiting for the perfect time. It is 86% in Pennsylvania with just about 100,000 votes between the two candidates has been reestablished. Trump in the lead, of course. So we're going to just go to your calls, and we're also going to go into some stuff on the internet. Mike, you said that there's some stuff on Vigilant Fox we should check out?
Yeah.
Okay, first let me get to some super chats. Here is the Rumble rant. It's from Steve Ellis. Says, what is Matt and John's actual name, and what is the backstory? Does J stand for Jay? Matt, wait, Matt and John. Matt? You mean, John Carroll is Mike. John Carroll is Mike's pen name.
Hello.
Yeah, that's it. And then Jay is, it has to be, no, that's not his.
Wouldn't that be funny if it really was just J?
Just a letter J.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't know. I guess it'll come out one day.
The artist formerly known.
And it'll be so hyped that nobody's even going to give a shit when it happens.
It's not even, it totally is. It's just a fun game now at this point.
Yeah, you can't hype it up more than you already have. Thank you, Delona. Let's see here. Cave Toad says, "Okay, G, it's Jonah. You survived your penance to bring the truth and warning." And Delona
Son
says,
of a bitch.
her headquarters are in headquarters at Howard U in D.C.
Oh, that's
okay.
lame.
Well, let's see. All right, I'm going to go over to Twitter to Vigilant Fox. And 914-200-0269. Listen, there's not much of this. There's not a big format. The line is open at this point. We've gone through a lot. This is overtime for the overtime. Because we just feel so close. I don't want to leave, and I agree with them. We shouldn't leave. 937, you're on the air. Who's this?
Hey, this is Velas, Frank. How are you?
Hey, Velas, good to hear from you. So, Velas from Rogue News, everybody. How are you seeing things tonight, my man?
I've been watching your show pretty much exclusively this evening, and great job by everybody you had on tonight. And the two ladies you had on have an amazing set of singing voices.
Yes, I know.
You nailed it, dude, with your comment about earlier in this evening. You said, "What does this mean?" And you were talking about Kennedy taking a cabinet spot with the Trump administration, as well as some of the other folks Trump might bring in. And I think you're absolutely right. I think it's there's the potential there that he's just going to let the hounds of Cerberus loose and just let them start ripping through the government. They may not accomplish much, but it will make for amusing TV to watch that go down when it happens.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. It really is. I hope that he empowers you. Hold on. Stay on the phone with us because I have something. I'm on Vigilant Fox. This was posted 25 seconds ago. Claire McCaskill looks like she's about to cry as she announces very depressing election news. Let's see. Hold on. Let's take a listen to this together. I just want to hold on. I just want to.
This is going to be the best part of this whole process.
I know. I just have to get myself ready. It's been a long time. All right, here we go.
What started out as a hopeful sense that maybe we could knock off Ted Cruz, and maybe the independent candidate in Nebraska, while not caucusing with Democrats, would deny the Republicans a seat. Now we're looking at whether or not I think the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats. Exactly. And why is that so important? Well, one reason it's so important is because it probably means if this all happens, this is very depressing. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but it means maybe the worst instincts of Donald Trump as to who he would appoint to the cabinet can become real, because there wouldn't be enough people that would say, no, you're not putting somebody who's been in prison in charge of the National Security Council. This is not a good idea. So that worries me. Now, the other thing about this...
All of a sudden, they're for disenfranchising prisoners. Those are the only convicts that aren't allowed a second chance, right?
This could never pass as news when I was a kid. This is news? I'm sorry, this is very depressing. No, you're supposed to be the news. What is going on?
Oh, just let's keep it. There's a couple more seconds. I'm feeling so nice.
Senate races that I think we need to take a moment and talk about is now the House becomes very important. And these House races that, frankly, some of them are in California, so we haven't had a chance to do deep dives yet. Karnacki has not really educated us yet fully on all of these House races that are out there. But we flipped some already. And Hakeem Jeffries may be the most important person in Washington for the values we care about.
Yeah, when you're looking at
Hakeem
what are those
Jeffries.
values? Yeah, that guy.
I know. Well, he's going to have to go and just take care of his weird eyes and just leave everybody alone. So, Velas, I mean, there's more here. There's more here. It's going to.
Well, we've been over on the Rogue side of the house. We've been having a vigorous discussion on our Discord page of making airplane quotes in reference to today's election. And this clip you just played of this gal reminded me of the scene from the movie Airplane, where the talk show is asking what went wrong on the airplane flight, and she's like, "Well, if this plane had been flown by vegetarian-eating women instead of meat-eating men, this never would have happened." That's what this feels like. The network isn't even trying to act like they're taking any form of middle ground, because she keeps using the words "we."
Yeah. I say it's a great. We were talking about this not too long ago. I think before the show started tonight, Jay, you and I were talking about these pipe dreams of holding media companies accountable. And all I said was, hey, I don't mind if anybody wants to get behind a microphone and put billions of dollars into some kind of a media organization, an entertainment organization, and you take a certain slant and you defend a certain position and you just are who you are. But there should be some kind of a way to compel CNN to identify themselves as a liberal news network.
Right.
You know, I just wish there was a way to, if the Federal Trade Commission can come after a small little business somewhere that is receiving complaints of false advertising. I mean, is this not false advertising? Is it not? I understand it's a little bit more on the psychological warfare aspect of things, but you're presenting a product to be something that it's not. I just wish that they were compelled to just state who they were for the audience, so that, you know, like Velas is saying, it's so transparent, especially when they feel like they have no control. They do nothing but talk very passionately about how this is happening to them personally.
Right, and her comment at the end about the values, and again, I'm not meaning to pick on the other side or anything along those lines. I want to be very clear about that for both anyone who's unfamiliar with the work we do at Rogue and Frank being nice enough to let me on this evening. But, you know, Frank, as you and I have talked on email and stuff, you know, I've been doing a lot of work with a number of universities across the United States the last few years, focusing on emergency management planning and disaster planning and similar. And for some of the schools, especially on the West Coast, I've been working with, again, political differences notwithstanding, I've got people talking about my personal favorite, their right to protest about various issues and feelings and words. And I remember sitting in a meeting once where I thought, well, this contract's going to get canceled as soon as I open my mouth. Because I looked at everybody in the room, and I looked at my colleagues from the school, and I said, while we're here, you all understand the 60s failed, right? And they just glared at me. And I said, 10 years of the Vietnam War, name me any foreign policy change this country made because of your protests. And I said, I'm not criticizing your position. Quite literally, I'm with you on we should have gotten out of the conflict. We shouldn't have been there. My point is, I'm a commercial person. I'm a private sector person. My first thought is, what's the result of what you're doing? What did you accomplish? And the answer is you accomplished nothing. You chewed up 10 years of protesting a war that you had no influence on. And, well, we raised social consciousness. Put it in my hand and prove it to me. Show me what that social consciousness is. And it's the same thing with these reporters we're looking at on the clips you guys have been airing. Well, our values. Like what?
That's
I
exactly
hear
the word.
but
Yeah.
is there anything substantive out of any of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right.
Well, that's that thin veneer. Whenever you press anybody on that side, anytime I hear anybody using strictly talking points, the best way to knock down that house of cards is just to simply probe with one, simple question. Explain why, which value, what values. It's very hard for them to answer anything that's outside that scripted box.
Oh yeah, and I think that is the. My mom said, "I'm going to bed. Great show. I think it's gonna turn out good." Thank you, Mom. I love you.
I think so too.
I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. But here's more to that point. I was just thinking. I was talking about this. I forget when the hell it was, but we were talking about our some people in our lives, whether they be friends or older family members or something like that. And again, coming down to very simple questions. Okay, but please give me an example of, tell me what you mean by Trump is this.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you mean by blah, 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 something, whatever. Just tell me. And you can't, they don't get the answer. We see it on all the man on the street videos.
Yeah.
This is just what it is. And it's either a diversionary tactic, or they freeze up, or they go back to other base programming responses. And I've never been in a situation where I can really ask this follow-up question, but I wish someone can say, does it ever concern you? Let me ask you one more question. Does it ever concern you or frustrate you that you can't physically find an answer to that question?
Right.
Because I know it's one thing when you're sitting around fellow travelers and you speak the party lines to each other and it feels like gospel and you feel safe in that circle, that whatever. But as you're seeing right now, there is a very, very large world out there where you are not. This is a very big. This is a resounding rejection. Okay. This is not what majorities of people want.
Right.
All right. And so you're going to have to. These are points where sane people hopefully would say, okay, I need to find a way to exist in a world where I am not. I have to find at least a better way to present myself, because I'm being rejected. And how the hell is the message getting lost? Well, you don't have a message. I mean, that's number one.
Yeah.
And the fact that the leashes are they're being held by the leash by these media networks that are just as incoherent, but they wear better clothes and they have a lot more production value, and that's just where we are.
Well, and again, you guys collectively were nailing it tonight about the things that, even for those of us at Rogue News, because our focus is so much more on like the globalist designs out there, but for people in Switzerland and London right now, this no joke. They're paying attention to this, because you guys were saying it on the broadcast you had tonight. You have sectors of the American society now that are reaching consciousness together. I hate to sound like a an academic ideologue, but I mean that's what's happening. You have African American voters that are rejecting. I wouldn't say they're having the same goals, but you have Latin voters and others across the United States that are voting in sync. They have different motivations. They have different backgrounds and cultures and histories. But the one thing they're in agreement with is, for instance, I've been keeping my eye on what's going on in Minnesota. These numbers should not be what they are. Kamala may or may not take that state, but the damage that the social engineering and similar has been doing to the state of Minnesota has reached the point that even hardcore ideologues up there are saying, this is enough, we can't take it anymore. Same thing with Wisconsin and Michigan. You have a huge number of voters across the United States that are voting in ways that will scare very powerful people, because it means they're exhausted, they're fatigued, they're not going to put up with this anymore.
Fellas, if you're talking about globalism, I think it was Yuval Noah Harari who said that if Donald Trump wins, that's essentially the end of globalism.
Oh, that'd be great.
And so I think you're right. I think people in Europe are paying attention because for right or wrong, they look to the United States for some kind of leadership role, whether that's just out of habit or whatever it is. But they are seeing things like their food freedom being stripped away, farmers being forced out of, forced into suicide essentially because of either taxes or some kind of regulatory burden. And, that stuff is happening in this country because that's the field that I'm in, the health sciences. So I'm advocating for the truth in human health, but I also understand the agricultural side of it and the food freedom side of it. So I've become I had to educate myself on that because I feel like, that's the universal battle because we all have to eat and we should all be able to choose what we want to eat. But the globalists tell us that what we choose to eat is actually bad for the environment, so therefore you can't eat it. And so like in Pennsylvania right now, the Amish community who is fighting back for the first time by voting and waving Trump signs is another good sign that stuff is happening. And I hope that if this does go the way we want it to, that sends a message overseas. We hear you, and we're gonna support you, even though we exist on different continents. We have the same problems.
Okay, well, listen.
You got it. Yeah, and you've got a lot on that one too, as well. I mean, your final point there that it's like congratulations, globalists. You reached the point that you galvanized Amish.
I know.
Yeah, they rode their buggies with Trump signs down to the polling booth. Congratulations.
Well, Velez, thank you for the call, man. It's great to catch up with you.
Sure, all the best.
Thank you, Velez. Everybody, Rogue News, that really wonderful out. Again, it's happening to me where I'm looking at this. I see now. I'm looking at Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
I see 87% in over here. I see that it's a 3-point lead with 87%. I'm getting these reports in from a couple people who are DMing me now. It's being reported Harris supporters are leaving Harris headquarters in droves.
Yeah,
it's over. It's over. In my opinion, people are giving it, and it looks like it. And I'm just being responsible.
It ain't over till it's over.
But Mike, go ahead.
I sent you something on Telegram too. New York Times finally just gave him Georgia. So they've now got Trump 246, Harris 210.
Oh, they're keeping it close.
Yeah.
They're keeping it as close as they can for them.
Well, here's how they're doing on the other side. I know people are leaving the Harris HQ. We can probably get a video of that in a minute, but these are some of the comments to it. Someone reassure me. I feel sick.
Oh, boy.
Terrified at the moment. God help us all.
No, God, which God is that?
Yeah.
Which God are you talking about? Which
they didn't
God?
Specify.
The God.
We're in for a long night.
The God that Kamala Harris screamed at the guy that they're at the wrong rally because he was talking about Jesus.
King?
Yeah, Jesus is king. Yeah.
We're all gonna die.
He was already.
I'm running out of alcohol and I can't do this sober.
I couldn't be in the same room with that person.
Wait.
sober.
What is Brooklyn? What's Brooklyn Dad saying?
Oh, yeah. What about Harry Sisson?
Let's see what Brooklyn Dad. He's gonna go back on crack.
Yeah.
Brooklyn Dad. Let's see.
I mean, come on. This is just ridiculous. Like that
Let's see.
meltdown that woman had.
Hang tight, folks. A whole lot of votes left to count.
Oh,
35 million.
okay. Yeah, he's been paid. He's certainly been paid to say that.
Here's what his followers are saying. I had my husband make us go bags weeks ago. I hoped, manifested, wished every day that we'd never have to use them, but here we are. It's happened. I'm just completely numb. I thought I'd be a mess right now, but nothing. I haven't even cried. My husband, on the other hand, is wailing, screaming, banging his head off the kitchen cabinets. He has a history of self-harm, and I'm terrified he's about to relapse.
You married a winner, honey. A real protector.
Our daughters are crying and asking if they're safe, and we had to compose ourselves and tell them that no, we're not.
Not with
we're
parents
not
like
as a
that.
family.
Can you imagine that? Yeah. No, you're not safe, honey.
Well, but they clarified. We can't and won't let our trans daughters be taken from us, and that's exactly what's about to happen under a Trump
This is parody.
Trans.
It's got to be parody.
Dude.
That has to be parody. The entire family is a fucking.
Doesn't Megan Fox have like 4 out of her 5 kids are trans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a social contagion. It's not real.
It's looking bad, guys. Trump might win. As we speak, I am currently tying a noose.
Oh,
dude, listen.
That's dark.
The comments under the Brooklyn Dad's latest tweet is just, hey, the House means nothing. The Senate is what rules. Don't worry. If we don't have the presidency, that is at best a consolation prize with the House. They're like, we're going to flip the House.
Okay,
Are
great.
we going to flip the? Are Democrats flipping the House?
No, it's still too close to call. I mean, the Senate is. I told you the Senate's over. The Senate is in Republican hands now. The only question is how big the Senate majority will be. Right now, it's only been a 1-seat switch. The Republicans have gained a seat. The Democrats have lost a seat.
Dude, again, it's starting to hit me. If this is really how we're coming in for a landing right now, it's not only this is the biggest political comeback of all time.
Oh, without a doubt. They tried to what? Bankrupt, jail, murder,
everything,
defame. You name it.
2020 was part of it,
right?
And the entire year of 2020, and then it was the impeachments, the bankrupting, the indictments, the criminal charges, the constant smearing, the assassination attempts. You can't tell me that that's not systemic, especially Butler.
Yeah.
That was just like it was come on now. It's really just it's incredible. Now what we get out of it, I don't know. We're living through this together, and it's
well, Frank,
remarkable.
Aside from all the health stuff you were talking about before, which obviously is something that I focus on, we're also going to get answers to the Kennedy assassination. We're going to get answers to things that we really, yeah.
What happened? Georgia's official. Yeah, Georgia's official.
So we're going to get answers to things that we need answers to in order to move forward as a society. So and so we may get answers to the Butler thing too. I mean, like I think people need some of these people who are, quite literally hissing. I think I don't know. Some of them will be persuaded by truths that come out in that way. Like for instance, 9/11, which is much fresher in many people's minds. Maybe we get some clarity on that.
Well, that's why this crowd is here tonight, is because of 2016.
Yeah.
And really, for, a lot of us, is really because of Pizzagate. And, that looked a certain way, and then their reaction to it kind of confirmed that, yep, it's that way. Right. And then right around that time, Trump and people close to him were very strongly insinuating that, yeah, we see it, we know about it, and we're going to do something about it. Mm-hmm. And we're kind of all waiting because this is the last chance to do something about that. And
there's no re-elections after this.
Yeah. That's what this is about.
This is the greatest opportunity for anybody to change the fate of a nation.
Armed with the people that he's armed himself with, I mean, it's quite the coalition of people with a variety of backgrounds and focuses. So I mean, so he won't have to be spreading himself too thin. Again, dealing with the wolves in sheep's clothing, the people from the Bush administration, all those rejects, those retreads. No, thank you. If you had anything to do with those administrations, we don't want you here. This is something different. This is something new. That's what the people are asking for. This political comeback is because the people demanded it. After everything we just said, Frank, you and I, we just went through that list of all the things they tried to do to him. What happens? The people come back and say, no, we want more from him. Yeah. So
I guess as people were leaving, or like right before that, they were playing Diddy's music at Kamala's HQ.
Hold on. Here's the latest from Vigilant Fox. CNN delivers a surprisingly good analysis on why Trump has gained so much support from Latinos and black men.
Take the white out of that.
It's just about working class people.
The gains among black men, the gains among Latino men are among people who work with their hands, who have been punished. The conversations that strike you from 15 months on the road is, I could afford a new car, but then if any prices go up, I can't take that loan. Like I cannot put, there's no way. Right. So you're asking your mechanic, can I keep this thing on the road for a little bit longer? And your Christmas time, you're telling your kids you're getting one gift, not two. Or we were going to try to go to Disneyland, but we're not this year.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the amusement park, that's a couple hours away by car, but we're not going to Disneyland or some big thing like that. These are the conversations you're having in state after state after state with people who have working class jobs.
Well, we are now 92% reporting in Pennsylvania. His lead is expanded to 200,000, and there's only 572,000 votes left. So we're getting there.
Well, Georgia finally got pride away. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, I mean, this is all just... They're just
572,000 votes left?
Yeah.
Damn.
Just fucking surrender.
I know. And the margin's 210,000. So she would have to win more than half of those votes. I don't know where they're coming from. That's a Rich Harris question. But
they're like Commodus, making Maximus just
put the dagger
finish
in.
It. Yeah.
I know.
I mean, they didn't want to get... You couldn't get the win in prime time. Like, if I know these guys, they're going to give you the win at 4 in the morning when no one's,
Don't say that. It won't
Wait
be
a
full,
second. And Nicole Wallace, I have to listen to Nicole Wallace. I hate her.
She's great.
Wait, let me see.
She's the worst.
That maybe this was never about policy. Maybe it's about cultural alienation from the pro-democracy coalition. I mean, I don't even know if you can call it the Democratic Party. Vice President Kamala Harris ran alongside Liz Cheney, and a whole bunch of people.
Oh yes. The new alignment.
Oh.
It wasn't the Democratic Party. It was a new political alignment. You know, to see the togetherness of the Cheneys and the.
Isn't this the woman that stood up there as a Bush press secretary and lied to us about the Iraq War for years? Isn't that her? Isn't she that one?
Nicole Wallace?
Yeah, right?
I don't remember.
I thought so. I'll have to look it up.
I don't remember. I mean,
thought
but
she was,
this is just as.
Large numbers of Latino men, mostly men, but women also.
Has she been drinking?
Dude, she always sounds like she's on the verge of laughter when she talks to you. I can't stand her.
Oh man, she's going to have a horrible night.
Felt no magnetic pull toward that coalition, and I think there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments Chuck Todd made that are similar to comments.
There should be a lot to learn. Step back.
Yeah,
Nobody wants to listen to whistling harpy women anymore.
Yeah.
Berate them.
She was a communications chief for George W. Bush. I thought so.
She was okay.
Yeah, so she's in bed with all these people.
There you go. Yeah, she's actually an example of the political realignment.
Exactly.
So you made and that Ari's made. I mean, there is a story about realignment, and of course the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about black voters, but they're
rejecting your message.
Yes.
You're rejecting your message. They're rejecting your slaps on the back of the wrist. The fact that what's her name, Blinky over there, Maddow. The fact that what was it, 2 nights ago? What did she say about Elon Musk? How?
Oh yeah, we got to strip him of all his contracts. This is an untenable relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The man has a political opinion.
Have you ever seen her and Mark Cuban in the same room at the same time?
No, that's interesting. That's just interesting. Maybe one was the source material for the other. I don't know. Let's take a call. 385, you're on the air. What do you got?
Frank.
Who's this?
This is Chad. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Yeah. So something I found really interesting leading up to the election was Zachary Levi, the guy who played Shazam and Chuck. He called for closeted conservatives in Hollywood to come out, and it's just going to be really interesting to see how like the Hollywood machine treats the decisions of the Joe Rogans and the Zachary Levis to back people in this election and kind of the blowback. And I don't know, maybe Gina Carano can get like a production studio or something. Mm-hmm. But it's just, I'm just sitting here like with all of this materializing, like what happens to these. I'm not worried about celebrity starving or anything like that, but like.
Think about this. We talked about all the king's horses, all the king's men. What did they have? Everybody came out of the woodwork. You had these old, washed-up celebrities, these new, young, plastic influencer types, everyone coming out talking about save the girls, save the women, all that, save the whales, whatever the hell it is. They came out and they sang their tired old songs and they gave little half-assed concerts and they read their scripts and all that stuff, and it did not do anything. It didn't do anything. So I'm so happy once again that we have gotten the resounding the evidence that celebrity is dead. Oh yeah. Oh, it feels so good.
Maybe we can start a GoFundMe for Whoopi Goldberg in her transition to her new role.
Yeah, I wonder what that means. I wonder what that means for the View when they go out there. When something like this happens, when you lose, I'm falling into the trap of speaking in absolutes.
I know,
but damn, man, you know this. If the trends continue in the way that nature should dictate it to continue, this is a very, 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 very strong, resounding undeniable win. It's not a squeaker. It's not something, not an anomaly. This is you completely are out of touch and out of step.
Yeah. Hey, Frank, one more quick one for Jay. Hey, so Jay, as far as like the goodness of RFK Jr. goes, I mean, if we need to start some kind of movement to get the fecal microbiota transplants, those poop pills, if we can get those like available over the counter, I mean, I don't know, OnlyFans models and stuff, the stuff they're doing to each other, like that's legal, but like we can't get like freeze-dried poop pills over the counter to like fix. I mean, the studies they do on like what that can do for the human body. And they've been doing it for 6,000 years, and I have to find somebody who is getting treated for C. diff, recurrent C. diff, 3 failed treatments, and I have to pay them $2,000 to like forget their gym bag and
No, listen. I'm with you, man. I totally understand what you're saying, and you're right. The research is compelling. I think the issue there is control, because it has to come from a really quality microbiome. And so I guess the only thing I would think is like a generic over the counter, like if you left it up to a pharmaceutical company, they would probably cut all kinds of corners like they do with most probiotics. So it's still kind of like a boutique kind of thing, but you're not wrong in the fact that the research is compelling for things like autism and all kinds of things. It's really pretty amazing.
Well, thank you for the call.
Yeah, appreciate you taking the time.
All right, yeah, well, there you go. 91% reporting in Pennsylvania. The lead has now expanded to near. Oh wait,
I got 93% with 500,000 votes left, and he's got a 200,000 vote lead.
Yeah, I see at least 200,000 over here. What?
Can I read a thread?
Yeah, please.
Okay. This girl.
I can already tell it's gonna be a good one.
Oh no!
It's just so over the top that I'm just gonna try to read it without any real emotion.
Me too.
Young men turned out for Trump. Ladies, these men hate you. They want to say that they're protectors, but won't do the most basic thing to protect you.
Like
they do not deserve you. They take Joe Rogan's opinion more seriously than any woman in their life. I don't know how women are expected to date men after this. This election has been called the gender battle. How can you date someone who wants to oppress you and it's so clear about it? And then some guy responded and said, "Yep. As a guy myself, I'm always very cautious of Joe Rogan listeners. If you ever date a guy that listens to Joe Rogan, that should spell a red flag, because chances are that guy is a red pill type of person, even if they don't know what that means."
Wow. He was just trying to get in good with the ladies on that.
That's never going to work.
White knighting.
That doesn't work.
No, I know.
That doesn't work because they want the bros.
This is Jimmy Fallon on Twitter. Kamala's advisors are reportedly determining which accent she should concede in.
Okay. See that's the whole. And I guess Joe Rogan is the new Jim Comey.
Oh man.
I guess Joe Rogan is the new Jim Comey. If it wasn't for Jim Comey,
except he offered them a chance.
Exactly. And why didn't she show up? Because she was incapable of holding any kind of coherent conversation. It's
the biggest podcast on the planet somehow only has bro listeners.
Yeah.
It's just not. That's
okay. They're coping. They're coping. This is what happens when people, especially young girls. And this is why, moms just, you got to send Aurora to school. She's missing out on friends. Like, please, she's going to make a lot of friends, and she's going. But this is the other thing that she's missing out on, being told that she's constantly under attack by the men in the country,
exactly.
and it's you putting that kind of like the whoever wrote what you just read, Anthony, has a fucking complex. I mean, how do they?
She's probably a school teacher.
How do they reverse that? How do you tell that person that everything she feels is really not valid?
What was what I told you about that thing that
Yeah.
Rich played? That woman who was literally in tears, screaming and yelling that she lost her father because of Donald Trump. And I thought he died. He didn't die. He just voted for Trump. And she said, "It's over. It's over for all of you," and using all kinds of F-bombs. And you can't reason with somebody like that.
We're getting closer.
Yeah.
I know we have been. This is just now. The needle on the New York Times moved and now predicts 95% chance.
Yeah, I mean,
that Trump's.
They're just making us wait for it, but it's, you know.
God. Jay?
Yeah.
I told you a little bit about this. Back in 2012.
You're not going to McDonald's, Frank.
I know. but just so everybody knows, back
I'll go with you, Frank.
back
you're
back in 2012, what we did was we had great lineup of calls. We had the whole back war room. We had our friends with their computers like you guys are doing. This night reminds me of that vibe. Only that night was a re-election of Barack Obama, like I said. So this is a little bit different. But the one thing that we did do was we sent out an intern of ours. And we told her, you know what, go down the street to McDonald's. Here's $50. Go to the dollar menu and order 50 dollar menu cheeseburgers.
How heavy was that? Bringing it back?
It was a couple of sacks. And she came back with the cheeseburgers. They couldn't believe the order.
I'm
sure. for every state that was called, somebody ate a cheeseburger.
Oh, man.
Now, I don't think between the 5, 6 or so people who were really eating all this stuff, I don't even think we got through all 50 because that's a lot for each person.
It is.
But
we were supposed to do push-ups tonight.
I loved it.
I'm sure you did.
I loved it. I mean, listen, I love the memory of McDonald's cheeseburgers, especially the number 2 where you have 2 cheeseburgers.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what I do. Check your Telegram. They just did what John Podesta did in 2016 when Hillary didn't come out.
Oh, saying we'll see you tomorrow?
Yep.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet.
Oh, my gosh. It's
We
2016.
will continue overnight to fight to make sure
every vote is counted.
Yeah, we're gonna fight. Who are you fighting overnight? You're going to sleep. You're gonna go have a glass of scotch.
I'm gonna go home and beat my wife.
We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. You're gonna have a glass of scotch and go to sleep.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted.
I can imagine him with a shield and a sword all night fighting for votes to be counted.
That every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Thank God.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here
After
tomorrow
Trump's
to address
acceptance
not
speech.
only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Wow.
I grew up in a middle class town.
Yo, that's
So like just give us like 45 minutes.
So Nevada
An
is
hour, I
showing
don't know.
a lead for Trump right now?
Already?
Probably.
Yeah,
Took him long enough.
Wow.
51 to 48
So, he got 251.
with 68%. And they were saying, well, it's good. It might take 4 days to count them all.
How did we get 251 for? How did we get 251 for Trump?
I don't know.
Where
Did
did
they
he-
call Alaska prematurely?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Alaska's been called. It's 251.
it's
So
called.
seriously, in Pennsylvania, he wins.
That's it. It's over with Pennsylvania, and they are now.
Pennsylvania, he
We're
wins.
right on. We're like really close with Pennsylvania.
Yeah, 93%. He only got 495,000 votes outstanding.
The fact that he can take this home without having to wait for that fucking nightmare of Arizona to fix itself.
Or Nevada, yeah.
Nevada and Arizona.
NBC has it.
If we had to wait a week and a half to make those 2 states figure their shit out, I would hate it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, this is just so those states will just be icing on the cake. You can rack up a larger electoral victory. He'll get to 270 with Pennsylvania, and then he can just, if he wins Michigan, if he wins Wisconsin, it's all just icing on the cake.
And him and Elon Musk and the hell's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? UFC guy.
Dana White.
They're all hanging out right now.
Oh yeah. I can't believe Trump hasn't
Yeah, it's
come
a
out
huge
yet.
party at Mar-a-Lago right now. I
Yeah.
keep seeing pictures of it.
If you're Trump, you can't come out until Pennsylvania is really in the bag.
I think once Pennsylvania goes, I think he'll come out. Obviously, he'll be at 270, but yeah. And now that you know Harris isn't coming out, you can just kind of sit back a little bit if you're Trump and wait.
Here's from News Nation. This is pretty interesting. A 48-second clip. Here, you want to talk about realignments? This is fresh off from Vigilant Fox.
In New York, Biden was plus 23, Harris is plus 11.
Yep.
He's made up 12 points in New York. In New Jersey, that was New York State. In New Jersey, Biden won by 16, Harris is winning by 4 points.
Wow.
There is a massive realignment in America.
Also, we were just talking before the commercial break.
But the Cheneys. but you can't even call the Harris campaign part of the Democrat Party because Liz Cheney.
Oh God.
My gosh, this is the real story here.
About the Hispanic vote, Trump right now is winning 45% of the Hispanic vote, larger than Bush, who got 44% in 2004 of the Hispanic vote. Quite remarkable that he is getting that enormous.
There's a chance this is a real rout.
Yeah.
For Republicans, win probability right now.
94%.
94%.
And he's winning the popular vote by 4 million right now. I mean, I think he's going to win the popular vote.
Dude,
which is amazing.
They always go ape shit over their popular vote.
I know, and they won't have that as a weapon this time. I really should have put money on this.
But wait, hold on a second. We have to see here because I know that they'll call California early, but that's where the lion's share of their popular vote comes from.
Yeah, 47%.
47%.
Yeah.
But they're also gonna start talking like, you know, you claimed election fraud last time, and now that there's no election fraud just because you're winning.
Yeah,
you know?
it's only fraud when they do it.
No,
Right.
you see,
Exactly.
Again.
I think they're still fraud.
No doubt about it.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. And again, what we were talking about, the resounding theme. There's a lot of resounding themes here. Of tonight was talking about the new game that had to be played to even make this competitive. I mean, the turnout. This is a story of outrageous amounts of turnout.
Yes.
In both physical form and these new early voting forms that have become fashionable in the last 4 years. Just to be, but again, like I was talking with Adel, this can't keep up.
No.
This can't keep up, especially with the vote. I mean, this was earlier on today. We're getting reports all over the country, different states, about just processing machines bowing out, things like this. This has got to get simpler and traditional.
Oh my God, it's got. So the thing about, I always, I talk about this all the time, but I don't understand why this isn't just so simple for people to understand. A machine is supposed to, like a calculator, you can do it quickly because it's easier to do on a calculator than it is to do in your head, any kind of a math problem. So machines are supposed to be faster, but they're not faster because when we were younger and we didn't have all these machines, we got election results earlier. So if they're not efficient and they're not as accurate, what the hell are we using them for, right? And in elections, all you care about is accuracy. If we were getting the accurate result, that's fine, even if it took a few days. But again, the machines are supposed to make things nice and quick. Well, last year, or 2020, Arizona took like 2, 3, 4 weeks. That's not efficient. So I agree, we have to completely overhaul this. But don't you think, it makes me wonder if we've ever actually had a real election. And the only reason that it's like this is because Trump is involved and they don't want him to win. So all the other elections, they were so quick. Yeah, because there was no difference between either candidate. That's what I think. Have we ever had a legitimate election in this country, at least in the modern history?
That's a good point.
You know?
I think and it's easy for most people to say that watershed moment was JFK.
Yeah.
Actually, it was it really started at round 47. I mean, Eisenhower talked about it. Eisenhower said that there was essentially a shadow government that was already in place when he left, and then the next guy in office gets his head blown off. And then the guy after that is bureaucratically sabotaged because they didn't want to go with the bullet theory again. But I mean, it's. There's a lot. There's a lot, and the fact is that we are again not disconnected from history, but we are living out the latest chapter.
Yes.
It's very easy to open up the history books and say, oh, well, that was a nice story from a far off galaxy in another time, but it's our story. Okay, let's take a call. 541, the mystery ship.
Yes, indeed, the mystery ship. Frank, how you doing?
Hey, Zoso dude.
You know, man, even living out here in Oregon, isn't this just a beautiful freaking night?
So far, so good, my friend. So far, so good.
I feel pretty damn good about Pennsylvania. We need Pennsylvania and one other state.
No, now
come on.
No, just
Pennsylvania.
Just Pennsylvania. He's at 251.
Man, it's gonna be tasty.
It's going to be tasty, but Wisconsin, he's up by almost 4 points or so in Wisconsin, and that is showing 90% reporting.
Yeah.
I mean, we're there. I want to stay awake just to see it, but like states like mine, Oregon, they just turned the entire West Coast blue at the flick of a wrist. It's
yeah.
You mentioned it a couple of nights ago, and really, the government, the federal government, is just supposed to be a small facet of our world, and our states are supposed to take care of our own. In my state, we have got to be more active. We've got to get rid of it's mail-in only here in Oregon. That's our only way to vote.
Really?
Mail-in.
Really?
That's
Wow.
it. No other choice. Mail-in only. When I first moved here 35 years ago, you went down to, I live in a rural area, so we went down to the local fire station and punched the little cards with the hanging chads, but they got rid of that in the late 90s, and it's been mail-in ever since, and it's just, we need to, Trump has done this part for us, now it's up to us to clean up our states on our own and fix the Arizonas and the Nevadas and the Oregons and the Californias. Oh, God, it's pissing me off, but we made it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm going to sleep soundly tonight.
Yeah. Well, here's one that makes me sleep soundly, from Ed Krasenstein.
Oh God.
Ed says he sees the writing on the wall. Actually, he saw the writing on the wall 2 hours ago. This was at 10:53 p.m. He said it's becoming more evident that Trump will win. America spoke. I may not like the outcome, but that's what America is about.
Aww.
Democracy is about the most important thing here. Let's hope we can unify as a nation.
Lovely.
Fuck you.
So tonight I've been bouncing back and forth between watching you and watching the Right Side Broadcasting Network. And just for fun, in the last 15 minutes, I went over to MSNBC and CNN just to see those somber faces, and it was delicious.
The meme. Listen, the video editing, of the next however many, I don't know. It's going to be incredible. What is composed? You guys remember I still have the amazing video edits from 2006. You want to watch one?
Oh yeah,
sure.
Okay. So thanks for the call.
Love you, man.
All right, love you too. Be well.
You know who's also taken that kind of tone as Ed is Mr. Drudge.
World in shock?
The world in shock with a big American flag.
What are you talking about?
No,
not even remotely.
The world is not in shock.
It was a 50. I mean, can I just give you a quick Wisconsin? So
how did the world not take our?
We only got 367,000. Oh, hold on. Let me pause.
She just took New Hampshire.
Yeah, they gave Kamala New Hampshire, which means they probably elected a Republican governor, Republican congressman, Republican senator. Whole down ballot's probably red.
Okay, so we got in Wisconsin. There's 365,000 votes left. He's got 120,000 vote lead. So that state's going to go soon too.
Dude, so he's just grinding it out. It's
The President of the United States.
You want to talk about the bros? I have been waiting a long time to play this again. I've been waiting a long time to play this again.
We need a new reel.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to be coming out all week of all the.
But I have a lot of the classics here. I've been waiting a long time for this one. They're asking, I think, like.
Oh yeah, I know what this one is.
The President of the United States.
Wait.
The President of the United States.
The U.S. President is Donald Trump.
Asking Alexa who's the president. That's it, baby. I've been that's a long time coming. Hold on, what's the other one? No, there's more. Where is the Trump wins?
Oh, I got one for you. The classic victory song. I sent it to you in Telegram a little bit ago.
I'm going to be able to play whatchamacallit? Chatelet soon.
Yeah, I got the one that goes with that. Here.
Man, oh man. Come on, Pennsylvania.
That very first tweet that I sent you, not tweet, DM on Telegram today.
Let's see. You know, and that's the whole thing. Ed Krasenstein, to hell with him. Seriously, it's not like, you know.
Because he'll back the impeachment at his first moment's notice.
Exactly. It's not, let's all just, no.
He's trying to be the bigger guy.
It's one of those things, those skeevy ways to back people into a corner and say, now play nice and don't come after us.
No.
You know, it's like, are you kidding me?
That's why I want this to wrap up and let's hear Trump's speech, and then I just want to look at all the people that I hate.
To hell with it. Let me see.
This can't be real. I have no idea who this. Somebody just sent me this on Telegram. I don't follow this Shadow Network news. Breaking news: Barack and Michelle Obama have just boarded a private jet and are leaving the country.
Okay, let's take a call. John, you're on the air.
I don't know.
Hey, Frank.
Hey.
Listen, I love your show. You're doing a great job tonight.
Thank you.
I just want to know, do you think the rest of, will Pennsylvania go for Trump, or is it?
Though that's what it seemed when we were talking to Rich Barris at 11:30, which seems like it was 5 days ago at this point. It's almost 1:30 in the morning. When we were talking to Rich Barris at 11:30 about the Pennsylvania, the way that he put it to us is that it was going to go exactly the way it's going right now. There's 91% reporting, and Trump is up by over 3 points, 200,000 vote lead, and it's just, she would have to win out everything, and that's not going to be the case.
Hey, I'm so sorry to interrupt you guys. Brett Baer, 49 seconds ago, Fox News decision desk project Trump wins Pennsylvania.
So let me give you.
If Trump, if Fox is not dragging on that, holy shit.
Fox just called it.
So I'll tell you the number.
They called Pennsylvania. That's it.
I don't know. Well, I don't know what else they've called, because based on the decision desk that we have here, that puts them. Yep, they just called it too.
As if they're breaking the seal, then it doesn't even matter if they have other things uncalled.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah, the decision just put the check mark next to Trump's name. It's over.
That's over. He's a That's 271 right there.
270.
270 even.
Well, I have 250. I have 251 without Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
267.
No, but they just call Pennsylvania, so that's 270.
That'll be 271. Well, it's 20 electoral college votes.
19.
19?
Yeah.
I thought it was 20.
No, 19.
Wow.
So that's it.
There it is.
We're done, baby.
Decision desk.
It's
just
over.
270.
It's over.
Holy shit.
I know. Thank God, Frank.
And he's got 5 million more in the popular vote.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, John. Listen, there's going to be a cherry on top of that cake when you wake up.
And I'm a Pennsylvanian, so I'm right outside of Philly, so I'm so happy.
Listen, the entire country is very happy that Pennsylvania came out to vote.
Woo!
And
the Amish.
Yeah. Thank you so much, John. Wow.
Amazing. And we got the Senate, and right now, it's 194 to 170
Look
in
at
the
this
House.
chat room. Look at the chat room, everybody. Whoa. Wow.
The God Emperor reclaims his throne, King 40.
Hold on. Wait a second. Where's Anthony? Hold on. King's gonna love this. Hold on a second.
I can't believe it.
Here we go.
It's amazing.
We follow Trump.
It's relevant again. It's relevant again. Let's go. Let's do it. Right, King?
We follow Trump. Follow Trump. President Trump. Trump is our Lord. Trump. He's our Lord.
Look at this.
Emperor Trump. Trump. We follow Trump. Follow Trump.
I love this song.
President Trump. Trump is our Lord. Emperor Trump.
Oh, this is good stuff.
He's our Lord. Emperor Trump. Trump. We follow Trump.
Oh, it's good.
Follow Trump.
It's good.
Dude, and the House is right now 50-50. So if they pull the House, they got the trifecta, and that's all you could ever ask for. It's going to be.
I gotta say, and I just saw somebody mention Scott Pressler in the in the chat room. He's a national hero. People like Scott Pressler are national heroes.
What he did in Pennsylvania was pretty incredible.
National heroes. He deserves a vacation. He has to just go away for a month and a half and do nothing but rot on a beach somewhere. He's.
I mean, we're there, man. We did it.
I can't believe it.
An exact repeat of 2016.
Chatelet, brother.
I'm so glad we stuck it out.
Yeah, can you imagine if you're sitting at home right now?
That's what I mean.
Less than an hour and a half after the.
Oh man, let me.
And that's really good things for Dave McCormick, who's ahead. That's the senator there. So the Republicans already have 51 seats. That would be 52. And right now, also in Wisconsin, there's a lead with 89% reporting for Eric Hovde. So that would be 53 seats. So you're talking a 3 to 4. I mean, you're.
That's right, baby. Oh, what a holiday. The holidays are going to be so good.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Oh, man. We do. I hope this means we avoided the worst kind of warfare that could ever be waged.
A lot of things, man.
I hope this means so much.
A lot of things.
It's all you can do.
Yeah.
It's all you can do is hope that that a good thing is happening.
Did somebody put Mark Cuban on suicide watch?
Oh man, this is something else. Really, really something else.
Well, I don't know. I mean, well, he said he could end the wars before he even got into office. So you may get an even better Christmas present this year. You could have a ceasefire in Ukraine by Christmas, which would be incredible. But I'm telling you, man, aside from the health stuff and all the long-term benefits of this, I want those JFK files and I want them now.
Oh, I know. I know.
I want them now.
I want it now.
And I can't imagine anybody wants it more than RFK wants it. So I feel like exhaling for the first time since 2020.
Dude,
I mean, this has been like a national nightmare.
I'm just trying to get some. This is great. Anyway, let's take a call. Aaron, who's this?
Hey, Frank.
Is this Sully?
What?
Hello, Aaron?
Yeah, this is Aaron.
Oh, what's going on, man? Go ahead.
Holy shit, you really do sound different on the phone.
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no. I'm happy. Hey, I just want to say I'm calling from Arizona, and I said this to Scott, too. Since Trump won Pennsylvania and it's Scott's fault, I told him I would suck his dick for it.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. There's a fair exchange. I think that most people in this country would let you take the hit on that one just to make this a thing.
Yeah, my wife said it was okay, too.
Okay.
Permission slip.
That's it. Well, dude, I mean, this is going to make tomorrow's show very, very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
This is like the first time I've ever really watched you live, and it was definitely worth it.
Dude, hey, listen,
the
tomorrow.
Extended cut.
This is the extended cut. It's been a long time since we did something like this, and it's just thank God for it all. I'm just going nuts over here. My mind is all over the place, and the good thing is that we can go and just chill now. We can chill for the night and wake up in the morning, and then again keep our foot to the pedal.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh my God.
He's ahead in Nevada. He's ahead in Arizona. He's ahead in Wisconsin. He's ahead in Michigan. I mean, he could claim all those and just make it a route.
Could this potentially be a bigger win than 2016?
I'll go check right now.
Way bigger.
Because he didn't take. Did he lose Nevada in 2016?
He lost Nevada.
Yeah, he never won Nevada.
His final electoral count, I think, was 304. But remember, there was also faithless electors. 310.
310 to 228 was the final in 2012, 16. Sorry. Oh no, it's weird. Wait, so it's 310 and 306. What did he lose?
That's what I'm saying. There were faithless electors when it came time to actually certify that there was one of the states where they didn't follow through.
Well, in that case, it's but I mean, let me just do the math. But it's possible we could end up with a. So you got 270.
Crazy son of a bitch. He did it.
He did.
5 minutes ago, right then, Rich Barris is also projecting Trump wins.
He's
this is something.
Wow.
This is something.
Dude, the media, guys, the media. I know we've been saying it. The media and celebrity are dead.
Yes,
I know.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Like all those bullshit polls, like, man.
Let's see, 6. Yeah, he could get to 312 if he carried Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. He could get to 312, and it would be a bigger win than 2016, which would be really that would be rightful because this feels like a bigger win.
It's great. It really is. Aaron, what else you got for us, man?
I just want to say thank you for sticking around late. I appreciate it. You guys put in the effort for it.
Yeah,
I want to slap all your butt cheeks.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much. After tonight, listen, it's
anything's on the table.
Everything's. I wish we had some. I should have had. Oh, wait a second. You got to make some.
Oh yeah.
Quick, everybody. Let's have a quick. What'd you call him again? A mocktail. He's got the mineral water and the apple cider vinegar. So instead of, I don't have any champagne over here. Though tomorrow I'm gonna have to take a shot on air for everybody tomorrow night. Unless tonight is the night for the shot.
It should be tonight.
Yeah, hold on. We'll have the mock.
Or should you?
Did Chrissy leave us some breast milk?
She didn't leave any breast milk behind.
But maybe you should wait for the actual speech. You know what I mean?
I guess.
Oh yeah. It's so. Where do you want to watch that? I see a bunch of them here.
Oh, we're waiting for a speech?
Oh, yeah, he's coming out. It's over. That's why I'm saying. And actually, while we're waiting for that,
Hold on. Okay, so then I guess we're going to wait around for... Where are we looking at this? I'm looking at YouTube, Rumble...
Yeah, just open up YouTube, go to either the RSBN stream or the Fox.
Guys, I mean, thank you all so much. I know we've had over 1,000 people on Rumble all night. This I know is a long night. I know that people are a lot of people backed out after a while just to go to sleep. I'll see what happens tomorrow. But thank you for everybody that stuck with us. YouTube has been really great. About 1,000 of you still hanging with us.
Wow.
And and same on Rumble. I mean, we've wonderful company all night, and what a big time for all of us. What a big time for all of us.
Yeah, dude. Here's the something to keep the soundtrack going.
Celebrity is dead, baby.
Celebrity is gay.
Done.
Here you go.
What?
Check your Telegram. I got another one for you.
Yeah, okay.
The original 2016 soundtrack with Shot of...
We are going to make our country great again. We bust our ass. We bust our ass.
Good job. Man, oh man, there's so much. This is going to be great.
Oh.
You remember the first Saturday Night Live after he won? They had Kate McKinnon sitting in front of the piano, playing whatchamacall. It was so somber. It was like the beginning of a funeral. Oh man, with Dave Chappelle, that was incredible, and we're back.
I know, and so I think time is just going on like a spiral upwards. And we need to get back into that 2018 energy, except actually following through. Like when we were uncovering all these things, it started with the time machine, with Trump and Tesla and free energy and all these crazy ass timelines and all this shit. Like, let me send this to you right here.
Yeah, that's the whole thing here. And again, prayer is so important right now, especially for his safety. I mean, they went nuclear options this year. Murder was on the table this year, ladies and gentlemen. This has got to be very, very. I really hope that he is very well protected.
Let's see here and here.
This is great. Trump Tower, New York City. Trump supporters start celebrating possible win for Donald. This is viral news. NYC, our buddy. Let's go over there right now. Let's see what's going on. Actually, hold on. Maybe he's out there. Viral. Let me see if I can get him on. Damn it. I'm trying to What the hell? What did I store him as? Shit. Anywho, I want to see what's going on in New York. Here it is.
Yeah, this is the vibe I'm talking. Oh yeah, when you get a sec.
Shoot. So Jay?
Yes.
Here, ladies and gentlemen, whatever you have at home, this is our tell us what's in this: apple cider vinegar and mineral water, right?
Yeah, some Topo Chico.
Some Topo Chico. Hey, listen, it's all work, but it's all play as well. Got to enjoy our lives and pedal to the metal. Guys, this is just bask in it, because you lose so much so that these moments feel like fucking heaven.
Yeah, man.
It's good. It's a good time. Let's go.
Cheers.
Salud. Cheers. To learn to lose.
That's got a nice bite.
It's got a great bite.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I feel like we can dip our Easter eggs into this and color it. We can dye our Easter eggs in this thing.
Wow. Nice, right?
Yeah, if you had heartburn, you don't anymore.
That's good for me.
That's it. Okay, let's see. 914-200-0269 until we wait for somebody to say something.
Those pictures from the Telegram, that's what I just put them on there, dude. That's what the...
Oh, where?
The 2018, quite frankly. That's what we need to get back to.
Victory.
Trump promised us back in like 2019 during one of the State of the Unions that we will unlock the mysteries of time and space.
Oh.
Just fucking give it to me.
Just give it to us already, please. Please.
I want those mysteries.
That's it. I want to know what his uncle knew about Tesla.
Frank, our friend Brooke Hudson is watching. She says, thank you for staying on late and that she loves us.
Well, we love you too, Brooke. Thank you. And hey, let's do a quick lightning round. So 4-2-3, give us some thoughts real quick. Let's just see how many people we can get on as quickly as possible.
Hello, Francis. Hey, it's Sean King, man. I haven't heard for a while.
Sean. Well, I hope that you've enjoyed yourself tonight. It's been one hell of a roller coaster ride.
It has been. I've been at work listening to you. This is finally a live show I can listen to. It's been fantastic.
Well, okay. So, what's your plan tomorrow? Are you going to get yourself a special breakfast? Something to go easy on yourself somehow? I think I'm going to have a big breakfast sandwich. It's going to be It's going to be a lot of eggs. There's going to be a lot of bacon inside of it. Maybe some chili.
No, I should probably go get ill discourse and let's go scream in liberals' faces. That's what we should do. But no, I'll probably just hang out, talk shit on the internet, and go to sleep and wake up and then do it all over again.
Good.
But this feels great, man. This feels awesome.
Feels wonderful. This feels fantastic. I got power in my palm.
Kamala Harris is now a footnote in history. She's gone.
Listen, what they did to her, and thanks again, Sean, for the call.
No problem, Frank. You have a great night.
All right, there you go. And shout out to Dan in Virginia, Ill Discourse. I hope he enjoyed himself tonight too. Let's go with the lightning round. As far as the Kamala Harris thought there, Jay, yes, footnote in history. What they did to what they did to her.
Yeah,
It was embarrassing. 952, lightning round. Go ahead.
Everything is fake and gay.
There
Let's enjoy today. But, hey, this is Cave Toad, and just reminding us all, it's all fake and gay.
That's it.
Congratulations to us. And thank you, Frank, for your show.
Congratulations to all of us, including you, Cave Toad. Thank you so much.
It is, but listen, and look, I'm totally on that, but we have to enjoy this.
Yeah, you must. And listen, this is what we were talking about with Mel and everything else. And as I always make sure I stress on this show too, every time that we dive into one contrived mess or a controversy, something else, whatever, when something's put in our laps as citizenry, or we're stressed out by what's going on, how things are trickling down to affect us wherever we are. I mean, how so much does, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's daunting for us to think about something that we can't personally impact ourselves, that is so big and so monstrous. But at the same time, whereas we can't make the impact, we surely feel the trickle-down effect from things like that. So it's always a one-way relationship. Things like this make you feel like it's two-way just for a second.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful moment to just come up for some air, have a good feeling, and then get back to work.
I just want to say this is a big deal because the Senate we know is in Republican hands, but over the last few hours, the chances of the Democrats taking the House were improving up to the point where it was actually at 63% chance of the Democrats taking over. Right now, it's actually 57% in favor of the Republicans. So there's still the chance of the trifecta, which I still think is necessary for
if they have it.
Right. I mean, that's necessary for what we really want here. So that's something to still watch. The Democrats are 172, Republicans are at 196, 218 is needed for control. So.
Yeah, and we're not out of the woods yet. Totally. No. I mean, there's still 2 months till he gets in there, and they may do that. We talked about it earlier in the night, where maybe they do just kill off Biden or get him out of there somehow, install her, start a war. I mean, we don't know. But for right now, we're about to watch the worst people in the world have the worst night of their lives.
I actually want to watch Morning Joe tomorrow. I want to watch Mika Brzezinski tomorrow.
Exactly.
Dude,
you got to take it in.
That is all tomorrow night. If you're wondering what's going to be on, quite frankly, tomorrow night, it's going to be just collect, Mike, everybody, just collect all the media.
Yeah.
And just send it to me.
It's going to be fun.
I'll be my eyes will be open, but damn.
Mika is beating Joe Scarborough right now at home. She's beating him.
Yep.
He's he's chained to the radiator in the basement, and she's beating him with something.
With a sack of Valencia oranges. She's beating him with a sack of Valencia oranges.
God.
Won't leave a bruise. And it'll let him know who's boss.
Yeah, because he does have to go on air tomorrow.
I know.
So that says 270 because they already
called Pennsylvania.
No, but they called Alaska too because Alaska hasn't been called yet in the media.
Right. Yeah, Alaska. That's a
foregone conclusion.
It's a foregone conclusion. It's one of those things.
Do you have the Trump speech queued up?
No. Where's it supposed to be?
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Telegram.
Yeah.
Oh, he's talking.
No, not yet. But we can just monitor. I'm just sending you the Fox News.
All right, let's keep going with the lightning round. Lightning round. Go ahead, Robert. You're on.
Hey, Frank. Thanks for all you guys' work. Love to feel what I'm feeling right now. And,
Bernie Moreno.
I'm here in California, and it feels like being behind enemy lines. And I go into work tomorrow to Whole Foods, and I'm just going to be smiling all day.
Listen, 8 years ago, Robert, I'm telling you, I literally skipped. I was on Main Street. I went to this little place called The Needed Bread. I was going to The Needed Bread for a coffee and you know what? I might even get a chocolate brioche. and I skipped down the sidewalk. It was a fresh, beautiful day.
Oh, it's so good to feel that good energy and a little bit of hope for the country. And I appreciate what you do, and keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And listen, anybody out there tomorrow, if you're out and about and you just
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air.
Yeah, that's it. You're walking around like, Vince McMahon. Just you have that little strut. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. There's quite a few people who are going to be working from home tomorrow, I think.
But Rich Barris always tells a story in 2016, I guess, where he walked into his daycare and he saw a bunch of women crying, in hysterics in the daycare center, and I'd be afraid to drop my child off in that environment.
Oh, very bad. All right.
Presidential cycle for Donald Trump.
So we're waiting to see what's going on over there. Let me get to the super chats. Quite frankly, superchat.com. We're all caught up there. Over on the Rumble Rants, we are all caught up there as well. Nothing else in. And on the gold pills. Let's see. Let's see here. Cave Toad says, Delona says her HQ, Howard. Amethyst Cat says, thank you for a great show, Frank. Jovencio. Jovencio and what the hell is that? Jovencio?
Valencia?
And John. I'm so glad we were all together. I am glad that we were all together.
Yeah, man, it was a great decision to stay. I mean, it's only, an extra hour and a half made all the difference in the world. Totally worth it.
I know, and you know what? You only live once, and this is you know what the best thing is? In 2016, we were here, and it was starting to look like things were coming our way around 11:30, 12. By 2016, they couldn't. There was no stopping it. By midnight, we knew what the hell's going on, and he spoke around 1 in. I went home, 2016. I opened up the door. There was the glow of the Christmas tree, and I got to go I went to the bedroom, and Lauren kind of, she roused from her sleep, and and she says, "What's up?" I said, "He won. Donald Trump won." And I went out to the living room to watch the remarks, and I just couldn't believe it. I'm gonna go home tonight, and the Christmas tree's up. It's gonna be glowing in the living room. This is nuts.
Yeah, man.
I'm loving it.
And I mean, can you imagine this is the second term. This is the no holds barred term with a better understanding of Washington, a better team around him. I mean, this is going to be crazy.
And nothing to lose this time.
Right.
Nothing to lose, except your life, of course.
Well, yeah.
He's already 78 years old.
Yeah.
He's lived a full life. Go for it.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Please go for it.
Andrew Torba, Trump is winning the popular vote by 5 million votes.
Dude,
mandate from heaven.
Seriously, this is what needed to happen because we got bludgeoned over the head about popular votes for how long?
And the trifecta, along with the popular vote, forget it. Forget it.
If the House, it's everything.
Yes.
That is, I can't even fucking believe that could be possible.
I know.
That he has both houses, and whoever they have whipping, whoever they have whipping votes, better have the harshest of whips.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about Mike Johnson being up for the task. Even with Trump in the White House and all the wind at his sails.
Second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was
Grover Cleveland, baby.
He's also the first president to win 3 consecutive terms. No, I guess FDR did that.
No, I'm telling you, this is the first president since FDR. I said it.
The United States voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they've doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th President of the United States, former President Trump.
Right now, Frank, the Republicans are projected to win 219 to 216 in the House, a 3-seat majority in the House.
They were projecting the possibility of running the table.
That's enough.
States.
It is.
This is live right now. David Plouffe with the
Yep.
Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and we'll know what he wants.
Say goodbye to the Department of Education.
I know.
We had so much turnover in his first
Say goodbye to the Fed.
in his term as president.
Goodbye to the Fed.
Maybe goodbye to taxes.
Oh, that'd be great. That
more
would be great.
IRS.
And he promises us that now he knows. Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows
I am going to.
around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very
Yo.
experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy in all these people's faces. Think about the
This is incredible.
It really is, man.
You know, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Well, he's Hitler,
Two
so.
assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory in history.
Did he just get
is made
Wisconsin?
Tonight. This is a huge
Hold on.
particularly
It's been. I was about to.
of the Republican Party.
Wisconsin is 92% reporting.
He's gonna get it.
He's pulling away though. He's almost 5% in the lead.
It's in the news that he won Wisconsin.
I like that he's actually grinding these down though, to the point where it's they're not calling it or we project that it's he's just straight up winning these places.
Over 3% in Michigan now.
He's
nearly
he's
5%.
ahead, Anthony, he's ahead by 120,000 with only 295,000 left. So that might be why they're calling it. That lead's been consistent for hours. So
He's got a 6-point lead in Michigan with over 70%.
it's gonna be a bigger victory than 2016, which is fucking incredible.
Fucking incredible.
Fucking incredible.
I want one of those.
Damn, man. Let's take some more calls, shall we?
And if he win, man, the trifecta and the popular vote. Oh,
I know. Let's see.
there's nothing.
Pete, go ahead, Pete.
Frank.
Yo.
Now that Trump's won the presidency,
Yeah.
fuck them all.
Dude, and here's the other thing. Matt lives.
Yeah, that's good news.
Hang 'em high, bitches.
Matt, thank you, Pete. Thank you so much. There you go. Let's take another call. 252, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a second. Let me mute the stream.
Huh?
So, what's up, Frank? I just had to mute the stream.
Oh, okay.
Real quick.
Hello.
I'm going to step outside. I'm on night shift. Everybody in the house is sleeping. So, anyway, man, hey, come on. Damn, the Rottweiler wants to talk to you too, bud. Come on. Anyway, looks like Matt gets to live another day. Huh?
That's what I just said. Matt lives. Matt lives.
That's right. Looks like all the Catholics showed out to vote too, so that's good.
Yes. Yes.
You have to,
I can't wait to see the actual history being written on like someone like Rich Barris or anybody who's going to go out there and really give us a post-mortem on demographics and what really was the full picture on this. That would there's John Voight. And is RFK? Man, I can't believe it's real. It's fucking real.
I know, dude.
Are we good? Oh man,
We're putting a
Good
Kennedy
stuff.
back near the White House.
The Kennedy.
Right on.
The Kennedy.
How far out do you think we are from them actually just announcing this? Are they going to drag their feet?
Oh no, this
a
is going to
little
happen.
longer?
This is going to happen tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know when.
So they've already announced it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh
We're just waiting for Trump to
cool.
come out and speak.
Our Lady Victory, pray for us. You guys have a good night.
All right,
man, you
brother.
too.
All right, have a good one. Thank you so much. And I'll be
Yes, sir.
when I get home. I'm going to be giving thanks and.
What is Matt doing right now? Do you want to try to call him?
He's probably sleeping. Doesn't he work early?
Oh yeah.
If you call him in the middle of the night, though, I mean, he might pick up.
Hold on. We did it. I'm getting text messages from all the places. Let's fucking go. Everybody's like, let's fucking go.
And he's still winning the popular vote by 5,000.
My
5,000,
pizza
5
man.
million. My pizza man.
Yeah, the pizza guy, KJ. Let me see do I have Matt in. Hold on. He might be sleeping.
I mean, it's almost 2 a.m.
He might be in the hospital. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Just call him.
I don't. Hold on. Let me see. Hey, Matt said he screwed up his leg.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Hold on, let me see. But then the other thing is he just wakes up early for. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's going to give a dial tone. Hold on a second.
Still ahead in Michigan.
Still ahead.
I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin,
see here,
who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I'm really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election.
The most popular president of all time?
2022, and either endorsed her or said...
Let's see.
Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how the is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to...
There's still people wearing trash gear.
See if he will.
Your call has been forwarded to...
Nah, he's sleeping.
That's okay.
One way or another.
We should be sleeping,
I know we should be.
but we're celebrating.
Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and
What is it going to be?
a great education.
There's
Can I
Dilly.
just say something?
That's Dilly? There he is. I was just texting
in
him.
this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden.
I didn't even know. Obviously, of course, he was going to be there. I didn't even know that.
Who's that?
Brendan Dilly.
Excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was...
I texted him a while. I texted him at like 1:15. I said, "How you liking this?" He says, "They're dragging."
Is this in New
You
York?
should text him. We just saw you on Fox News.
You know what's funny?
We just saw you on Fox News.
If things would have played out the way they were supposed to in 2020, they wouldn't have had to deal with this right
I
now.
know.
It'd be over.
I
It'd be
know.
over for they wouldn't even. And
Yeah.
now it's almost like Trump has been in office for over 8 years.
He's been in office for when this is all over.
12.
He'll have been in office for 12 years.
Because they've been obsessed with him for the 4 that he was out.
Right, because the 4 that he was out, they were still like, you know, he was such a big part of everything.
Absolutely. Really, you know, man, and the other thing we have to think about is what happens, you know, because this is not the Republican Party. This is whatever Trump has created.
This.
So what happens? You know, what happens after Trump?
We don't want to.
It's been 12. It's going to be 12 years. Yeah, I don't even care about it right now.
Yeah.
Rich Barris, this will be a massive mandate. It is the most diverse coalition to elect a president in modern history.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah,
it's gigantic. The whole thing is gigantic. Let's take some more calls. Here we go. C Creed, Chris.
Yes.
What's going on, man?
I want to talk to Frank, man.
You're on.
Come on.
You're on right now.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, oh yes. Oh yes. This is how easy it is.
Dude. I've been a Patreon since around the 2020 election. I didn't vote. I didn't like Trump in 2016, but I watched how good I watched real improvements made in our country after he was elected, and I was like, holy shit. You know, and then I started paying attention on election night 2016 when the media melted down, and it opened my eyes to how fucking false the reality that's portrayed to us really is.
They've pushed so many people into the opposite direction with their reaction to things. It's really very puzzling, and listen. I know you've been around for a while, and it's good to finally get a call from you. How are all the locals? How have you read all the locals around you in this election? Because of course we're talking about the whole idea of realignment. The fact that New York went from a 22-point victory to an 11-point victory is huge. That's huge.
Yeah, you know, I got to tell you the truth because I live in New York, Frank, and I'm in New York City, and I'm a New Yorker, and I don't even know if I could really believe any of that.
Who knows?
If they really are that close, believable? You know what I mean? Because I do remember a time when New York City had a Republican mayor. And I remember the time before that when we didn't have a Republican mayor and Times Square was a cesspool. And it's Disneyland now.
It's there's a lot there. If you're over the age of 35, then you remember Republican mayors, and even you have some memory of Republican governors still. So that's it's not
Dude,
it's crazy.
I remember going in Times Square when I was like 15 years old, and it was a fucking cesspool. You know, people go there on vacation now, and I know, and I didn't necessarily like Giuliani, but I know he's the person that changed that.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see if he gets any kind of legal relief from all the stuff that's been going out. I don't know. He's been.
Well, I would hope so. Frank, I was at all 3 Stop the Steal rallies. I was at the January 6th Stop the Steal rally. I was at the rally with Donald Trump. I walked down and to the Capitol, and all of a sudden I show up there, and I swear to God, because there is no footage anywhere in the media showing how many people were really there. And the Capitol was surrounded by people, and there's all of a sudden I hear like these, concussion grenades going off and stuff and everything. I said, what the fuck is going on? Because I was at the rally. And all of that was happening before I even showed up there. There were people when I remember, when Barack Obama was president, visiting the Capitol, you were allowed to go sit on the Capitol lawn like you were having a picnic.
Well, yeah, a lot of things. Definitely, a lot of things have changed.
And I showed up there that day, and it's barricaded, but all the barricades are open, and I have a man sitting at the entrance telling me, go fight for your fucking country. Now, I wish I took his picture, Frank.
Yeah, you should have. You should. And you bring up a great.
I wasn't thinking at the time, and you know what was fucking going on around me. You know what I mean? But this man was an instigator. Absolutely, he was planted there to fucking make that happen.
Well, you bring up a great point, Chris. And again, thank you so much for the call. You bring up a great point tonight. Who has greater hope renewed and instilled in them than people who have been locked up over that day?
Oh, God. I mean, so many things, man. You're talking what we're going to experience between the deportations, I'm wondering what my neighborhood's going to look like when I get home tonight. Those 4 blocks over, there's going to be a little bit of unrest over there because they've been literally living on the street for the last 2 years.
Well, this is the downside here too. I mean, you remember what Nick Shirley said when he came on the show with all of the interviews he's done with the illegal immigrants who are saying what happens if Trump wins, and what did he say? He said they're prepared to fight. I mean, there is a. I said this is the objectively good path, but it still could be the roughest.
Yeah. I mean, they made a mess, and we're gonna have to clean it up. But there's no other choice. I mean,
the thing is, though, and I'm just like looking on regular mainstream, looking through Google and stuff. Nobody is. The election results have been stagnant for 2 hours.
They're.
That's what they do.
That's interesting.
It's insane.
They just don't want to. They don't want to do it.
They can't believe that their propaganda didn't work.
It's just unbelievable to me because if the shoe was on the other foot.
Oh, yeah.
She would already be making a speech.
I see that.
It's incredible.
Jenny, bright as a penny in a telegram asking, why is Fox the only one calling it? Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's how they are, but Trump is going to give his victory speech. It's already been
I'll
called.
tell you why Fox is calling it. I'll tell you why. It's easy.
Get on his good side?
Well, yeah, not so much get on his good side, but just like when George Stephanopoulos goes out there and torpedoes Joe Biden, yeah, they're trying to get this guy out the door, but it's also an opportunity for media that knows it is dead with any kind of trust or any kind of credibility to seem like they're asking the hard questions against people who they are part of their party,
right?
And Fox got destroyed by the public after the way that they handled 2020.
Oh yeah,
they started it.
Yeah,
Arizona.
Refusing, but they also held out with Florida for hours.
Yeah, they did.
They held out with Florida for hours. They called Arizona early. I mean, they were a big part of it.
And the Murdochs hate Trump. You know, they're not, they're just, you know, whatever. You can call them conservative in name only or whatever, but they're just another arm of the mainstream media. So I agree. I think they're probably trying to, you know, they know Trump's going to go on a rampage, wanting to, you know, remove CBS's broadcast license. So maybe Fox is kind of like, you know, we should hedge our bets here.
Yeah, but here's what's really going on. This was also dropped in the Telegram by DJ. Trump has sliced a hermeneutical rupture across the interpretive fabric of the universe. We are all mind maggots cocooning beautifully into linguistic purification at the sight of the many wounds he afflicts upon false and incestuous reality. Blossom all of you. There is no 2019. And now there is no 2024.
Wow.
Wow.
Well then, geez, that was
that's where we're going. We don't need roads.
Yeah. Roads. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
You know how long that sequel took to come out? Pissed me off.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I was waiting forever for that thing.
Well, New York Post just said it was put it up. Donald Trump.
Oh, Wisconsin was just called.
Sorry.
Yes. Donald
Sorry,
Trump
Anthony.
was projected to become the 47th president early Wednesday, completing the most incredible political comeback in American history.
Well, Wisconsin was just called.
Yep, he's at 280 now.
280.
There's a bunch now that are going to tick off.
Cenk Uygur. How would you say his name?
Chunk.
Yeah.
Chunk Uygur. Yesterday, November 4th, 2 days ago now, November 4th. If you think Trump is going to win easy tomorrow because everyone you know on X is on his side, you've got a rude awakening coming to you.
Fuck you.
He's such a moron.
They're all fucking
What a
morons.
low-level intellect that guy
there it
is.
goes. Wisconsin.
And Michigan's going to go too soon, I would imagine.
What's Brooklyn Dad saying?
All's fair in love and war.
What's Brooklyn Dad saying?
Wow, Nevada is 75% in?
That's what I'm saying. And they were like, oh, it might take 4 days. But
Yeah, and Trump has a lead, 4-point lead.
it could just be that there's no point in cheating anymore.
That's true.
Because then you go to jail.
Might as well just let it go.
Yeah, really. This is amazing. This is amazing.
This is fucking incredible.
Oh, Brooklyn Dad tweeted 18 minutes ago. I'm so disappointed in America right now.
Oh, don't worry. The feeling's mutual, Brooklyn.
And
Dad.
and that was the first thing he said since an hour ago. And he said, "Hang tight, folks. Whole lot of votes left to be counted."
Okie buddy. Whole lot of votes to find.
I can't believe that it was exactly the same as 2016, where like she refuses to come out, and they send the little lackey out there, and then right afterwards, what do you know? They call Pennsylvania.
All right, Trump, come on out. Now is the time.
Come on now. He's at McDonald's.
Bring me a double cheeseburger while you're at it.
Jay, listen to me. Jay, give me give me.
I can make you a better double cheeseburger than McDonald's.
Yeah, but
can any
I'm
day of the
hungry
week.
now. I should be sleeping, Jay.
Frank, you have an impulse problem. I
No,
think.
yeah, I do. I do have an impulse problem. But listen,
I'll go with you. I'm starving right now.
I should be sleeping. I wouldn't be feeling this hunger if I was sleeping.
Well, I'm with you on that one. I'm hungry too now because I'm awake.
Oh my God.
Now they're saying, oh, it was a good idea to go to McDonald's. Remember before they were like, oh, it's a cheap political ploy. I'm like, you just don't understand people.
Yeah.
You
Keith
really
Olbermann
don't.
is really upset.
Oh,
Who?
it's another Rachel Maddow lookalike.
Keith Olbermann.
Oh, awesome.
He's trying to deflect.
What is he trying to say?
Russia has committed an act of
Oh
war against
my
this nation and its presidential election.
Russia?
With no evidence, of course.
The dozens of bomb threats against polling places yesterday is terrorism.
Please.
Yeah, that guy's lost it.
5 million. What's the popular vote disparity right now again?
5 million, 5.2 million.
That Russia kept that 5 million. Get the fuck you ridiculous, out of your mind lesbian.
Yeah,
my mother should be sleeping, but she's awake. She just texted me. She said, "I'm definitely watching The View tomorrow."
Yeah, that's the only time you're ever gonna be able to stomach the mainstream media is what they're gonna say tomorrow.
My friend Benny just texted me. He said, just woke up to you guys laughing and smiling. Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God Almighty.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Benny, say an extra rosary tomorrow. Let's see here.
Oh,
I'll
boy.
definitely be watching
It's the vice president who has to certify the election. So we're going to see how that turns out.
Yep.
Yeah, well, okay.
And the House is still rolling. 65% chance the Republicans take the House. Man, we're so close to the trifecta.
This is the tri. Oh. And if there are any stragglers. If there are anybody that disobeys.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like you see the good thing about having, because people will say, well, there's rhinos in that house. But the thing about rhinos is they're spineless cowards. So with a Trump in the White House and a Senate that's controlled by the Republicans, no one's going to step out of line. No one's going to have the courage.
Think about this, though. Think about little things like this, though. Drill, baby, drill. Think about what I think without Congress, I think he might be able to, without Congress, get the Keystone XL going.
I think so too. So we're gonna by next July 4th, your gas is gonna be $1.76 again.
Dude.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And then that's when you need to remind people, hey, how's life under Hitler, right? Like,
it's horrible.
It hurts my heart.
Tracy's like, what did I say?
Yeah. I have not had that bad vibe at all, like I did, the scared vibe like I did in 2020. Nervous excitement.
I was just going to say, no, the vibe is everything. I mean, we didn't know how good we had it when he was president, and ever since the stillbirth presidency, it's just been, you know, whether or not you wanted to admit it, we were all living in fear, and we were living with a boot on our throat.
Yeah.
And that's about to come to an end.
What do you think your 401k is going to look like tomorrow? Because the market is not going to need to wait for him to be put in office.
No.
Everything is going to change
everything's gonna go
economically starting tomorrow. It's going to be amazing.
So I'm actually surprised Elon said this before the election, but he was actually talking about a few days ago. He said, you know, there's Trump's main priorities of immigration, ending the wars, whatever, but 2025, his number one priority is getting rid of the national debt.
Oh.
And he's talking about like, and I think part of that is going to be, you know, cutting away huge chunks of the government that we're spending all this money on to begin with. So cutting costs like that. But Elon said like there's going to be some severe financial hardships coming.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I mean, you got this 35 trillion, and that's just like the debt proper. And how do you get rid of that?
I don't know.
But the thing is, I mean, the country is bankrupt, and so we can't build like a new world in that kind of situation. And so,
if we can pay $1 trillion a month, we can be done in 30 months, 35 months.
And depending on how much fat you cut, you know, I mean, this is going to be a big thing, ending the wars, and you know, I mean,
well, you're talking about austerity. Are we talking austerity measures? You know, are we talking? But that's I don't.
We don't know, but it's going to be drastic, and you know that's just it's one of those things too. We talk about like a cultural change. Being responsible with money is just something you have to do to become an adult.
It's true.
Learning those financial lessons, you know, and so much of this too. We talk about MSNBC has 50,000 viewers, but like so then how are they in business?
Yeah,
you know, because 50,000 viewers is not enough to pay for, you know, keeping that doesn't even pay their rent for Rockefeller Center.
No.
So I'm saying like the only thing that this whole crazy matrix of bullshit that keeps it alive is the fact that we can print money out of nothing. That is what creates clown world is the Federal Reserve, the ability to just, you know, pay for whatever you want on demand.
Do you think that's what he meant by financial hardships?
Well, I mean, everybody, listen. To do what needs to be done, people are going to take a haircut.
Yeah.
They're going to get a haircut. I mean, and I know that he's said this in the past. I've heard him. I'm talking years, like old footage.
Trump.
Yeah, I've heard old footage about, you know, when we were still looking at a national debt that was in the low trillions or so, maybe upper hundreds of billions. I don't know that. He would be on board with almost like a one-time tax, a giant tax. I mean, mostly on the rich or whatever the hell it was, and to just pay it off. And
you have to do something drastic like that.
You'd have to.
It's not just a changing of like the tax code.
But it would have to be paired with there has been a gigantic dismantling of the apparatus.
Yes.
Yeah. You can't do all of that stuff just to start racking it up again.
Right.
Because, you know, for everything that's on the books right now as far as debt, the fiscal operating debt of 35 trillion, whatever the hell it is, the unfunded liabilities is in the hundreds of trillions.
Well, and that's
money.
going to be the even trickier part is what do you do about Social Security?
Yeah.
And as far as healthcare, I mean, that actually is something that could, responsibly in a complicated way be returned to the states. But how do you roll that over? I have no idea right now. But I thought it was interesting. You said that a few days ago that, because the national debt is not something that's really even on people's radar.
No.
Even though it is the #1 national security issue we face.
Yeah. Well, I say as punishment for what Bill Gates did to COVID, he should have to pay at least half of it himself.
Well, here I'll give you something. I'll give you something. Even though this would be interesting, especially because with RFK, I'm wondering just how willing and open Donald Trump is to investigating what he has touted as one of his greatest accomplishments. Because I'm really wondering where that all goes. Because not only is there a lot of very tragic human stories attached to all that stuff. But in 1 year, over $500 billion in profits.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's open to it now.
There's got to be some major overtures there, and I really hope that RFK has to be like he has to. I feel like he's more important than JD Vance.
Oh,
he's the
totally.
most important person in his orbit. He's the most important person in his orbit.
I wanted him to be the VP pick, but he actually might be better suited where he is now because he won't be saddled with the duties of a vice president. So this is really actually the ultimate ticket, to be honest.
Do you guys?
He's someone also. I'm hoping he can be like a kind of plug and play guy where, do what you need to do in whatever agency he ends up in, or maybe they create a new position for him, but. They've also floated the idea of, and I don't know how serious it was, of making him CIA director.
Yeah.
And he doesn't necessarily have to be there, but he is fit for more than just one role.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he could be.
He actually, you know what he should be? He should be the new Jared Kushner, the guy with a portfolio of just everything, just so his voice is in, know.
Yeah, agreed.
Hey, Christopher Graham, thank you. I didn't even see that tip on Rockfin. Said, Frank, bring up the Babylon Bee. You will enjoy this, I'm sure. Okay, let me go to the Babylon Bee. Instagram.
Come on, Trump. Come out and say something.
Come on. But because every hour I stay awake, I'm going to have a double cheeseburger. Okay.
I got to work tomorrow.
I know. This is by the time we get out of here, it's going to be time to go and eat breakfast.
Been a 6-hour show.
I know.
That's crazy. It doesn't really feel like it.
I don't feel like shit anything. I don't feel anything right now. Here's a headline. Joy Reid explodes live on air.
If only that were real.
Look at that explosion.
God.
Here you go. Another headline. Election officials assure everybody things are looking good and you can go to sleep and they'll take care of the rest of the counting overnight. Let's see. Expert confirms that constantly refreshing election map will increase probability your side wins.
That's so true. That's so true.
Stolen valor. Man wears I voted sticker he bought on Amazon. Oh yeah, that's not right. That's not right. Pennsylvania election officials sadly announced they have misplaced all their voting machines. No more voting tonight. And that's 4 hours ago. So they're going to be so fresh tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be so fresh tomorrow, baby. And man, I'm going to do 5,000 push-ups tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be great, too, with this mandate because they're going to do the whole 2016 thing again. They're going to start tomorrow probably. Well, we have the Electoral College.
Yeah.
And,
and that gives you a fascist president.
Yeah. Well, no, but the electors, they don't have to actually vote if they don't believe it's in there. They can vote their conscience.
Yeah, never mind the overwhelming will of the people. And that's why the popular vote, I think, is really important, too. Because that kind of disarms all of that.
Because that's what most Americans think. Well, he got the most votes.
Right.
I hope that Kamala Harris takes this personally.
Oh, I do, too. I mean, she's a nothing.
I really hope she takes this personally because she was given this role and she went out there and she loved the you can tell that she was like, I'm living my best life right now.
That debate was one of the most infuriating things we watched. Her attitude.
I know.
Oh, like she earned all of it.
She earned. I know.
I'm Kamala Harris. Like, who?
And she has been thoroughly embarrassed and thoroughly rejected.
Yes.
Yeah.
At every turn.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the hell she had to do to get all of that, to get all those opportunities in California when she was there.
Yes, you do.
Okay. I don't know, but outside, man, what a thoroughly rejected creature.
We are unburdened by what has been.
She must be. How drunk do you think she is right now?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She's going right to the dark.
And,
the dark.
and she's
liquors.
beating her husband now.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I can't even. It's hard to say. I think she is probably in a better state tonight than Hillary was in 2016.
She has,
because Hillary had like a seizure.
She was
and,
the queen.
Yeah,
Hillary put in decades at that point.
Yeah.
She put in. I mean, from Arkansas on up, she put in so much. So many people had to be killed, and Kamala was. I mean, she had the summer of her life.
And you know, I bet tonight.
Truly,
I bet Hillary is actually pretty happy right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Definitely.
Absolutely. She hated all
couldn't
this.
Yeah, she couldn't have turned over the reins of the first woman president title to that.
Yeah, no one would have been happy.
Oh,
for her.
yeah.
She hated all of this. She stands to face no imminent danger unless Donald Trump changes his tune and stops with the whole I protected Hillary shit.
Yeah.
Which I hope he does.
I know.
And whatever. I guess there's big fish to fry all over the place, but still. Yeah. Kamala had the summer of her life. Hillary Clinton watched decades of work evaporate.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer woman.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer woman. So it's great to see Wisconsin go red. Michigan is not 78% in, but he is up by 4. It doesn't matter. It's just all padding.
Yeah.
It's 280.
He's still going to win Michigan.
I think so.
And Michigan is how many? 13, 12?
Michigan is 15.
15.
Yeah.
That brings him to 295.
I just love victories in the 300s because they seem so decisive.
Oh, yes.
You know, so I'd like to see him get in the 300s, which is not terribly difficult. From
So
where
tell
he
me
is.
something.
Also win Nevada.
Now, how much is Nevada?
7, I think.
295 plus 7.
That'll do it. 302.
Nevada's 6.
And then
6. Okay.
So then
301.
And then how much for Arizona? Nearly
11.
Oh, 11.
Yeah.
So
312.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
312.
That'd be beautiful.
Can you imagine if at the last second Minnesota goes for?
Mike Lindell will be thrilled.
I don't know. At least what they're showing now.
Yeah, he never won Minnesota either.
She is up 51-47 in Minnesota. What the fuck is their problem?
He didn't spend much time in Minnesota. He spent a little time, but he didn't win it in 16 either.
I don't know what to say, guys. It's 2:30, 2:25 in the morning, and I feel great.
They're still saying,
I feel excellent.
All these fucking media sources are still saying that Pennsylvania is too close.
Too close to call. It's not close at all.
Unfucking believable.
It's not close at all.
No.
We're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes now.
Do you think in the background they're scheming, thinking, is there a way we can somehow salvage this? Is there a voter machine
sure they're
we can?
desperate.
Yeah.
Well, there's too many. Let's put it to you this way. At this point, if Pennsylvania, let's say they tried stealing back Pennsylvania in the early morning hours here, Wisconsin and Michigan together,
I know.
negate Pennsylvania.
But see, I feel like this is the moment where Trump should be stepping out because this is like now it becomes infinitely harder to undo if you jump out and
I know.
say, hey,
it's
so
too,
like, come on,
you know,
man.
it's almost midnight on the
Yeah.
West Coast. Get out.
Yeah.
So more people are watching.
Absolutely. That's my amateur opinion.
So I'm seeing, obviously and then we have the popular vote again. He's nearly at 67 million.
Do you want some salt?
Yes.
I literally feel sick about Trump doing so well in the polls. I broke out in hives. I can't stop shaking. Breaking out in epileptic seizures. I was doing really well until the past few days. Throwing up. Was doing phone banks for Harris Walls until a few days ago. I'm a wreck over this. Literally, why? How could half the people in our country want to vote for this malignant clown, who is definitely a hard-right lunatic? I can't believe that we're having to deal with this man again.
She couldn't even define what a hard right lunatic is.
I love when people say far right shit. I go, again, it's one of those things where a simple question would.
Oh, this is and then they take this 4chan thread and they put it in Reddit and they say we're losing and 4chan poll is laughing at us.
There's a lot more than just a 4chan poll laughing at you.
I'm going to be. We're going to be salt mining all day tomorrow.
Really embrace the next 4 years of your life.
We have to.
Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
JD Vance. Oh, wait, what? Oh, there he is.
Surprise!
How did he get out there?
I don't know.
I think they were just announcing everyone is coming out with him.
Here we go, baby.
What's happening on Reddit right now?
Oh, it's going to be bad.
It's not pretty.
Mass suicide.
It's going to be bad. I can't believe he's doing it. Yo, talk about persistence.
Yeah, man.
Talk about persistence.
That's a lesson people should take from this.
Okay, so they finally acknowledged Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Yeah. It's over. It's
over.
Fuck. Oh. Decorating the studio on Friday.
Oh yeah,
is going. I'm going to be like a fucking whistle while you work. It's going to be. I can't wait. Barron is 7'9".
Good Lord. It's almost awkward how tall he is.
Yeah.
Mike Johnson, hey, look. You better get some balls, my friend.
You better find your balls.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Jeez. Jeez Louise.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but that...
Shit.
But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
That is so big. That's so big. I thought I'd never see that again.
I know.
Thank you.
Dude, think about the popular vote pact. Think about all the blue states who would have had to give him their electoral college votes because of their popular vote pact. I got to bring that up again tomorrow.
A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Dude. Both chambers of Congress and the popular vote, you got a mandate.
Absolutely.
Anybody that disobeys needs to be just
thank
broken.
My beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country? Can you believe it? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help.
Jared, please stay away from the White House.
Oh my God, nowhere near it.
Please stay far away from the White House, Jared. Thank you.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them.
It's true.
Say a couple of words.
He fucking did it, man. Did it.
Wow.
We have a millennial vice president.
It's crazy.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice.
He's a good kid. He's a good kid.
I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden.
I told you, Peanut.
Chris, come here, Chris.
Who is she?
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
Who are you?
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie.
Campaign manager, maybe?
Great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But
She looks very upset.
Trump. Yeah, who did you say? Oh, Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Oh, God.
This is crazy.
He is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago.
That's true, too.
And I saw that rocket, and I saw
It's
it
great.
coming down. I saw it. It was.
They
when it left, it was
complain.
beautiful, shiny white.
They complain.
When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat." And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning, and I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, "Oh, no." And I said, "Do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this." I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, "Elon, was that you?" He said, "Yes, it was." I said, "Who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that." I said, "That's why I love you, Elon. That's great." And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina.
Come on, it's 3 in the morning.
Said, "Would it be possible?"
He's giving like a rally speech right now.
Speak to Elon Musk. We need Starlink.
So I don't
said,
watch
"What's
rallies."
Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And
I put him on in the background.
And it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, "Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right?" "Yes, I do." "What the hell is it?" He said, "It's a communication system that's very good." I said, "Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina."
Yeah, we need to get to the meat and potatoes. The war in Ukraine might be over by the end of the week.
So, and it was great.
Right?
It saved a lot of
Like,
lives.
actually.
He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot.
Went to sleep.
He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way.
Well,
he's
we
hitting
don't,
balls.
we don't need him. I don't care about him.
Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC. And came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport.
I gotta pee.
Rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back.
Honestly, I don't think there's gonna be any challenges.
We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around.
This is the kind of victory we needed.
Yeah.
We're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in
Well,
every
there
way,
is the
with so
whole
many ways,
insurrection
but we're gonna do it in
argument that
every
Jamie
way.
Raskin
This
was
will
talking about.
That's going to be
forever
interesting.
remembered as
But they don't
day
have the House.
American people
Well,
regained
at least we don't know yet.
control of their country.
The only articles that I've seen aside from all of like the Fox
So I
and
just
stuff
wanna say
that's talking about Trump
on behalf of this great group of
talking
people,
is
these
that
are
he's
hardworking people. These are
making an acceptance speech
fantastic
before
people, and we
before
can
the
add,
election's even called.
a few names
He's
like
prematurely
Robert F.
making an
Kennedy
acceptance
Jr.
speech.
Fuck them.
Like CNBC, I saw that article.
And he's
and
going
it's like,
to help
It's over.
make America
so
healthy again.
you know, I'm wondering how like when are they gonna just like fucking give up?
They're
Oh, talking about Bobby. We're gonna make America healthy again.
The seed oils
He's a
are
great
gone.
guy,
Oh
and
my
he
God.
really means it.
It's
He
crazy.
wants to
You
do
gotta-
some things, and we're going to let him
President-
go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars.
Can we go back to that,
except we
please?
defeated ISIS.
Yeah.
We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And
wow,
it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that.
All right.
I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now we YMCA.
Okay. Well, the Michigan is moving along. There's
Yeah.
still a chance for Kamala to win. So just let's hold out hope, right, guys?
Her path to victory is so narrow it can barely be seen.
Fuck it. I mean, dude, the salt is incredible. Harry Sisson. These are people.
Oh God.
These are people who are out there. They exist to make you feel like you are a retrograde minority, backwards ass shit. Harry, 2 hours ago, it's really depressing to see how many people voted for the felon, rapist, fraudster, who lies constantly. Many Americans failed their fellow Americans tonight. No, you.
You know, it's tough to live life.
Chase people away.
It's tough to live life without a fully developed frontal lobe, like Harry.
I know.
I mean,
it's all done.
It's just.
Well, listen, you guys. Thank you to the warriors in this room, Anthony.
Yes, sir.
John, Mike, and of course Jay.
There's 4 of us here.
Yeah. Well, I go back and forth between what the hell am I calling Mike today, because he's Mike from Maryland still to me.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. what a wonderful night. And I hope that when you guys find your beds, you sleep soundly for however long. It doesn't matter. I'll probably, when all's said and done, I'll have about 3 hours sleep, and it's not going to matter.
No, it's going to be great. It's one of those times where it's worth the sleep deprivation.
Oh, yes.
Those rare moments in life, so.
Okay, so thank you, everybody at home. How long was the broadcast?
I don't know, what do you go? Start at 8?
Oh, I have right here. Oh. I have a 7-hour recording.
Wow.
7-hour recording already.
A little extra OT for the folks at home this week.
Yeah, we'll see how I feel tomorrow if I do the Wednesday morning stream with Tracy at 10:30. But tomorrow night 7, we'll be here, and that'll be good.
What a comfy night, though.
Yeah. Very
perfect.
Comfy. Perfect.
Yeah, man.
Very little stress. Yeah. I can't believe the ease with which this all went down.
All of it.
It was just grinded it down. And even when it got to that point of, okay, well, here's where the rubber meets the road, and they just kept pushing.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, hey, thank you so much. Become a sponsor of the show. Go to quitefrankly.tv, hit the sponsor us tab, and go on Patreon, subscribe to us, something. Just this is it. I mean, listen, we are.
It's a whole new world.
It's a whole new world. The media is dead. Celebrity is dead. Invest in the things that you love, in the shows that you love, and let's just keep moving. Our work is paying off. It's all around. It's paying off. Yeah. Okay. Good night. Thank you, guys, and have a wonderful, wonderful evening.
I'll catch you on the flip side.
Quite Frankly is filmed before a live studio audience, and now our super chatters, starting with Joe S. says we have been unburdened by what has been, and Redemption Frog says we did it. Frank, thank you. We love you. Thank you, Redemption Frog. We have been unburdened by what has been. That might be the title for tomorrow's show, to be honest. Unburdened by what has been. That's the title for tomorrow night's show. Thank you, Joe S. Okay, guys and gals, have a good one. Thank you to my Rumble ranters and all of you who just paid me with your time. You are fantastic, and thank you so much. I'm releasing the scratching right now.